Chapter 1 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies by Henry Christopher McCook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kathryn Arwine. Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies by Henry Christopher McCook. How the Brownies Came to Hillside. Not many years ago, a company of brownies lived on the lawn at Hillside, the home of Governor WILLE. Since the brownies are Scotch fairies, one must ask how they came to be dwelling so far away from their native heather upon the green hummocks of the Ohio. The question takes us back to the early part of the 19th century and to a manse and glebe on the banks of Loch Achray, the beautiful little lake that lies at the entrance to Trossachs Glen, quite near the foot of Loch Katrine in Scotland. Here dwelt Governor WILLE's grandfather, a godly minister of the gospel, and here he lived until there grew up around him a large family of sturdy lads and lasses. Often had the good minister looked over his household as they sat around the table, eating with keen relish their cakes and oatmeal porridge, and wondered, how shall I provide for them all? How shall I find fitting duty and engagement for these eager hearts, restless hands, and busy brains? At last, he answered, I will go with them to America and join my brother there on the banks of the Ohio River. Now the manse and glebe were the seat of a nation of the wee fairy folk whom Scotchmen call brownies. The manse site is on the skirt of Ben On's lowest slope and across the Trossachs Road, upon a point that pushes into the loch, stands the kirk amid its kirkyard. The brownies were fond of this home, but they loved the manse folk much more dearly, and so, when they heard the plan to emigrate to the New World, they resolved not to allow their friends to go to America without an escort of their fairy companions and caretakers. A general assembly of all the man's brownies was therefore called to meet under the hats of a clump of broad toadstools growing on the mountain slope close by the barn. The place was crowded from the stem of the central toadstool to the rim of the outer hat. Outside this clump, the spears of grass, the drooping bluebells, and purple blossoms of heather were covered with boy brownies who climbed up delicate stems, smooth blades, and gnarled stalks, much as city lads mount lamp-posts, trees, and awnings to gaze upon a procession. From these points they looked upon their elders, quite as anxious and earnest, if not as well informed as they. When the assembly had been called to order, the king of the brownies asked, who will volunteer to go to America with our dear friends, the Willes? There was a mighty shout. Not one present failed to answer aye. The explosion fairly shook the roof of their toadstool tabernacle. Thereat the old monarch sprang to his feet, removed his plumed hat, and stood uncovered, bowing his white hairs and venerable beard before the assembly in honor of their noble response. The elders waved their tiny blue Scotch bonnets, wept, laughed, and hallooed in turn. The youngsters danced upon the heather bells and swung from the grass blades until the tops swayed to and fro and cheered again and again for the Willes, for the king, for the brownies, for everybody. By and by, the king brought the assembly to order and proposed that a colony be drafted from the whole company to go to the New World. I shall claim the privilege of naming the leader of the expedition, said he, and I name Murray Bruce. The rest may go by lot. Whereat the Brownies cheered again, for they were always pleased to respect their good sovereign's wishes, and Bruce was one of the wisest, steadiest, and bravest of their number. He was tall, strong, comely, and in the prime of his years. Then the lot was cast. The names of all the active Brownies were placed in the tiny coral of a bluebell, which served as a voting urn. The king drew out 50 names, and these were the elect members of the colony. The interest was intense as the drawing went on. Again and again the king's hand sank into the urn and came out holding the wee billet that decided some Brownie's destiny. As the name was announced, there was silence, but thereupon a flutter of excitement ran through the company. A whirl of noisy demonstration marked the spot where the fortunate nominee was receiving the congratulations of his friends. Sometimes a cheer was given when a favorite or familiar name was announced. "How many names have been drawn?" asked the king. 49, answered the Lord Keeper. Amid profound silence, the last name was drawn and announced. Rodney Bruce. It was the captain's brother, a young and promising sailor who had won much praise for daring adventures with water pixies on the stream that joins Loch Katrine and Achray. His name was welcomed with cheers, and then a buzz of disappointment arose from the crowd who heartily envied the fortunate 50. However, the disappointment soon passed away, for Brownies are a cheerful and contented folk. The hum of voices ceased, and the people waited to know what might be needed to forward the comfort and success of the emigrant escort. "How shall we get off?" said Captain Bruce. "Has your Majesty any orders or counsel? Has the Assembly any advice?" That was a puzzling question. The Lord Keeper, Lord Harold, and all the other lords and nobles shook their heads wisely and said nothing. Someone called out the name of Rodney the sailor, whereat the old Lord Admiral turned up his little red nose, looked contemptuously at the speaker, and muttered something about landlubbers. As no one had any advice to venture, all waited for their sovereign's opinion. "Hoot," said the king at last, "ye shall jeest gae your in gait. However, ye maun steal away unbeknownst. I'll warrant ye for Parson Willie, good heart, will never allow ye to risk anything for him. But how? Well, I dinna ken. You maun e'en settle that among yourselves." The difficulty was no nearer solution than before. There was another long pause. It was broken by a voice that called from the outer edge of the assembly. "I can tell you how." It was Walter McWhirlie who spoke, one of the chosen escort. "Come to the front, then," said the king, "and say your say." Every eye was at once fixed on the bold speaker, but McWhirlie, nothing abashed, leaped from the heather stalk on which he stood, and, making a double somersault above the whole company, landed erect upon the edge of a leaf whereon sat the king and lords. "Ugh," said the monarch, starting back, for McWhirlie had well nigh alighted on his toes. "Queek!" cried the queen, and "Queek! Queek!" screamed the princesses, tumbling over one another in their fright. "You rude beast!" growled the Lord Keeper, laying his hand upon his broadsword. But the youth and boys cheered. The young princesses began to giggle. The old folks laughed outright. The queen smoothed down her ruffles. The good king composed his countenance and smiled, and the Lord Keeper smothered his indignation and put up his sword. "Speak up, laddie," said the king. McWhirlie bowed low, first to the royal party and then to the lords. My Lord Keeper's brow cleared up somewhat at that. "I was passing thro' the barn the morn," he began, "and saw the gardener packing the auld kist that lies on the barn floor, with tools, seeds, roots, and herbs. It's a good place for hiding, is yon kist." "That it is," exclaimed the Queen, laughing. "I've had mony a game o' bo peeping myself." "Aye, aye, so it is," was the hearty assent from all parts of the hall, while the lads on the outside signified their approval by cheers for the old chest. "A good place for hiding is yon auld kist," continued McWhirlie. "I ken naething like it for brownies, and, if your majesty please, we canna ride to America safe enough in that." "It is good counsel," cried the king, clapping his hands. "Forbye, I wouldn't have thought it frae sic a giddy pate as yourself, McWhirlie. Many thanks, however, and mak ready quarters in the auld kist for your journey to the New World. Herald, dismiss the assembly." Lord Harold skipped to the front and sounded a bugle, which in sooth was nothing more than a tiny shell fitted with a dainty mouthpiece. "Hi-i-ro, e-roo!" Then he struck his staff thrice and cried, or rather intoned in a loud voice, these words: "O-ease, o-ease, o-ease, bide by the king's decrees. Brownies o' bonny and brownies o' braw, hither gae hame gae, brownies awa." At the last word, the assembly arose, and speaking all together, responded, "Brownies aye, brownies aye, leal and true awa, awa." Then they separated, the elders moving soberly, the youth scampering off hither and thither, leaping, chattering, cheering, making the grass blades twinkle with their good-natured frolic. In a moment, the toadstools were deserted, and a great spider pixie crept under the vacant central hat and began to shake his head and talk to himself while uttering a low, harsh, chuckling laugh. Bruce, Rodney, McWhirlie, and all the elect escort, together with their families, made the voyage across the Atlantic safely, though somewhat uncomfortably. But their trials were not over when they landed in Philadelphia. The chest was hoisted into a big road wagon covered with canvas, known as a Conestoga wagon, and wheeled on for many days over the Allegheny Mountains. Down by old Fort Pitt, it trundled along the banks of the beautiful river Ohio to the frontier village of Steubenville. There, the wagon stopped. Parson Willie built his cabin on Hillside. The Brownies, happy as the beasts and birds that were turned out of Noah's Ark after the flood, were released from their prison in the old chest and took up once more old duties and pleasures in the clearings, cornfields, and garden of the new home. That was many years ago. The good parson has long since been received to a fairer home than either Scotland or America ever gave. But his grandson, Governor Willie, lives at Hillside. It is not the same hillside that the brave and godly minister first built his log cabin upon, you may be sure. Great changes have occurred, but the same Brownies are there, as good-natured, as frolicsome, as fond of their friends, and as true to them as ever. Yet, we are sorry to say, not so fortunate and happy. What has troubled them? End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Catherine Arwine. Spite, the Spy. When the assembly of brownies, which had been held at the old Scotch manse, was quite dispersed, a spider pixie entered the vacant tent and began to spin a web. He belonged to a race of sprites as vicious and cruel as the brownies are kind and good. They are called spider pixies because they do much of their mischief by means of silken webs or snares which they spin and in which they catch their enemies. The fact, however, should work no prejudice against those remarkable creatures, the spiders, which are doubtless worthy of all the loving attention that naturalists give them. The chief enemies of these pixies, next to themselves to be sure, were the brownies. Not that the good little fairies wished to harm any creature, but then, as the pixies wished harm to everyone and were always showing their ill will by naughty tricks, the brownies, out of very goodness, tried to thwart their evil plans and save intended victims from harm. Thus it came that the brownies and pixies lived in continuous warfare. Many a battle had they fought on and around the manse, glebe, and kirkyard, for the pixies hated Parson Willie most cordially and dearly loved to annoy him. The brownies were just as hearty in their love, and by close watching, hard working, and brave battling, they had well nigh driven their enemies from the place. Only once in a while, a few, more daring and cunning than the rest, would break through the boundaries and make a foray upon the forbidden grounds. Among the most successful of these leaders of mischief was Spite, the Spy. He was a great sneak, shrewd and sly, and well deserved his name. He was a coward in the main and loved best to do his mischief in an underhand way. But for all that, he was so full of malice that he could be quite venturesome rather than miss a chance to work harm to those whom he hated. Thus it came that in spite of his natural cowardice, he had a fair reputation for boldness. It was this miserable fellow who crawled into the tabernacle as the voices of the brownies died away among the grasses. How came he therein? Having chanced to hear of the proposed assembly to consider the interest of the mansfolk, he set himself to spy out the proceedings. How should he do that without being discovered? Let me think, he said. He climbed up a tall weed that grew on the border of the man's farm, swung himself by a thread of silk from a leaf, and hung there a while, head downward, while he meditated. "Ha! I have it!" cried. He pulled himself up again, hand over hand, scampered down the weed, and plunged into the thick forest of grasses. He went swiftly, though cautiously, for a while. Then he ascended a tall spear of timothy, perched himself atop of the bearded head, and reconnoitered. "Yes, there it is," he said to himself. "I see the brown hat of the toadstool tent, and, let me see, yes, sure enough, there is the black pebble under which Cousin Adipus used to have her nest. Any brownies about? No. The coast's quite clear. But caution, old fellow, you are pretty sly, but you may be caught after all. And they'd make short work of Spite if they ever got hold of him once, I warrant." At this he chuckled, puffed out his eyes, and swelled up his round pouch, as though it were a fine thing to be quite deserving of the brownie's anger. Spite was not long in making his way to the black pebble, which was at the outer edge of the brownies' meeting place, and was embedded in a little bank of sandy earth at the base of which the toadstools grew. He began to scratch in the surrounding soil. His claws soon struck something that gave him pleasure. It was a bit of silken tissue. Ha! I am in luck. Here is the door of the burrow. Now we shall see, brother Brownies, and hear too. And if there's any mischief a-going, Spite the Spy will have his spinner in it. Spite had come upon the door of a cave or tunnel. When a few more grains of sand had been thrown aside, he lifted the tissue door and entered. It was dark at first, and there was a musty smell in the air. Spite did not care for that, and in a moment ran to the far end of the cave and back again. This strange place had once been the home of a burrow pixie. It was a tunnel scooped out of the sandy earth. It ran horizontally for a short way and then sloped downward. It was lined around the sides, top and bottom, with a tight silken tube, and was about half an inch in diameter. It was therefore a tunnel within a tunnel, a silk within a sand one. The silk supported the sides so completely that not a particle of soil could pass through. The upper part of the tube projected from the earth, falling forward so as to form a flap which protected the mouth of the burrow or cave. At first, the tube had been much longer and was bent and carried over the surface among the moss. This was the door which Spite had been looking for, and whose discovery so much pleased him. "Well, well," said Spite, talking all the while to himself. "This is lucky indeed. It must now be several moons since Cousin Oedipus was cut off by the Brownies, and here is her old place, just as good as ever. It looks right into the meeting house. How fortunate! But I must fix up this door a little, or I shall have those suspicious fellows smelling around here, although I doubt whether they know anything about the place. They caught Oedipus when she had ventured out of doors." Meanwhile, Spite was busy with the door. He laid a dry leaf and a few bits of dry moss around the edge of the pebble, then gently lifted the silken flap and crept within. He made a wee hole in the flap, and through this saw and heard the proceedings of the Brownies. Little did the good folk suspect that one of their enemies was so near, almost in their midst. As for Spite, he was in high glee, although he was not without fears. The boy Brownies had climbed atop the black pebble and crowded and capered upon it until they were like to shake it from the bank and send it a-rolling into the assembly. "Serve 'em right, little plagues," snarled Spite, "if the old rock did get loose and break all their necks in the avalanche. Only that would make a gap in my burrow and, well, it isn't pleasant to think of the consequences." Moreover, McWhirlie and the restless youngsters who were mounted on the herbage that grew above and around the Pixies' cave were continually tramping over the moss around the door, rocking to and fro on the overhanging heather sprays till the roots fairly shook, and scrambling up and down the little slope and over the flap itself. No wonder that Spite's heart seemed to jump into his throat occasionally. However, the door of the cave was so cunningly disguised and fitted into the bank that Spite was not discovered. He was well satisfied for all that when the meeting was dismissed and the last of the Brownies disappeared. He pushed open the flap, peeped out, then crawled slowly into the light, crept down the slope, and entered the vacant meeting place. He was hungry. The labors and excitement through which he had passed had quite exhausted him. He therefore crouched behind a toadstool stem and, after waiting patiently a while, sprang upon and devoured a hapless fly and beetle that chanced to straggle that way. Then he wiped his jaws with his hairy claw, rubbed his cheeks, and head quite in the fashion of pussy washing her face, stretched a few silken threads from the stem to the ground, and turned away. "There," he said, "I leave those few lines to show that I have been here, and that Spite the spy is sharper than all the brownies. Now for home. King Cobweb will be interested in what I have to tell. As for Parson Willie and his brownies, perhaps they shall not escape us quite so readily." Spite gained great applause by this adventure, and when it was resolved to send out to the New World someone to watch the motions of Parson Willie and do all the harm possible to his kind brownie guardians, who but Spite the spy should be chosen? "You need take but few companions," said King Cobweb. "There are plenty of our folk in that country. I shall send a letter with you to my cousin, King Cobweaver, and you can muster a goodly company in America." Now what should Spite do but make his way straight to the old chest? He discovered that in one corner the joints of the planks had sprung open a little. "That will do bravely, I think." He crept into the crack to try if it fitted his size. "Very good indeed," he exclaimed, and then ran to report. King Cobweb was quite satisfied. Spite, thereupon, hid himself in the open seam with two other pixies named Hyde and Hetty, and having overspun themselves with a silken covering, made the voyage to America in the old chest with the brownies. When safely landed at Hillside, he reported to the nearest tribe of Pixies. He was received with great favor as a distinguished foreigner, was feasted, petted, and his wonderful skill and strategy heralded everywhere. In short, he was quite a lion, and his fame was even greater in America than on the other side of the Atlantic. Spite took his honors gracefully, enjoyed them hugely, acknowledged them publicly, hobnobbed with his friends, and took occasion, when talking in private with his two countrymen, to ridicule the customs and manners of American pixies. That was very mean, to be sure, but what better could you expect from Spite the spy? In the midst of all his junketings and sightseeing, Spite never once forgot the great object of his journey. He was spinning out his plots against the brownies, counseling with his American friends how he might worry, injure, and destroy them, and forming leagues for that purpose. That was the beginning of troubles for the brownies at Hillside. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kathryn Arwine. Adventures of the Brownie Scouts. The war upon the Brownie colony, thus begun by Spite the spy, had been waged from year to year until the third generation of the Willes. Governor Willie himself occupied Hillside. Sometimes the Pixies got the advantage, sometimes the Brownies, but on the whole, the Pixies gained ground. Slowly, the Brownies were being driven in towards the mansion house, followed closely by their foes. At last, the malicious persecutors, led by Spite, pitched their tents and reared a strong fortification at the upper end of the lawn. Their scouts bivouacked beneath the very windows of my lady governor's chamber. This would never have been had not Governor Willie lately grown heedless of his good fairy friends and left them to struggle without his sympathy and aid. For home brownies lose heart and cease to prosper when their home patrons and allies forget and neglect them. The brownies were sore distressed. What should they do? Early one morning, The captain and lieutenant were in close consultation. The Brownies watched them anxiously as the two slowly walked back and forth underneath a rosebush in a border near the west window of the parlor. The point under discussion was this: shall we make another appeal to Governor Willie, or shall we first try an assault upon the new Pixie fort? The decision was soon announced by the bugle call to fall in. From every quarter, the Brownies crowded eagerly, and the column moved toward the northwestern corner of the lawn. There lay a pool formed by a stream that bubbled from beneath the spring house at the foot of the hill. The Brownies called the pool Loch Katrine, in honor of the lovely and historic water in their old Scotch home from whose neighborhood they had come. Just beyond the outlet, the point at which the spring run issues from the pool and goes singing down the hillside, the new Pixie fort had been erected. It was called Fort Spinder, and was a sign and token that Spite and his tribes had gained and meant to keep a foothold upon the lawn, the Brownies' special domain. In a brief space, the Brownie army had surrounded 3 sides of the fort. The 4th side faced the lake and was safe from approach of land troops. Then, Captain Bruce sent out a number of scouts to view the Pixie works and report upon their strength and the best points for attack. Let us join the captain and his staff and listen to these scouts as one after another they return with their reports. We shall thus learn something of the Pixies' deft handicraft and cunning ways. The first obstacle that I met, said Sitewell, who was the first scout to report, was a line of barricades occupied by WILLE Legion. This is formed of round webs, woven upon grass and weeds, closely joined to one another and strung in a semicircular form along the whole front of the fort. Armed pickets are stationed at the open centrals of the snares. At either end of this crescent or demaloon is a large orb web surmounted by a tower. One tower is wrought out of leaves, lashed together by silken threads. The other is the bell-shaped turret of Pixie globosa. The center of the demaloon is occupied by a company of the Cobweaver Legion. They have built a broad, irregular pavilion above and around the surface foliage, whose margin is lashed by strong cords to grass stalks and other herbage. Near the middle is a long, tubular entrance which opens out upon the top. "Did you venture into it?" asked the captain. "No. I climbed a tall weed to reconnoiter, and from the summit noticed that Pixies, whom I had seen to pass underneath the canvas, appeared again through a round hole in the roof, and thence passed down into the camp. Then I descended, cautiously, made my way through the grass, and came near enough to see the opening into the tube, which is really the southern or front gate to the encampment. It is set close to the ground and is well concealed. It is guarded on each side by a sentinel. From my weed-top observatory, I could see that beyond the demaloon and between it and the fort, the main camp of the Pixies is pitched. The space is well covered with tents, and everything inside seems to be settled into homelike and comfortable condition. "Yes, yes," exclaimed Bruce with an impatient gesture. "The wretches evidently intend to stay, if they can. But what else did you observe?" "Nothing important. I thought best to return with this news while Glideway, who went with me on the scout, went around the demaloon to observe the front of Fort Spinder. He ought to be back ere long." True to his friend's prediction, Glideway soon appeared, slipped quietly into the circle of officers, touched his Scotch bonnet, and awaited leave to report. "Well," said Bruce, "what have you to tell?" "When I left Sitewell," the scout replied, "I hurried around the west side of the demaloon, which bends in pretty close to the fort and ends in a tall, silk-lined leaf tower. This is used by sentinels as a sort of guardhouse, but I managed to slip by unobserved. I got into the Pixie camp and moved about unnoticed, passed along the whole front of the fort, and came out on the east side. The walls of the fort are under charge of the line-weaving legion who built them. They consist of single silken cables, crossed, knotted, and interlaced into a mass several inches thick. The cables are interwoven with and lashed to the blades of grass and sprigs and foliage of meadow weeds, forming a strong wall. Could our troops break through or climb over it? Glideaway shook his head doubtingly. It would be a difficult task. Engineer Theridion directed the construction, and his work is thorough. However, it might be done, and I, for one, am ready to try, sir. And I, cried in chorus the officers and men who stood around. Thanks, my brave fellows, said Bruce, his eyes kindling with pride. We shall doubtless have a chance to try your mettle before long. What are the defenses of the front walls? In the center of the wall is a gate built by Engineer Lymphia of the Lineweavers. It is a high dome hung amidst a maze of crossed lines and protected beneath by a curtain floor, which is swung from the dome. The dome is pierced for defense and observation, and a strong guard mans the curtain. The main entrance to the fort is here, and all who go in must pass underneath it and through the guard. At each corner or angle of the fort is a gate like the central one, except that the dome is reversed and becomes a bowl. On the flanks or sides, the fort is built and manned by line weavers and is precisely like the front. Very good, said Captain Bruce, dismissing the scout. Who will report as to the riverfront and interior? We detailed our most skillful men for that service, Adjudicant Blythe answered. Sergeants Clearview and True have charge of the scout. It is a nice and dangerous service, and we can't expect an early return. Let us away, then, to put our command in the best condition possible, and when the report comes in, I will summon you. The morning had quite worn away when the news came that the scouts had returned. The officers speedily gathered at headquarters, where Sergeant True and 3 of his men were waiting. Where could the others be? Were they lost? We skirted the eastern edge of the fort, began Sergeant True, and reached Lake KATRINE. Then we saw that the fort is built some distance from the water on the crown of the hill that forms the shore, which there slopes down to the lake. The defenses on the waterfront are like those on the other side, but not so heavy. The tower at the angle is different, however. It has been built by the Wolf Legion, and Captain Arenicola is in command. It is a pentagon, or 5-sided turret of dry twigs, like a log chimney, and is silk-lined within. The Pixies' skull and bones flag floats from the top. Here we held a consultation and agreed to divide our party. Sergeant Clearview, with Corporal Dare, and 3 men undertook to survey the riverfront. It fell to myself to explore the interior of the fort, aided by Corporal Swiftshore and 2 men, Look Close and Tread Light. Having bidden goodbye to our companions, I explained to my men the delicate and dangerous work in which we were engaged. Then we divided our squad into 2 parties. I took Treadlight and pushed forward, having bidden Swiftshore and Look Close to follow at a distance that would leave us just in view. In case of discovery or accident to either party, the first duty of the other was to escape and tell at headquarters the facts already learned. The fort is so newly built that the surface is not yet thickly covered with snares, traps, and crosslines. This greatly favored us. We found the chief part of the fort to be an immense tube weaver's tent, built by Engineer Agalina. The central tube runs downward toward the lake and opens out near a tower that guards the waterfront. The tent is built around tall weeds, which stick out like the poles of a circus pavilion, and from their tips, strong guy lines stretch to various points on the roof, thus bracing it up. We skirted the vast edifice as far as the central front gate, just opposite to which we found another of Arenicola's turrets. From this point, Sweeping around toward the lake and fronting the tower on the southwest angle is erected a strong tent of the tegenaria type. It is composed of a thick sheet like that of Agalina, but this is drawn up at the margin, making a sort of breastwork. Along the pouch-like depression within are many sentinels for whom openings are pierced in the breastwork. The system ends in a tall, round tower in which Captain Tegenaria has his observatory. We wished to cross the path between the front Linifia gate and the opposite tower, but it was so thronged by passing pixies that we dare not venture. We therefore turned back, thinking we had discovered enough and ought not to further risk losing what we had learned. "A wise and patriotic decision," said Captain Bruce. "But how did you get out of the pixie quarters?" "It was not so easy to get out of their den as to get into it," said Sergeant True. "As is usual when dealing with pixies, we had scarcely taken the back track when a terrible racket sounded from the tower behind us. Now we saw that a big drum hung from the top of the turret, upon which a gigantic pixie was beating furiously. We knew that this must be drummer Stridulens, whose beating sounds the various signals of the pixies. He was now sounding an alarm, which stirred the fort with great excitement. Sentinels sprang to their posts. Warriors poured out of their quarters and ran to the ramparts. Soon, companies were seen hurrying toward the lakefront, and amid all the rush and clatter, Stridulen's drum kept up its dolorous booming from the turret. A score of times, we barely escaped detection by the pixies, who were running to and fro, and we lay in our ambush, almost breathless, nearly hopeless of keeping concealed, and ready to sell our lives at the greatest cost to our foes. Then we saw an officer run up and signal the tower. The drum ceased, and squads of pixies began to return from the lakefront in a quieter mood. We were anxious to know the cause of the alarm, and of its conclusion too, for we feared it might concern Clearview and his party. Words dropped by passing warriors confirmed our suspicions, but of the result, whether good or ill to our companions, we could gather nothing. When the fort had settled into quiet, we continued our retreat, and here we are, sir. But it was trying work and a close shave. We crawled through the grass like snakes the whole way until we had gone around the outer wall and were fairly out of sight of pickets and lookouts. Sergeant True's report caused great uneasiness in the Brownie camp as to the fate of the river scouting party. At last, an unusual stir around headquarters showed that something important was afoot. An anxious crowd gathered before the tent door, peering inside, where Sergeant Clearview could be seen in the midst of a circle of officers. He looked sadly draggled and worn. His face was bruised, his clothes limp and stained, and alas, he was alone. Let us hear his story. When we parted from Sergeant True, we slowly moved along the edge of the lake, keeping under shelter of the sloping bank and screening ourselves behind the tall grass at the water's brink. We passed nearly one-half the lakefront of the fort, which we found protected in the same manner as the other sides, except that the works are not so heavy. The Pixies clearly intend the Navy to defend that quarter from assault. However, no ships are anchored in the stream. Indeed, we did not even meet a boat of any sort until we came to the remains of the old bridge that stood, as you remember, nearly opposite the center of the fort where the water gate is placed. There, we came upon a skiff moored among the rushes. "Here now is our chance," whispered Corporal Dare. "Let us seize this boat, and we can safely pull along the whole lakefront." I agreed to this, as there were no pixies in sight on shore. "However, we must take no risks," I said. "There may be a waterman hidden or asleep in the bottom of the boat. We must approach quietly and from all points so as to cut off escape to the shore." We crept through the reeds and at a signal rushed together upon the skiff. 3 pixies, huge, fierce fellows, sprang from the bottom of the boat and began a vigorous defense. One of our men was cut down instantly, but the rest of us clambered over the gunwale and made a hand-to-hand fight with our foes. The conflict was severe. We were nearly evenly divided as to numbers, although the Pixies had much the advantage as to size. However, we killed 2 of our enemies, but could not prevent the third from escaping. He leaped into the lake and ran fleetly over the water. We lost sight of him behind a clump of weeds, but knew that he would at once give the alarm. "Come, my men, be quick," I cried. "Take the oars. There is only one chance for us. We must push into the stream and pull for life." The order was obeyed. We were soon beyond the rushes in clear water, and having pushed the boat into the current, put her bow downstream and bent to the oars with all our might. For a few moments, we thought we should pass the fort unobserved. Then we saw several Pixies running out of the gates toward the shore. Others joined them. The boom of an alarm drum somewhere within the fort floated over the water, and in a brief space, the shore was lined with angry troops. We could see Spite the spy directing affairs, and soon a large boat shot out from the banks, full of armed Pixies. "Out to sea," I cried. "Out, and pull as you never did before. Our lives depend on it." It was vain. The boat gained rapidly upon us, and soon nearly touched our gunwale. "Cease rowing, lads," I cried. "There's nothing left but to sell our lives as dearly as possible." Corporal Dare seized a boat hook and plunged it into a Pixie officer who was about to board us, but another took his place, and another when he too had fallen. Taught caution by these losses, our assailants drew back from us, and while Dare stood on guard, Dart and Dodge, the 2 others surviving Brownies, and myself again took the oars. We reached the swiftest part of the stream where the current sets in heavily toward the shore, and I saw that we must drift in upon the beach. This also the Pixies saw, and seemed content to keep near us without taking further risk. The crowd on shore followed along our course, waiting for the final act. We were very near, but tugged away, hoping against hope that we might be carried past the jutting point and escape. Perhaps some such thought struck the Pixie boat commander, or it may be his crew could not restrain their fury. Several of them leaped out of the boat and ran toward us upon the water. Some water Pixies joined them from the shore. Our boat was seized. We dropped oars, and a death struggle began. Dart, after a gallant fight, fell dead in the boat. Dodge was overpowered, captured, and bound. Corporal Dare was at last dragged into the water by 2 sailors with whom he was in a hand-to-hand conflict, and the 3 sank together. I was alone, wounded, nearly exhausted, overpowered by numbers. What could I do? It was folly to fight the whole Pixie force. Plunging my sword into the face of the boat captain, I threw myself backward into the lake as though wounded unto death. Amid the horrible clangor and applause of the Pixie's victory cry, I sank. I struck out beneath the water, swam as far as I could, and cautiously came up to the surface. As good fortune would have it, I arose almost within reach of a floating leaf. This I grasped, edged myself around to the open water side, and drifted. I saw that the 2 boats were being pulled ashore by the excited captors, who were holding aloft on the points of their spears the body of poor Dart. There was great rejoicing, of course, and then the crowd slowly dispersed, bearing with them their prisoner, Dodge, and doubtless thinking that the rest of the Brownie party had been slain. Meanwhile, I drifted on, and in spite of every effort to the contrary, drew nearer the bank. The Pixie guard had now been doubled, and I feared that I had escaped death only to fall upon it in another form. The leaf lodged, and unluckily, upon a bare, sandy point. There was not a blade of grass behind which to find shelter. I therefore clung to my rude raft, which swayed up and down and turned round and round, so that I had hard work to keep my hold. Still, treading water, I followed with the leaf until it reached a spot where some driftwood had lodged. This is my chance, I thought. I crawled up on the sand and lay down behind and beneath the flotsam. The warmth of the sun was pleasant, for I was chilled by the water and was so exhausted that, would you believe it, I fell asleep. But my nap was a brief one. It was broken by the sound of voices, and starting up in a daze, I attracted the attention of the Pixie guard boat crew engaged in patrolling the lake. They turned the boat to the shore with a hurrah, and several leaped overboard and dashed toward me upon the water. There was nothing for it but to run, and that I did. Over the level, sandy bank, on, toward the tall grass beyond. The boat's crew were soon on my track. The shore sentinels joined them, and away we all sped pell-mell. Affairs seemed blue enough, it is true, but I had already escaped so wonderfully that I had high hope that I should yet reach camp and tell my story. At last, it seemed an age. The grass was reached. I plunged into the thicket, but the Pixies were close at my heels, too close to admit of escape, for they were all fresh and I quite worn out. As I passed a tall clump of grasses, I caught sight of a great pear-shaped egg nest of the huge Argiope pixie. I knew it well, for it was an abandoned nest of the past autumn, built there during one of the successful raids of our enemy. A happy thought came to me. I rushed into the grasses beyond the nest, then turned and doubled sharply upon my track, ran back, sprang into the clump of grass and weeds upon which the nest hangs, and swung myself toward it. There is an opening in the side, a sort of door or window for the escape of the young. Into this I dropped and lodged safely upon the flossy paddock inside. I had barely got in when my pursuers dashed by at full speed into the jungle which they had seen me enter. The whir and clatter of the rush I could hear as many of the crew passed just beneath me. On they sped, the noise grew fainter, and died away. Then I knew that once more I was saved. The bed upon which I lay was a soft one. It was made, in fact, of purple and yellow silk, but I was not much inclined to sleep, you may be sure. I lay close, however, until I heard the sound of returning footsteps. Back the Pixies came in singles, pairs, triplets, squads, and by their manner and utterance, I learned their disappointment and rage. At last, the place was quiet, and I ventured to look out of my little window. No enemy was in sight. I crept forth, descended, and crawling on hands and knees, after many adventures which I need not mention, passed the front of the fort, entered the space beyond, and easily found our camp. This is my report, sir. It is a sad enough one, but such are the risks of scouts, and I can truly say, for my brave comrades and myself, that we did all that we could.
No one will doubt that, said Captain Bruce. We deeply mourn the loss of so many brave and good comrades. May their memory be green forever.
He withdrew his hat and bowed his head. All present did the same, and stood in silence for a moment. We must all bear the chances of life and war, resumed the captain. And now, let us take up the next duty. What shall be our policy? We have heard the reports of the scouts. Shall we make an attack? The council of war, thus invoked, long and earnestly considered the question. Had not their hearts and hands been burdened and stayed by Governor Wille's neglect, the Brownies would have joyfully ventured an assault even upon such a stronghold. As matters stood, however, they judged that an attempt would only lead to useless loss and further discouragement. They recommended that the siege of the fort be continued as closely as possible, and that meanwhile, Captain Bruce and Lieutenant McWhirlie make another appeal to Governor Willie. Thus, the council closed. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Catherine Arwine. The Brownies visit Governor Willie. All that their unaided powers could do, the Brownies had now done, but the higher decrees of nature had linked their destiny with the will and conduct of the household whose welfare they guarded. Mysterious relation, you exclaim? True, and the creatures of the universe are bound to one another and to the great whole in relations whose mystery none has fathomed and which perplex the wisest. So what could the Brownies do, or what could men do in like a state, but continue steadfast in watching and duty, and do their best to change the wills upon whose action turned well or woe, success or failure? The truth is, Governor Willie had fallen into bad ways. It was a proud day to the Brownies, and joyously had they celebrated it when their friend had been elected governor of the great state of Ohio. But joy had been turned into mourning. New faces began to be seen around Hillside, and they carried little spiritual force and beauty upon them. Rude voices, coarse laughter, profane words, angry tones were no longer strange sounds in the Willie mansion. The lads who read this will soon be voters. Let them mark this. The man who goes into political life must take heed, or he will be swept away from safe moorings by a class of so-called party friends who are poor companions and worse counselors, and who elbow and crowd away the best elements of community. Now, Governor Willie did not take heed. He gave himself up to those who surrounded him for low, selfish ends, and drifted under their convoy into perilous channels. As the governor fell off from the good old ways, the Pixies triumphed at Hillside, and the Brownies lost control. That was the state of things when these records began. Indeed, it had well nigh come to such a pass with the Brownies that they ceased to ask, "How shall we beat back the Pixies?" and were beginning to wonder, "How shall we escape with our lives?" There could not have been a better leader than Bruce. He was bold, but prudent, having courage without rashness. He was cool, hopeful, and persevering. All the fairies loved and trusted him. He had risked his life 100 times for them and theirs. He was covered with scars. Amidst all troubles and losses, he had not lost heart. But now he was cast down and doubtful. Never did Captain have a better helper than Lieutenant McWhirlie. Active, tireless, with spirits that never drooped and zeal that never flagged. Prompt, obedient, brave, and intelligent, McWhirlie was a model officer. His one fault was that he sometimes failed in caution. Careless of his own life, he was apt to risk unduly the lives of his men. But in the wild, guerrilla warfare that the Brownies waged, such a fault seemed very like a virtue. Therefore, the lieutenant was loved by his troopers and honored by all. Affairs were truly serious when McWhirlie became discouraged, and he was discouraged now, beyond a doubt. The fact that the Pixies were fortified upon the lawn and encamped therein, bag and baggage, was bad enough. Yet this difficulty, courage, patience, and skill might overcome. But the destiny which linked their success with the behavior of Governor Willie bore heavily upon the good brownies since the governor had taken to evil ways. Therefore, the captain and lieutenant set out, with heavy hearts, for the mansion. A crowd of brownies followed a little way behind their officers. They saw them cross the lawn, spring into the great sugar maple tree, run along the lowest limbs, and swing themselves upon the sill of the chamber window. The window was open. Governor Willie sat beside it in an easy chair, reading a newspaper and enjoying the fresh morning air. The brownies saluted him. He dropped his paper and answered the greeting heartily. "Welcome, good brothers. 1,000 welcomes." His tone grew less cheery as he spoke the last words, for his eye caught the grave bearing and sad faces of his visitors. He knew at once that they must have come on serious business. Indeed, he might have guessed that at first, for except at Christmas times and on birthday and wedding anniversaries, the brownies rarely entered the mansion unless some urgent need required. They were always near at hand, the governor well knew, and hovered about house and grounds, doing kindly deeds in secret. But the family did not often hear or see them. In fact, Governor Willie had been so busy and was away from home so often that he had lost much of the old family interest in the gentle little people who loved and guarded him and his so tenderly. Yet he had not wholly forgotten them. They had visited him several times of late with complaints about their own dangers and warnings about his. He had thought lightly of the matter, and of that, indeed, he was a little ashamed, but then he was so busy. He rose from his chair. "Brothers," he said, "your sober faces bode a gloomy message. I know you are never pleased to waste words. Speak your errand freely. What troubles you?" "Brother Willie," answered Bruce, "we bring nothing new. It is the old trouble about the Pixies, the same complaint and warning that we have urged upon you of late more than once. Our enemies, and well you know they are yours too, are pressing closely upon us. They have driven us to the lawn at last, and even upon that they have built their fort and camp. A little space further, and we must flee into the house. And what most troubles us is that they will follow us. Ah, Brother Willie, our hearts are sad at the thought of Pixies filling your home. We have done our best, and we come to you for aid. You must help us drive back these wicked spirits. That is our petition and our request." The two brownies stood quietly with their bonnets, or Scotch caps, under their arms. Governor Willie impatiently crumbled the paper in his hand, came to the window and replied, "Tut, tut, Bruce. It certainly can't be as bad as that. You are a little blue this morning, I fear. Why, when did brownies ever give up to Pixies? It was never heard of." "Softly, Brother Willie," said the captain. "That has often happened, right here at Hillside, too. And it will happen again, you may depend on it, if Willie and Dido do not soon bestir themselves to help their old home fairies." Governor Willie hesitated, ahemed, and at last said, "I am loath to meddle in this affair, and really, I don't see that there is such pressing danger. I have little fear for my good, brave brownie friends. But I shall talk to Madame Dido about it, and if she is agreed, look out for aid, and get your troopers ready for a good chase after the Pixies." The two brownies withdrew, leaving the house by the way they had entered. They looked sad, although they tried to hide their feelings from the friends who awaited their coming. "What is the news?" cried the brownies. "Nothing as yet," answered Bruce, "but we hope for good news soon." "What will come of all this, Captain?" asked McWhirlie privately. "Very little, I fear," was the answer. "I can't think what has come over the governor of late. The Pixies seem to have spun their webs over his heart." "Over his eyes, rather," said McWhirlie. "Over his hands and feet. His heart is still true to the brownies, I am sure, but he can't or don't understand our troubles and his own perils." "Well, well,
We shall soon know. With that poor consolation, they sat down at the edge of the lawn by the gravel walk and waited. Presently, Governor Willie and his wife, Dido, came out of the house and walked slowly up the path. Willie was relating his interview with the Brownies. What do you think, wife? I fancy their stories about the Pixies are a good deal exaggerated. By fear, of course, I mean, for Brownies are clear truth always. Bruce said that the lawn was full of their tents and nets. Do you see them? I cannot see one, and I've been looking all along the walk. I quite agree with you, my dear, said the affectionate Dido. As for the pixie snares, I can see no more of them than you. Perhaps we had better wait a few days before we interfere. A few days, sighed Bruce, who heard all the conversation. It will be too late by that time, I fear. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. Madame Breeze comes to the rescue. Come, cried the captain at last. Moping is no part of duty. If Governor Willie won't help us, we must seek allies in other quarters, and for the rest, trust to our good swords. He raised his bugle to his lips and sounded a note or two, whereat his adjutant appeared. Blythe, said the captain, order out my pony and get ready to attend me to Hilltop. And you, McWhirlie, see that every brownie is armed and ready for work of any kind at a moment's warning. No fuss, please. Keep everything quiet as possible. I don't want Spite the spy to suspect any unusual movement. He'll give you credit for a little lack of caution when he finds you in command. And the captain laughed pleasantly as he said this. But mind, it mustn't be the genuine article now. Try for once to beat Spite at his own favorite tactics. Draw off the cavalry pickets, but see that your troopers are ready for the saddle. Look to the Pioneer Corps and see that the axes are in good order. Saunter around carelessly as you like, but keep your eyes open. Come, Blythe. The last words were spoken to his adjutant, who already stood holding the captain's butterfly pony Swallowtail, as well as his own. The Brownies sprang upon the creatures' backs and rode away. McWhirlie watched the forms of the horsemen until they were lost to view behind the gable of the house. Hey-ho, he sighed. The time was when the journey to Hilltop was a safe and pleasant ride. But it's a bold feat nowadays, with pixies waiting at every corner and their webs flapping on every bush. But I must e'en leave the captain with Providence and go about my own business. The afternoon was well advanced when Bruce and Blythe halted their jaded ponies under the shade of a laurel bush a little way from the lone aspen on Hilltop. Poor fellow, said the captain as he stroked Swallowtail's drooping wings. It was too bad to bring you on such a service, with plenty of stouter nags in the stable. But we had to run the gauntlet of the Pixies, you know, and those big fellows would never have got through unnoticed. Think they can carry us back? He asked anxiously. I doubt it, Captain, was the answer, but rest and a hearty meal may bring him around all right. Very well. Then do you care for them while I go to the lone aspen? The lone aspen stood on the summit of the hill. It was an old tree with wide, spreading branches and great girth of trunk. The trunk was hollow and covered with warts. One of these was quite near the roots and was pierced in the center with a hole which exposed the hollow within. Bruce stopped at the foot of the tree beneath this opening and blew a peculiar note upon a whistle which hung by a chain about his neck. There was no answer. He whistled again. Still no response. Along the rough scales and ridges of bark running up and down the trunk, a stairway had been made like the rounds of a ladder. Upon this, the captain climbed towards the opening. He stepped out upon a bulging wart and peeped within the tree. It was empty. Again, he blew his whistle. The echoes rolled up and down the hollow trunk and died away far above toward the branches, where a faint streak of light shone through an opening like the one in which the brownie stood. "This is strange," exclaimed the captain. He turned and looked up at the sun through the branches of the tree. "Surely Madame Breeze should be at the lone aspen at this time of day. However, I must climb to the window and wait." He sat down on the window ledge, and as he was tired out by long journeys, hard labors, and sleepless nights, in spite of himself, he fell into a doze. Ooh, ooh, ooh! A sound like the tones of a distant bell awoke him. "Ah, she has come!" he cried, and jumped to his feet. Madame Breeze was passing with her attendants through the door. Her voice sounded through the hollow trunk as she swept into it. In a moment, the captain felt her breath upon his cheek and presently stood face to face with her at the window. She kissed him heartily, brushed his hair back caressingly from his forehead, and addressed him in a sprightly, kindly way. Madame Breeze was an elf of pleasing appearance, plump to the verge of stoutness, but singularly graceful and airy in all her movements. She was troubled with an asthma, which interrupted her speech with frequent attacks of coughing and wheezing, much to her discomfort and the disturbance of her temper. She had an odd fashion of expanding and contracting in size, either suddenly or gradually. This occurred oftenest during her attacks of asthma, and to those who first saw this, the sight was a startling one. "So, my brave little captain," said the elf, "you've been whistling for the breeze at last, have you? Ah, I thought you would come to it some day, but you always were such an independent little body. Whew! And you have come to the little fat lady at last, hey? Well, I am heartily glad to see you. Whew! And you'd have been welcome long ago. Please, sit down and tell me your errand." She bustled about all the while and kept everything and everybody around her in a whirl of excitement. "There now, I've composed myself to listen. Please, but I suspect that I know without being told. Whew! However, say on while I sit here and rock myself." The merry lady twisted together a couple of boughs into the shape of a rude swing, and seating herself among the leaves, swayed back and forth, wheezing, coughing, oohing and aahing, while Bruce told the story of his troubles. "And now," he concluded, "I appeal to you for help." He took the whistle from his neck and laid it in the elf's hand. "This talisman has always opened a way for brownies to the heart and help of you and yours." "Tut, tut," said Madame, throwing the chain around the captain's neck again. "Put up your whistle. Whew! No need to remind Madame Breeze by that of the claim of the fairies upon her and hers. And so, these horrid pixies have worried the life out of you, and you tarried all this time before coming to me. Wheeze, wheeze, confound this cough. And you didn't go to my gentle Lady Zephyr this time, hey? Her balmy breath wouldn't quite suit your present purpose. Ho, ho, ho. Good stout Madame Breeze for you, hey? Whew. Ah, I see that brownies, like other folk, when they get into trouble, prefer the useful to the ornamental. Well, well, you're right enough.
Whereupon the jolly, kind-hearted elf swung and rolled herself about and made the leaves of the lone aspen fairly dance with the voice of her laughter.
Now to business.
Madame Breeze sobered down just one moment as she spoke.
How did you come here? On the ponies, hey? Call Blythe.
Bruce blew his bugle. Presently, Blythe clambered up the ladder and saluted the elf.
How are the ponies, Blythe? Pretty well done out, hey? Not fit for the journey back? In a pinch, are you? So I thought. Well, you brownies do miss it sometimes, you must confess.
Madame ran on, asking and answering her own questions, without giving Blythe a chance to speak a word. However, she seemed, through some mysterious news agency of her own, to know everything without information from the brownies.
Need fresh horses, just as I suppose. Here, whirl it. Wheeze! Whew! Confound that cough. Blythe, call Whirlet for me, the rascal. He's always out of the way when I want him.
Notwithstanding the bad character given him by his mistress, Whirlet was at the window in a moment.
There, keep still now and listen.
Madame herself was quite as restless as the frisky Whirlet while she gave her orders, bouncing back and forth all the time among the leaves.
Still, I say. Put Swallowtail and Blythe's pony in the stable and get out my gold-tailed matches. Order all hands to be ready to leave immediately. Quick, off with you.
Whirlet sprang from the window, turning a score of somersaults or more on his way to the ground. He returned presently, leading a pair of gold-tailed moths. They were beautiful insects, with soft, downy plumage, snowy white color, and a tuft of yellow hair at the end of the tail.
Aren't they beauties?
Cried Madame, casting an admiring glance at her splendid matches.
And fast, too, and thoroughly trained. And what's the strangest thing about them? They're not worth an old straw in the daytime. They hang around on the bark here as spiritless as a toadstool. But the moment evening comes, they spruce up and hie away. They're brisk enough then. Queer, isn't it? But I keep 'em just for night work. Now we're all ready for a bout with the Pixies. Pooh, the nasty beasts. I hate to soil my breath with them and their clammy snares. But brownies can't be left to suffer. Ready, Captain? Yes? Very well then. Mount and away.
The afternoon was nearly gone. Below Hilltop, the woods, orchard, house, lawn and garden all lay in shadow. The gold-tailed matches were in fine spirits. Their energetic mistress kept close behind them, buoying them up and urging them on, and in a short time they reached the spring at the foot of the orchard back of the mansion.
Halt! Cried Madame Breeze. I shall wait here in the tops of the trees while you move forward and get your brownies ready. Be quick now, and when you want me, remember the whistle.
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. Attack on the Old Lodge. Bruce put spurs to Goldtail and flew across the garden, followed closely by Blythe. They reached the lawn and crossed the Brownie camp. They stopped at the captain's headquarters under the rosebush. Everything was in confusion. McWhirlie was pacing back and forth in high excitement. A group of brownies surrounded him, talking
and gesticulating violently. "Silence!" cried McWhirlie, stopping suddenly, facing the excited group. "I tell you that I will not stir a hand in this thing until Captain Bruce returns, or until it is settled that he will no return this night. I love Rodney as fondly as you. He is my dearest friend, the captain's own brother, my comrade in 1,000 fights and forays. But it would bring on a battle where I had to consent to follow my own heart and your wishes. That would ruin us all. I cannot, dare not, will not. I must obey my orders. Silence, I say." Bruce leaped from Goldtail's back and walked hastily into the midst of the group. The Brownies did not notice him until he stood by McWhirlie's side. A clamor of surprise, satisfaction, and grief greeted him. The lieutenant's face brightened, then clouded again, as with sympathy and pain. "Speak, McWhirlie," said the captain. "What has happened? What is wrong with Rodney? Quick, and tell the worst at once." "He is shut up by the Pixies, along with his boy, Johnny." "What? Rodney captured? I never would have thought it. How did it come about?" "It was not exactly his own fault, sir. He had been busy about the boats all day. You know we were to have everything in order, and I had asked him to look after his sailors. He took Johnny with him, not an hour ago, sir, to have a last look at matters. He did not want to take the little fellow, but the lad was bent on going, and besides he is a brisk, young Brownie, and quite able to look after himself. Rodney was busy at the rivulet about some naval affairs and left the boy for a few moments on shore. Just then, one of the butterfly ponies flew by and strolled off towards the Pixie picket line. Johnny saw its danger and ran to bring it back. He had gone but a little way when he was seized by one of the Pixie scouts, who are always hovering around now, and clapped into one of our old lodges, which they have covered with spinning work and are using as a guard house." "But Rodney, how came he into their hands?" the captain cried. "I am coming to that. The Commodore heard Johnny's cries, sprang on shore, and rushed upon the old wretch who had captured the lad and who was spinning a rope across the door. He cut him down with one blow of his cutlass and ran into the lodge to get Johnny." "Ha! That was well done," exclaimed Bruce. "Yes, sir, but he wasn't quick enough. A score of pickets heard the fuss, and before Rodney could repass the door, they had blocked it up with their snares, double-lashed and sealed it, and there they are." "How did you find out all this?" "Why, of course, some of the sailors also heard the boy's cries and followed the Commodore, but only in time to see how things had gone. They ran back to the camp, and here they are, clamoring, threatening, pleading to get me to order all hands to the rescue of Rodney and his boy." "Have you done anything?" "I have set guards to watch the lodge and report continually how things go. For the rest, I have tried to keep the camp in perfect quiet." "How goes it with the prisoners? Are they well?" "Yes," answered Pipe, the boatswain. "The Commodore has his boy in the very furthest end of the lodge, and he stays there, walking back and forth before the lad, cutlass in hand. They haven't dared to molest him yet. He sounded his bugle once or twice, and I know he wonders why his friends, especially his old tars, have deserted him. It's well nigh broke our hearts, Captain." "He was hired to resist the pressure, Captain," said McWhirlie, "and harder still to control my own heart. But I did what I thought my duty. I stand ready to suffer for it if I erred, and now that you're back, all I ask is to lead the rescue. I will save Rodney and his boy, or leave my carcass with the Pixies." "My dear fellow," said Bruce, "you did quite right. God bless you for your love of me and mine, but especially bless you for your firmness on this occasion. It would have been a sad day for us all if the life of our nation had been risked for the sake of one however dear to me and to us all. Now, get ready for action. Is all in order for the assault?" "Everything." "Then rally the men. We will advance with all our force. We must first save Rodney and his boy. Then we shall clean out the whole pixie nest. The battle word is rescue. Madame Breeze waits yonder in the orchard to join us." How the order flew through the Brownie camp. Love for Rodney and the news of the near presence of their powerful ally put hope and courage into all hearts. Every man was in his place. Even the older boys had taken arms, hoping for permission to join in the battle, or at least the chase. The captain led his men swiftly and cautiously by a roundabout route to the site of the old lodge, which was at the extreme eastern flank of the Pixie camp. He skirted the lawn, passed the spring, and struck the bank of the rivulet at the foot of the orchard. There, he waited until the full moon had risen above the hills and slanted her rays along the river and into the bosom of little Lake KATRINE. "Hark!" said the captain at last. "Hark!" The word passed in a whisper along the line. Up in the treetops, Madame Breeze and her train were waiting for the signal. Not waiting patiently, indeed, for they rocked and rolled among the round-topped apple trees and swung to and fro among the tall pears, rustling the leaves, shaking down the fruit, and whistling among the branches. But there they were, all ready, eager to rush upon their foes. The Brownies had now reached a point well to the east of the Pixie camp and fort. Just beyond them was the lodge, now changed into a tube weaver's den, in which the Commodore and his boy were confined. Captain Bruce halted the column and distributed the men throughout the tall grass. He formed a half circle looking toward the old lodge, the pioneers or axemen being in the center. "Steady now a moment," he exclaimed in a low tone to McWhirlie. He fell upon hands and knees and glided through the grass. He was back in a few moments. "It is all right. Not more than a dozen pixies are on guard. The rest are beyond the demaloon in the camp at supper, carousing, singing, and making merry over Rodney's capture. Poor fellow. He is seated in the far end of the lodge, holding Johnny on his lap. The boy has cried himself asleep. The Commodore has one hand on his sword and rests his face upon the other. Neither friend nor foe seems to be expecting us. Attention!" The order ran in low whispers around the line. "Ready! Ready!" This word passed from officer to officer in the same way. Then the captain stepped to the head of the axemen, put his whistle to his lips, and blew a long blast. The shrill notes cut through the air. Rodney heard it, lifted up his boy, leaped to his feet, and cried, "Come, Johnny, up! Wake! It is a rescue!" The Pixie guards heard it. They grasped their weapons and crowded together before the door of the lodge. Spite the Spy and his horde heard it as they feasted and made merry. They hastily seized their arms. "What's in the wind now?" muttered Spite. "That beast of a Bruce is at the bottom of it, I warrant." But none of them seemed seriously to expect an attack. The Brownie camp had been quiet all day. Their captain was known to be absent. Their Commodore was a prisoner. There had been no sign of any unusual stir. Up in the orchard, where she swung impatiently among the treetops, good Madame Breeze heard the same call. "Ah, there it goes at last. Thank our star for that. Wait, whirl it, whisk, keener, and all the rest of you, do you hear? Up and away, away, ooh, ooh, ooh." The Brownies were crouched in the grass, every nerve strained to the utmost, every eye fixed eagerly upon their leader, awaiting the word of command. It came at last. Bruce dropped his whistle, drew his broadsword, and shouted the welcome word, "Charge!" With a wild hurrah, the column closed in upon the lodge, McWhirlie leading one wing, Pipe the other, and Bruce at the head of the axemen leading the center. It was a complete surprise. The guard of Pixies broke, parting to right and left. One squad fell into the hands of the sailors and were all slain. The others fared little better with McWhirlie and his troopers. The door gave way before the strokes that the captain and his pioneers rained upon it, and Rodney, with his boy in his arms, sprang out. 3 times 3 hearty cheers rang in the evening air as the brave-hearted sailor came forth, a free man. "Brother Rodney," said Captain Bruce, "there is not even time for greeting. Send your boy to the rear. Take command of your men. We are to charge the whole Pixie camp and fort. Madame Breeze is behind us. You know the rest. Forward." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. How the Fort was Saved. By this time, the Pixies in the main camp had recovered from their surprise. The Brownies' battle cry, "Rescue," showed plainly the object of the assault. The Pixies were used to war's alarms, and as for their leader, Spite, lack of promptness and skill was not among his faults. Therefore, Rodney had scarcely been set free ere Spite had his followers in line. However, he did not expect an attack upon himself, for he fancied that the Brownies had been too much cowed lately to venture upon the offensive. He thought they would be satisfied with rescuing Rodney and would then retreat, and that he determined to prevent. "Come, my lads," he shouted. "We must not let these creatures escape us this time. Teach them what it is to break into a Pixie camp. Fall on them. Give no quarter. Spare no one. Let your battle cry be death." He ran to the front as he spoke, shaking in one hand a poisoned dart and holding in the other his war club. The Pixies followed keenly enough, shouting their terrible watchword, but their confidence was dashed as they saw the Brownies, so far from retreating, actually forming their line of battle in front of the demoloon. The Pixies paused at this sight. Even Spite hesitated a moment. In that moment, a shower of arrows rained upon them from the Brownie bows. Then, with a ringing cheer, the brave fairies charged. The 2 columns closed. Above the clash of weapons and clamor of battle were heard ever and anon the voices of the Pixies sounding the war cry, "Death," and the cheery tenor of the Brownies answering with the sweet word, "Rescue." The leaders of the 2 parties were in the thickest of the fight. Spite was well seconded by his 2 lieutenants, Hetty and Hyde, and the rank and file of the Pixies behaved valiantly. The Brownies had gained much by their first onset upon the picket line and outposts, but, on the other hand, were far the weaker party. It were hard to say which army might have won the fight had they been left to themselves, but this was not to be. Madame Breeze swept down upon the struggling lines. For a moment, she hovered over the battle, confused and angry at the prospect. "Why, what can I do?" she cried. "Here, whirl it, keener, bluster, you rogues. Stop, I say. Don't you see? Hoo! You can do nothing against the Pixies without injuring the Brownies. They're so mixed together that I can scarce tell one from the other." Whirlet had already thrown himself into the midst of the fight. He espied Captain Bruce and bounded to his side. 2 great pixies were rushing upon the captain with uplifted spears and wide open mouths from which terrible fangs were thrust. With one puff of his keen breath, WILLE sent both these warriors spinning and tumbling in the dust. "Thanks," cried the captain. "That was a kindly service, right bravely done." WILLE threw himself over and over again as a token of his satisfaction, and then said, "Madam awaits your orders. She fears to mix in the fight, lest she may do more harm than good. What shall we do? Make haste, please. The old lady is very much excited and won't wait long. She'll be in mischief if—" "Silence, sir," said the captain sternly. "Don't speak in such terms of your mistress. Tell Madame Breeze, with my compliments, to knock over the pixie camp, houses and fort, and leave the enemy themselves to us." "Whoo!" whistled WILLE as he leapt into the air. "A peppery brownie, that. Served me right, however." He found Madame Breeze almost bursting with anger, confusion, anxiety, excitement, and the exertion of self-restraint. "You imp of ingratitude," she began. "How could you dare?" "Madam," cried WILLE, interrupting her, "the captain says with his compliments, you will please knock over the pixie camp, tents, houses, fort, and all." Madame's brow cleared in a moment. "That I will," she answered in her usual jovial tones. "Hi! Away, my hearties! Come, come now! Blow ye winds and crack your cheeks!" Thereupon, Madame Breeze and her company fell upon the pixie camp. The breastwork, or demaloon, that had been woven around the outer bounds was leveled in an instant. Then the clamorous crew fell upon the circle of huts and tents that stood next within. It was not so easy work here. "Whoop!" shouted WILLE as he threw himself with full force, back foremost, against one of the broad canvas sides. "Ugh!" was the next exclamation heard from him as he bounded back like an India rubber ball and fell sprawling among tent pins and ropes. "Ho, ho, ho!" The merry laugh of Madame Breeze rolled out through the hurly-burly at this discomfiture of her page. "Try it again, WILLE. It's easily done, you know. You'd make a fine baseball now, wouldn't you? Ha, ha!" WILLE did try again, then Whisk and Bluster and Keener, and last of all, Madame Breeze threw her round body against the tent. The ropes snapped, the walls tumbled together, and in a trice, the noisy breezes had sent ropes, canvas, and poles streaming away into the air, broken into 100 pieces. One after another, the pixies' dens, nests, tents, huts, barns, and storehouses shared the same fate at the hands of the busy wreckers. In a few moments, the ruins of the camp were scattered in confused heaps upon the earth, or were floating off upon the wings of the storm. The females, or Pixies, who, with their brood of young, had been left in possession of the camp, at first showed fight, but they soon saw that resistance was vain, and fled into the fort, where they hid themselves in the sheltered corners and angles, or cowered against the lee side of pebbles, leaves, clumps of grass, and the various rubbish that littered the ground. All this time, the conflict was raging between the Brownies and Pixies outside the barricade. Great as was the clamor raised at the overthrow of the camp, the noise of battle was so loud and the feelings of the combatants so intense that none knew what havoc Madame Breeze was making. A lad ran into the rear line of the Pixie troops calling for the chief. "Back to your mother, boy," was the gruff response, and leave the battle to warriors. But Mother has fled into the fort. The house is broken down. The camp is attacked. The barricades are leveled. Everything is ruined. I must see the captain." The evil tidings rapidly spread, and even before it reached the chief, the line began to waver and fall back toward the camp. Spite fell into a towering rage when the message was brought to him. He cursed Madame Breeze. He cursed the Pixie who stopped the messenger and thus caused the bad news to spread. He cursed Bruce and the Brownies. He cursed his own eyes also, although he might have saved himself that trouble, for they had never been a blessing to anybody. "But cursing won't mend matters, Chief," said Lieutenant Hyde. "The fort still stands. We can fall back to that and save what we may." "Drummer, sound the retreat," cried Spite, "and Hyde, do you fall back with the right wing to the fort. Orderly, bid Lieutenant Hetty take command and cover the retreat. Tell him to fight every inch of ground." Then Spite turned upon his heels and hurried to the rear. In truth, he was not sorry for an excuse to withdraw from the fight. He stumbled over the ruins of the camp at every step. It was a complete wreck. Not a tent, not a building of any kind remained, except the fort, to which he bent his course. It was a huge structure, as we have seen, braced and strengthened by every art and effort at the Pixie's command. But Spite's heart failed him as he looked around and saw how everything else in camp had vanished away before the mighty breath of his adversaries. "See," he exclaimed, "Madame Breeze and her train have just attacked the fort. Will it hold out, I wonder?" With this thought in mind, he hurried forward. Keener saw him coming and recognized him at once. "There comes Spite the spy," he shouted. "At him, boys. Let us toss him in one of his own sticky blankets." "Aye, aye," answered Whisk. "Suppose we fling him over the horns of the moon and let him—" "Let him stick there," cried Whirlet, finishing the sentence, whereat the trio pounced pell-mell upon the Pixie chief. "Very well, my lads," exclaimed Madame Breeze. "You are quite welcome to a monopoly of the old beast. Whew! How he smells of poison! He well nigh takes my breath. Fort smashing suits me better." With these words, she threw herself against the Agalena wing of Fort Spender. Every cord and canvas in it shook with the violence of the onset. But it was unbroken. Again and again the stout elf cast herself against the walls. The cords creaked and seemed about to part, but so elastic were they that they swayed inward with a heavy surge and then back again. The weeds, blades of grass and twigs to which the ropes and beams were fastened, bent under the weight of the blast, but were unbroken. All this time, Spite was struggling with the three elves. They pinched his skin. They plucked at his cheek, mouth, and nostrils. They almost blinded him with blasts, which they cast full into his eyes. They pulled his clothes and held him by the limbs. But he kept on his path. Stoutly, stubbornly, he fought his way, step by step, until he stood at last before the gate of the fort. He was seen at once, and a dozen of the inmates ran forward to admit him. "Not for your lives," he shouted. "Don't leave a crack open if you can help it, for these blusterers to enter. It would be ruin to open the gate." He looked around him. Hyde and his party were still a goodly distance away. He could hear above the voices of the storm the rousing cheers of the Brownies as they pressed more and more closely upon Hetty, who was doggedly giving way, disputing every inch of ground. Whirlet, Whisk, and Keener had left him at the beck of Madame Breeze and now joined that lusty elf in their assaults upon Fort Spender. "What is done must be done quickly," thought Spite. "May all the fury seized the old monster. She has broken a breach in the roof, see? The garrison, aided by the women and children, are doing bravely. There, that villain Keener has cut his way to the inside of Fort Agalena, and there go Whisk and Whirlet after him. How the walls sway back and forth. The roof bulges upward. The reprobates, they are trying to break through the roof. If they do that, and Madame Breeze gets in, all is lost. Away will go the whole building with a crash. What shall I do? If we could only anchor the roof, but there is no ballast about. Hyde and his men are far away yet. Confusion seized them. Why aren't they here now? It was a trying moment for the interests of the Pixies. All seemed to turn upon the fate of the fort, and that to depend upon one person. But that person was Spite the Spy, and he had never yet been wholly without resources. Hopeless as the case appeared, he was equal to the emergency. He would save the fort if it could be saved. He jumped from the weed top, which he had mounted for better observation, and plunged into the midst of the ruins of the camp. He stopped before a pebble almost the size of his own body. "That will do, I think," he muttered. He seized the stone, twisted a cable around it, and dragged it away toward the fort. It was but a moment's work to climb upon an overhanging weed, fasten the cable to a branch, and swing the stone over upon the roof. The canvas sheet sank downward under the pebble's weight. Spite watched it with keen interest. The elastic stuff swayed upward and downward several times and seemed about to settle firmly when Whirlet leaped upward against it with his strong shoulders. The pebble flew off the roof, spinning through the air close to the head of the Pixie chief, who looked on from his perch among the leaves. "Failure," muttered Spite. "Try again, old fellow," shouted Whirlet from the inside, where he was capering in high good humor above the heads of the enraged inmates. "Good advice," Spite responded with feigned cheerfulness. "I will try again, and succeed next time, too." A mocking laugh followed him as he swung himself down the weed by his rope ladder and hurried off again into the ruined camp. On, on, on. He stopped at last. This is it, the very thing. But can I manage it? He stood before a broken twig as thick as his own body and 5 or 6 times as long as himself. Think of a man carrying a log as thick as himself and 25 or 30 feet long. That was something like the feat that Spite undertook. "But I can do it," he said. "I must do it." The energy and strength of despair were upon him. He seized the beam with his long arms, bowed himself to the burden, and lifted it. Tottering with the weight and stumbling over the debris of the desolate village, he laid down the beam at last at the foot of the tall weed. The task was not ended. He twisted a cable around the log and mounted into the foliage. He stood 100 times his own height above the weight he wished to lift. Would he ever get it up? We shall see. He hauled upon his rope until it was stretched to its utmost. Then one end of the stick slowly rose above the earth, up, up, until the other end was in the air. See? It swings quite free. It is rising higher, higher. Hand over hand, the strong and patient workman is drawing the beam slowly and surely toward the top of the plant. Madame Breeze began to be concerned about this new effort of Spite's. A few more stout assaults, and the roof must give way, dragging with it walls and all. But what if Spite should manage to get his great log anchor on it? It would hold the roof so steady that no power at her command could move it. Moreover, it would bear the roof down toward the ground, and so prevent Whirlet Keener, and Whisk from breaking through by stretching the elastic cords upward until they snapped. They could make no headway by pressing downward, since the earth stayed the cords in that direction. And how could they heave the roof upward with a great log lying on it? "I don't want to begin this affair all over again," quoth Madame Breeze, "for in sooth, I'm pretty well out of breath now. Wheeze! A few more turns will use me up. Therefore, my good Mr. Spite, I fear that I must interfere with this logging business of yours." So saying, she flung herself upon the beam as it hung far up in the air, slowly mounting to its place. It swayed up and down a moment, as an object fastened to an elastic thread will do, and then, crash! The rope snapped, and the log fell to the ground. Not a whit discouraged by this disaster, Spite looped the end of the cable over the weed, and before Madame had fairly got her breath again, he had made fast the log, reascended the bush, and was pulling might and main upon the rope. He had his reward. There was no second breaking of the cable, although Madame Breeze threw her weight upon the log. It reached its position. It hung nearly over the roof. Spite tied the rope, crept out upon the branch, reached down to the log, and with one push of his long arm, swung it inward and over the roof. At the same time, he cut the cable. The log dropped to its place. The roof that had been bulging out, just ready to burst, sank into its true position. The walls were anchored now. The fort was saved. Madame Breeze gathered all her strength for a last onset. Whirlet, Whisk, and Keener, on the inside, vigorously seconded her attempt. But it failed. "Well, well," said Madame, "I give it up. I'm out of breath, clear blowed. Whew! I have scarce wind enough to get home with. Wheeze! Come out of that, lads. Our work is done for today." The three elves crept, rather crestfallen, out of the opening in the roof made by the pebble, and the whole party, without more ado or another word, puffed back to Lone Aspen. Spite sat upon the branch and watched their departure. He rubbed his hands and said, "Aha!" He knew that he had done a deed that would gain him glory among the Pixies. That was pleasant, but after all, that which pleased him best was the thought that he had saved a pixie fort from which to plot and war against the good brownies. Yes, my dears, one may be clever, wise, and accomplished, but very, very bad withal, as poet Burns truly sang, "The heart's eye, the part eye, that makes us right or wrong." Hyde and his company of pixies came up to the fort soon after Madame Breeze and her retainers had gone. The south gate was thrown open, and the inmates ran out and mingled with their friends, loudly praising the deed by which Spite had saved the fort. The hero of all this praise sat quietly on his perch resting, surveying the field and thinking. He had need of his wisest thoughts, for the victorious brownies were already beyond the outer line of the demaloon, steadily driving Hetty and his division before them. Spite dropped to the ground by the cable that still swung upon the bush. "Go back into the fort," he said to the fugitives. "Your own homes are gone, and that will be the safest place for you now. As for us," addressing the soldiers, "we must make a last stand here and keep it. The sun is nearly down. If we can hold the position for a little longer, night will bring relief and give time for some plan that shall change the fortune of battle. Advance!" The line moved forward to support Hetty. The site of the fort was well chosen for defense. It stood upon a swelling height of the lake shore, with a space of smooth grass in front. On this little plain, a short distance beyond the height, at Spite's command, the the Pixies began putting up a breastwork. They wrought rapidly, weaving together grass blades, leaves, and twigs, and spinning between them ropes and webs. Spite himself, with a few of the ablest warriors, went to assist Hetty in holding back the Brownies. The plan succeeded. By the time the fighting force was ready to fall back, the workers had thrown up a rampart behind which the entire army retreated in good order. A series of skirmishes began along the line of breastworks, but the evening shadows soon fell and separated the combatants. The Brownies were in fine spirits. They were confident of complete victory on the morrow. A line of cavalry pickets, under Lieutenant McWhirlie, was posted throughout the plain which skirted nearly 3/4 of the knoll on which the fort stood. These pickets were ordered to keep moving the whole night, thus keeping strict guard upon the Pixies at the points whence they were most likely to make a sally or seek to escape. Sentinels were also placed on the lakeside or rear of the fort. In that quarter, the bank sloped toward the lake and was dotted with bushes that straggled singly or in clumps to the water's edge. Soon, the campfires and lanterns of the Brownie army were glimmering along the outer border of the plain and through the copse by the lakeside. They looked like fireflies dancing among the boughs, and indeed, they were encaged fireflies, or bits of foxfire from decayed stumps. As the whole country was now open to Captain Bruce, he had no trouble in securing supplies for his troops, so that the Brownies went to the night's rest or duty with refreshed bodies as well as hopeful spirits. Matters were not so pleasant with the Pixies. The provisions laid up within Fort Spinder were not abundant, and Spite had to order all to be put upon short rations. Moreover, their hunting ground was quite limited, of course, and the game on which they were used to prey had been frightened off by the late commotions. However, the lights from the watchfires of their enemies drew some unwary and over-curious night wanderers within the confines of the fort, and the hungry Pixies were able to catch a few of them. As for Spite, their chief, he was silent and moody. After mounting the guards and giving necessary orders, he threw himself upon the ground, wrapped his blanket around him, and began to think. We shall learn the fruits of his plotting by and by. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kathryn Arwine. The Sanitary Corps. In the center of the Brownie camp were 3 large tents: the officers' headquarters, the hospital tent, and the marquee of the Sanitary Corps. These were wrought out of large leaves, deftly stretched upon frames with edges overlapping like a tiled roof, and anchored to the ground by small pebbles, heaps of sand, and by tent pins of thorns or splinters. The headquarters tent was occupied by the chief officers, Bruce, Rodney, McWhirlie, and Pipe. The hospital tent was devoted to the sick and wounded, but one would not easily imagine who were the occupants of the sanitary tent. We shall therefore lift the door of the marquee and peep within. It is a snug place. In the center, well up toward the roof, a large foxfire lantern hangs from the ridgepole, which sheds a soft light throughout the interior. A strong odor of herbs and ointments fills the place, the reason for which soon appears. For we Brownie women are busy with retorts, jars, boxes, lint, bandages, and various other articles of the healing art. The oldest of the party, judged by our human standard, has reached that uncertain boundary of womanhood which divides maiden from matron. One might venture to call her an old maid Brownie, And perhaps she would not deny it, for that is a class, God bless them, whom the Brownies dearly love. But no one could aver that the fairy woman had suffered loss of charms by advance in life. One glance into her face shows how pure, gentle, and good must be the disposition that has wrought the tracery of such sweet expression around her features. Her name is Agatha. She is the only child of Captain Bruce, and one does not wonder, having once seen her, that even the Brownies call her Agatha the Good. She is spreading upon tiny bandages, out of a tiny jar, some kind of ointment, the recipe for which, you may be sure, is in none of our dispensaries, but which the Brownies call lily balm. The young Brownie who attends her, not as a handmaid, but companion, is called Grace. Her face is such a goodly one. Her manners are so gentle, easy, and winning. Her every movement so graceful, delicate, and yet so full of life that we shall not be surprised to hear you say, surely she must be the Fairy Queen herself. At the other end of the tent, kneeling over a brazier filled with coals, is the third member of the Sanitary Corps. She holds above the coals a retort in which she is distilling lily balm. Her back is toward us, and her face is hidden. There, you have caught a glimpse of it as she turned her head to speak to her companion. The cheeks are flushed, the eyes are bright with the glow of the coals. There is an earnest, pitiful look in their deep blue that speaks of thought intent upon present duty, but there is also a strange light therein, a light as from some far-away world that throws an air of mystery around this person and bids your thoughts pause reverently as they run on in judgment concerning her. This is Faith, the daughter of Rodney, the Commodore. She is young, as the Brownies count years, and was born at sea, that is, upon the Lake KATRINE of Brownieland, through which flows the rivulet at the foot of the orchard. At Faith's side is her companion and friend, Sophia, the daughter of Pipe, the boatswain. There is a mixture of boldness and shyness in her manner that strikes one at once. Her movements have the snap and positiveness of a practical woman. Her eyes sparkle with intelligence. There is in them a keen, questioning look, which tells that she loves not only to know, but to know the reason why. If she were not a Brownie, you would probably say she was a pushing sort of person, that you scarcely could decide whether she was more curious or sincere, more dreamy or practical, more skeptical or credulous. But that she is beautiful, you would not hesitate to say. She is busy among the herbs, sorting them, making ready material for Faith's retort. Now that you have seen the Sanitary Corps and learned their names, you may drop the door of the tent, and we shall go on with the story. Come, Grace, we have done quite enough for the present, said Agatha. Bring the bandages, and let us go to the hospital. Have you lint and balm in your satchel? Very well. That is all we need now. Faith, hadn't you better leave off distilling and help us for a while with the dressing? Yes, if you wish it, answered Faith, and we can stop now as well as not. The pots and herbs were set aside, and Faith and Sophia followed Agatha and Grace through the rear door of the marquee. They crossed into the hospital under a covered way that united the two tents. The hospital was a spacious tent, or rather several large tents or marquees joined in one. Along each side on the rude cots, hastily made from dried grass and leaves, lay a number of wounded Brownies. The sufferers turned their eyes upon the nurses as they entered, and at once their faces lit up with pleasure. Agatha and her friends went from couch to couch, carrying the blessings of their healing art. Some of the men had hurts that had not yet been dressed. These were first carefully washed. The lint, which the nurses carried in their satchels, was laid upon the wound to absorb the poison, and the balm applied. A pixie, uses his fangs when fighting at close quarters with terrible effect. His mouth is a tremendous piece of machinery. The jaws are each armed with a sharp, movable fang, pierced near its end. When the pixie bites, a poisonous fluid flows through this hole into the wound. In battle with brownies, the pixies try to come to close quarters. Being much larger and more powerful, they seize them in their hairy arms, strike their fangs into them, and spring back quickly out of reach of the brownie's sharp sword or axe. All this is done so rapidly that often, ere the victim has time to strike a blow, he has been wounded and cast down, and his assailant is out of reach. The poison leaves a painful wound in the brownie's flesh, frequently disabling, but never killing him unless the heart be reached. Indeed, no brownie ever perished by any form of violence except drowning, suffocation, or a heart stroke. For the hurt made by pixie fangs, the lily balm made by the Sanitary Corps is a sure remedy. If applied at once upon soft lint, which absorbs the poison, the relief is immediate. But in any case, it will ease the pain and in the end, cure the wound. The uses of this balm and all the services which the sick require were well known by Agatha and her aides. They always followed the army. No risk or toil was shunned by them upon their noble mission. They were the wards of the nation and the favorites of the army. Moreover, for why should we keep it a secret, every one of them was dearly beloved by a worthy youth who had the joy of being loved in return. The 4 nurses made the round of the hospital, visited every couch, and applied or ordered needed remedies. At the end of the tent was a group of brownies with wounds which required treatment but were not serious enough to hinder from duty. Their hurts were quickly cared for, and one after another the party dropped out until only one was left. He was a tall, shapely youth who stood within the shadow of the gangway with his face muffled in a cloak. As the last of the group was dismissed from the nurse's hands, he stepped forward into the light, dropped his cloak, saluted the nurses, and advancing to Sophia's side, held out toward her his left arm. The sleeve had been ripped up, and a blood-stained bandage surrounded the forearm. Sophia's cheeks grew pale, and she uttered a low cry of alarm. "Why, Sophie," exclaimed the youth, "what has possessed you? One would think you had never seen blood before. Come, my good lass, it is only a scratch, and a few drops of your lily balm will make it all right." Sophia now found voice. "What a fright you gave me! Are you sure that you are not badly hurt, True? Quick, let me undo the bandage." The blood came back to her cheeks, which now were hot and flushed. Her fingers trembled as she clipped the bandages with the scissors that hung at her belt, bathed the wound, and tenderly laid on lint and balm. Sophia was one of the best and most impartial of nurses, but it must be confessed that her fingers passed more gently over that swollen arm, that her eyes had a more pitiful look upon that hurt, that she lingered longer about the details of bathing, anointing, and bandaging that wound than she had done in any other case. Do you blame her? And Sergeant True was a model patient. Indeed, he seemed quite to enjoy his wound, or at least the treatment of it. Agatha, after a few kind inquiries, had busied herself in giving instructions to the ward nurses and watchers. Faith and Grace had withdrawn to their own tent. "I am glad you came to me, True," said Sophia, as the last stitch was taken in the bands and the sleeve was being gently fastened to its place. "Didn't I wait just to make sure of that?" answered the sergeant. "Why, it is almost worthwhile to get a scratch like this for the pleasure of having you doctor it with those canny fingers of yours. Many thanks." "But I don't care to practice my art on you, remember? Goodbye." The words were spoken in the gangway as the handsome sergeant passed out, and, though it is by no means certain, something very like the sound of a kiss followed close upon them.
Goodbye.
Ah, how many times the words are uttered on the border of shadows that shall pall loving hearts. It is well that goodbyes can be said in happy ignorance of the morrow. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. Night Watches. The 4 Brownie maidens were once more together in their own quarters. There was little said for a long time. The meeting between Sophia and her lover had awakened tender and anxious thoughts in the hearts of all. Agatha was following in imagination the agile form of Lieutenant McWhirlie as he went the grand rounds of his pickets. The thoughts of Faith were with Adjutant Blythe, who, somewhere in camp or field, served at the captain's side, his faithful squire and counselor. Grace's musings were of the gallant and stalwart ensign of the corps, Sergeant LAWE. It would be too much to say that the nurses had no anxiety about the safety of their lovers. But then, they had been bred in the midst of war's alarms. They knew that their fathers, kindred, and friends were brave, experienced, skillful, and devoted to one another. They had learned to regard war risks as matters of ordinary life and business, and were rarely troubled about them. There was special reason why they should be even more light-hearted than usual that night, yet so strangely run the currents of one's thoughts that these maidens were all sad. There was some reason indeed why Agatha and Faith should feel thus, for the old saying fell true in their case about the course of true love not running smooth. Captain Bruce refused consent to the marriage of Agatha and McWhirlie. The two had waited long, patiently, devotedly, yes, and hopefully, although they had often known that hope deferred, which maketh the heart sick. Everyone thought the captain's conduct strange, but he never gave any reason except that Agatha was too grave and McWhirlie too gay for a well-balanced marriage. As obedience to parents is one of the unchanging laws of Brownieland, no one could oppose. Now it so happened that Commodore Rodney had taken up a like notion concerning his daughter and Adjutant Blythe. "Blythe is too joyful, and Faith is too serious," said the Commodore. "They could never sail smoothly in the same ship on a whole life's course." An odd feature of this trouble was that each of the fathers pooh-hooed the objection of the other, and each uncle was highly pleased with his niece's choice. The best of Brownies, like other people, have their whimsies. Grace and Sophia had no such sorrows to vex them, and were looking forward to their wedding on the next Thanksgiving Day. Enough, for the present, of these disappointments and hopes. The night watch in the hospital has just been changed, as have also the outer sentinels. Blythe, for it is he who attends to this latter duty, has sounded a soft note on the whistle that hangs against the rear door of the sanitary tent. It is the signal that the nurses are wanted in the hospital. Night duty is divided between them, 2 of them always watching in the hospital, while the others sleep in the marquee. Agatha and Grace have the first watch tonight and pass into the hospital. But Faith knows whose lips had sounded the call and comes in to exchange a few words with her lover. Goodbye. Why should she, too, have come back with a tear upon her cheek? The light is turned down low in the Foxfire lantern. The yellow hospital flag flaps lazily against the staff. The full moon hangs over Hillside. The tramp, tramp of the sentinel grows dim and clear by turns as he recedes from or nears the door. The noises of the camp have died away and silence reigns at last over plain, fort, and field. Both brownies and pixies are weary with the day's battling and sleep well. Faith and Sophia, too, after a long talk about their trials and their loves, their hopes, fears, and joys, have fallen asleep in each other's arms. The stars that mark the midnight hour are fast hastening into the zenith. The sentinels walk their beats with wary pace. The relief guards will soon be on the rounds. Faith and Sophia stir in their sleep uneasily, as though dimly conscious that the whistle will soon call them to duty. There is a soft touch, as the touch of an angel's finger upon their cheeks. It seems to rest upon their eyes, their lips. It is pressed against their nostrils. It stays their breathing. They turn restlessly on their couch. They toss their arms, but the soft touch is on them, too. Cannot they awake? Yes, their eyes are open now. Is it a dream? Is it the vision of a nightmare? Two forms, the terrible forms of their foes, the Pixies, are bending over them, wrapping them around in the silken folds of their snares. Alas, it is no dream. The most dreaded of all their enemies, Spite the spy, chief of the Pixies, and Hyde, the son of shame, are crouching at their bedside. The maidens start from their pillows, but fall back again, hopeless. They are bound hand and foot, as with grave clothes. They are wrapped in a winding sheet of gossamer, enshrouded alive. Spite reckoned truly that the next impulse of the nurses would be to scream. He thrust his hairy face close against their cheeks and hissed from between his lips. "Utter one sound and you die. Keep still and you shall not be harmed." Sophia swooned quite away. Faith closed her eyes and waited in an agony of fear. She felt Spite's strong arms placed around her. She was lifted from her couch, was borne through the tent. She was in the open air, and the breeze blowing upon her cheeks revived her. She opened her eyes. In the clear moonlight, she could see Hyde pushing through the side of the covered gangway, close by the rear door of the marquee, carrying Sophia in his arms. With an instinct of hope that no terror could check, she lifted her voice and screamed with the energy of despair. She felt the Pixie's hot breath upon her cheek. An awful oath sounded in her ear, and a rude hand smote upon her mouth. She fell back, unconscious. Let us follow backward the thread of our story into the Pixies' camp, where we left Spite, keeping his solitary watch, that we may account for the sudden appearance in the heart of the Brownie encampment. Spite could not sleep. Anger, mortification, hate, disappointed ambition, all the evil passions were ablaze within him as he thought of what the Brownies had already gained and of their assured victory on the morrow. His troops discouraged, provisions cut off, Madame Breeze, for aught he knew, ready to side again with the Brownies. His utter defeat, the loss of the fort, and the massacre of his people seemed certain. "If we could abandon the fort," he muttered. "If we could quietly steal out and leave the enemy watching an empty camp, that would be our salvation. But we can't. Those troopers of McWhirley's are patrolling the plain, and the woods in the rear are swarming with pickets. But I don't know." He sprang to his feet, crossed over to Hyde's quarters in Fort Tegenaria, bade him join him, and walked hastily to the line of breastworks on the lakefront. He stopped under a bush that stood within the entrenchment. The night was cloudless, and by the moonlight streaming through the leaves, the two pixies saw, stretched among the upper branches, a round, vertical web. It was the inner abutment of a bridge that once extended from Fort Spender to Lakeside, but had been long in disuse. "Do you know the condition of the old bridge?" asked Spite. "It has been a long time since I crossed it." "I know little, except that I have heard some of my boys say that the piers on this end are in pretty good condition, and that some of the cables are still up." "Very well," said Spite, after musing a few moments. "Let us explore a little. You always used to be ready for a scout, Hyde, and I suppose have not forgotten your old cunning. The Brownie sentinels are just beyond us, there. Yon big fellow's beat runs under the middle of the second span." Hyde was quite as ready for the adventure as Spite. Without more words, the two swung themselves into the bushes, climbed up the sides of the abutment wall, and were presently at the top. "Here are the cables, at any rate," said Hyde. "Only 2 of them, however. The rest are broken off. They hang down the sides of the abutment and over the ends of the branches." "Pull on the one next to you," cried Spite, who had himself laid hold of one of the sound cables and was pushing down upon it with all his might. "Mine holds. It is fast to the second pier in yonder bush, I am sure. How with yours?" "It is all right," answered Hyde. "I am willing to venture on it." Nearly 1,500 millimeters distant was another and taller bush in which Pier Number 1 of the bridge was built. The Pixies could not see this, since the darkness of the night and the shadow of the leaves hid the white outlines of the web wall. But they knew that it must be there, and therefore crept upon the silken ropes, each upon one, and began their journey. 3,000 millimeters above the ground, for the whole distance from bush to bush, over that single coil of rope these two creatures crawled. The cables shook, swayed, and bent down, but neither parted, and the adventurous pixies landed safely on top of the pier. The next pier was in a clump of bushes 3,500 millimeters away, not in a direct course, but angling slightly across the field. The architects of the old bridge had taken advantage of the brushwood between the hill and lake, but as the shrubs grew at irregular distances from each other and in various lines of direction, the course of the bridge was somewhat broken from the right line. Only one cable remained of those that had united Pier Number 1 and Pier Number 2. The scouts must therefore cross singly. To add to the danger, a Brownie sentinel was stationed underneath the cable, about midway between the piers. "What say you, Hyde?" asked the chief. "Shall we go on?" "What have you to gain by it, Captain? That's the question with me. Tell me what you intend by exploring this old suspension bridge, and I'll say whether it seems worth the risk." "Certainly," said Spite. "My plan is to repair these cables by bracing the old ones and putting up new ones, so that we can abandon the fort secretly if we are pressed too hard. We could pass the whole force across the bridge by night, embark in our vessels and cross the lake to the other shore or to the island. The point I want to settle is whether the cables are so far good that we can make a good roadway in the time at our command. We must do night work, repairing as well as crossing. And if we are hard pushed by the Brownies, we shall have to do some rapid engineering. That's the plan. What say you?" "Good," cried Hyde. "Very good. It will be a fine stroke to slip away and leave the enemy to watch bare walls. Ha ha! I fancy I see their solemn faces on the discovery of our flight." Hyde grew quite merry over his conceit. "Very well, then. That settles it. Here goes." So saying, Spite stepped upon the single cable and began the passage. He moved slowly at first until he found that the line was strong enough to bear him. Then he increased his gait and soon landed upon the top of pier number 2. Hyde perceived that Spite had reached the pier, for the cable had ceased to vibrate under his movement, and accordingly began his voyage. Midway between piers, he saw the Brownie sentinel approach. He passed underneath the cable, humming some pretty ditty as he paced his beat. Overhead, just above him, hung the black form of the Pixie. Hyde paused and peered downward upon the unconscious Brownie. His eyes swelled with hate. His breath escaped with a hissing sound. He bowed his back in readiness to spring down upon the sentinel. "Fool," he muttered at last. "Would you risk the discovery of all for the sake of one miserable Brownie more or less in the world? Ha! It was a great temptation, and I was mighty near yielding to it. Might have broken my neck, too. I don't know, though." And he followed the sentinel's retreating form with gloating eyes. "I believe I could have dropped right down upon the rascal and throttled him ere he could have piped a note. I'm sorry now that I didn't do it. But no matter. I'll get him some other time." The sentinel, meanwhile, with steady gait, passed onward under the cable and out of sight behind the bushes. He never knew how nearly he had escaped death that night, nor even suspected that peril threatened him. Hyde hurried over the remainder of the cable and joined his comrade on the pier. "Well," whispered Spite, "my heart was beating a tattoo of terror lest you might be rash enough to pounce upon that fellow. Really, I expected to see you take the leap. It was lucky that you controlled yourself. It would uncover all were we to start the Brownie's suspicions in this direction. We must keep all quiet on this side the fort. Now for the next pier. How does it look on your side?"
There are a half-dozen perfect lines here.
"Good. There are 3 here in prime order. Where is the next pier?"
Over in that oak sapling to the right. The span is the longest in the bridge, about 5,000 millimeters.
"Jolly, jolly," exclaimed Spite in great glee. "We are now sure of most of the way. This long span needs little repairing. The first 2 we can fix up, I am quite sure. Now for the last."
They were not long in running across the 3rd span, but when they reached pier number 3, they found no traces of the cables which once united it to the lakeside abutment.
"Bad," said the Pixie chief. "It will have to be built anew, that's all. It's lucky, too, that the worst break is on the last span, for we can repair here with less risk than elsewhere."
"Moreover," said Hyde, "we have a double chance for escape, the river as well as the bridge."
"True. And now let us finish our observation by finding out the condition of yonder abutment."
The pair descended to the ground, crossed to the willow in which the last pier had been fixed, and found it in quite as good repair as the others.
"All right," exclaimed Hyde. Spite said "jolly," one of his favorite slang expletives, which he thought particularly good since he had lately borrowed it from one of his English cousins. Highly pleased with what they had learned, the Pixies turned their faces homeward as they crossed the space between the shore and pier number 4. They had full view of the Brownie encampment from a vine-covered old stump. There, the line of cavalry guards stretched along the plain encircling the fort. Beyond, the campfires of the main army glimmered amid the grass, weeds, and bushes. A profound silence hung over the whole scene. Both camp and fort were locked in the deep repose of midnight.
"Captain," said Hyde. He stopped and looked steadfastly toward the camp.
Say on, comrade.
I followed your venture, continued Hyde. Will you risk mine?
That depends, answered the chief. What is it?
Just to make a private visit to the headquarters yonder and pay our respects to the Brownie captain. We are now inside the picket line. We can make a circuit around here by the lake and come up in the rear of the tents. The sentinels will not be numerous there, nor very watchful. It's a chance if there are any at all. There is little risk in the matter, just enough to give it spice. And, who knows, there might be a chance to end the campaign by putting my dagger into Murray Bruce's heart, or, failing that, you might bag that little fairy flame of yours and carry her off to the fort. That would be jolly indeed. Come, what say you? Spite hesitated. The plan seemed plausible. Hyde was a prudent fellow and not apt to take unusual risks. But then there was the risk that he and his second-in-command might be taken or cut off. And what would become of the Pixie cause in that case? It was not a prudent act, but then again, it was a strong temptation. Assassinate Bruce? Or seize Faith? Lead on, he cried. I'm with you. The yellow flags of the hospital and sanitary tent were their guide. Hyde's theory about the sentinels they found correct. They stole through the camp, passed the rear of the hospital, and paused before the marquee of the sanitary corps, which they took to be the officers' headquarters. A peep through the flap of the tent showed them their mistake and revealed the sleeping forms of Faith and Sophia. We stop here, said Spite, pushing aside the door. What followed has been told. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kathryn Arwine. The Golden Mottos. Faith's cry, breaking upon the midnight stillness, was heard throughout the camp. The wounded in the hospital started up in their beds. The attendants ran toward Agatha and Grace, supposing that the cry came from one of them. The two nurses stood, holding each other fast, trembling violently, their eyes fixed upon the door. Bruce ran from the headquarters tent, sword in hand, followed by Blythe, Rodney, and Pipe. There was no need to sound the alarm, for the Brownies were running from all parts of the camp to headquarters. What is it? A night attack? Nobody knew. What was it? That terrible cry? Nobody knew that. The sentinels had seen nothing. Then came McWhirlie riding into the camp at full speed on one of the golden-tailed matches which Madame Breeze had presented him. Someone exclaimed, "Ha! This explains it. The picket line has been attacked by the Pixies. The lieutenant has come for help." No, he too had heard the cry and had come to learn the cause. All was quiet along the plain. Leaving the perplexed throng outside, let us re-enter the hospital. Agatha and Grace had recovered from their fright. The excitement caused by the alarm, the sudden and violent action of the soldiers in starting up upon their couches, even leaping from them, had reopened many wounds so that they were bleeding freely. Some of the worst cases had fallen back fainting. All was confusion within the place. The helpers were hurrying hither and thither. From the outside, the Brownies were running in and out with the pointless questions usual in times of panic. Agatha's heart was touched at the sight. The voice of pity within her at once mustered her disordered faculties. "Grace, Grace," she cried, "this will never do. Hasten to the marquee
and bid Faith and Sophia come to the aid of these poor fellows. Quick, and bring all the lint that you can find. Guards, she continued, calling to the sentinels at the doors, keep out the people. We must have quiet here. Howard, addressing the head helper, look to your aides. Brothers, she spoke to all attendants now, remember your golden mottos. She pointed as she spoke to the eastern side of the tent, sweeping her hand along the line of wall. Silk banners hung thereon, upon every one of which a golden motto was embroidered, together with various emblems, designs, and tracery. Rich effects were produced by using the many-hued scales on the wings of butterflies, the brilliant shells and elytra of beetles, and minute feathers of hummingbirds, which were embossed upon the cloth with silk raveled from cocoons of moths and spiders. The banners were the gift of the Sanitary Corps, whose cunning fingers had made them. Let us follow the rapid motion of Agatha's hand and read these golden mottos. The design of Banner 1 is, on a blue shield, a carrier pigeon in full flight, with a message tied by a ribbon about its neck. In the surrounding border are grouped and interwoven arrows and other emblems of speed and promptness. The motto is, quickly done is twice done. The design of Banner 2 is, on a blue shield, a silver pyramid, the North Star shining above it. In the border are wrought figures of a frontiersman with his rifle in hand, standing among rocks and great oaks, a pilot at his wheel, an Indian shooting rapids in his bark canoe, a whaleman at the bow of his boat with harpoon poised. The legend is, cool head gives helpful hands. The design of Banner 3 is, on a red shield, a full-orbed golden sun with the old-fashioned cheerful human face wrought upon it and bright rays shooting out in all directions. In the border are anchors, flowers, songbirds, sporting brownies, winsome figures and emblems. The motto is, cheerfulness is both balm and broth. Banner 4, although not the most beautiful in point of imagery, is the most costly, the most carefully wrought, and the most striking of all. On a purple shield, 2 points, one above the other, one in chief and one in base, are represented by golden stars, and these are united by a straight line. The motto is, our lifeline, a right line. The border consists of various mathematical instruments, a rule, square, dividers, sailor's compass, etc., and running all around the banner through these are the sentences, straightway from knowledge to duty, duty first, duty last. It has taken some time to note these decorations, but only a moment was consumed by the glance that Agatha and her aides cast upon them. That glance and the voice of their fair leader acted like a charm. The words had scarcely been uttered before the helpers were scattered through the tents and at the couches of the suffering. Agatha herself kneeled beside a wounded soldier, rearranged the bandages, and poured in fresh balm. She had cast more than one impatient look toward the side door that led into the sanitary tent, wondering why Grace had not already come back with Faith and Sophia. The rear door of the hospital, near which Agatha was kneeling, was pushed violently forward, and Grace entered. She was capless. Her hair streamed over her shoulders. Her whole appearance showed anguish and agitation. "They are gone!" she cried. Agatha rose hastily and threw herself into her arms. "Gone? Who? Faith? Sophia? Gone? Where? Speak, girl, what do you mean?" "Oh, I cannot tell. Something dreadful has happened. They were not in the room when I went in. I supposed they had gone out to learn what was the trouble and ran into the crowd to seek them. Nobody knew. Your father and uncle and Pipe and all the rest were there, but no Faith, no Sophia. They knew nothing of them. They are searching for them now. They fear that the Pixies have carried them off. Oh, Agatha, what shall we do?" Ah, Agatha, do you remember the golden mottos now? Will she remember, think you? Her frame shook with emotion. Her hands were cold. Beads of moisture gathered on her pale forehead. She spoke in a dreamy way as though talking to herself. Carried off by the Pixies. Gone? Cousin Faith gone? Sophia? Gone? Then she started as from a trance. There was a tremor in her voice, but she spoke quietly as one who had struggled with her own heart and got the victory. Grace, God help them, but our duty lies here. There is no time now for grief. There is no call on us to take part in the work and peril of delivering our sister nurses. Others will do it better than we. Our duty is plain and is just before us. Mine is here. Grace, dear, yours is there. She pointed first to the couch at which she had been kneeling, then to one across the aisle, and quietly turning from her companion, knelt down again by the wounded Brownie and took up the dropped thread of her labor of love. When she lifted her eyes, Grace was at her post. Noble conquerors. These are the victories of those who be better than they who take a city. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. On the Trail. Meanwhile, the light of foxfire and firefly lanterns was glancing everywhere through camp and field, showing where eager searchers were scattered looking for the lost nurses. Rodney was well-nigh frantic with grief and ran here and there among the tents calling the name of his daughter. Only the echo of his voice came back to him out of the night. Pipe was as one paralyzed. He leaned against the wall of the tent with folded arms and eyes fixed upon the spot where his child had lain. His mute sorrow was pitiful to see. Blythe and Sergeant True entered the tent. The adjudicant's bright face was clouded. The tall form of the sergeant was bowed. "If one only knew," said Blythe. "It is this terrible uncertainty that is so hard to bear. If I knew where they were, I could cut my way through legions of fiends to save them or die trying." "Is there no trace at all?" asked True. "Not the slightest. It is only a suspicion," he lowered his voice, "that they have been carried off by the Pixies. No one dares even name it to the Commodore and," nodding toward the boatswain. "But that is not reason," answered True. "It is important that we should know the worst at once. For one, I mean to find out the truth if I can, and face it manfully." He stepped to the couch which lay just as it had been left by the nurses. His hand caught upon a thread of gossamer that lay upon a pillow. He looked more closely. There was another, then a thick strand of the silken material. He rose with the delicate filaments floating from his fingers, walked to the lantern, and held his hand within the light. Blythe followed every motion. "Do you see?" cried True. "There can be no doubt of it. Some of the enemy have passed the lines, entered this tent, woven their snares around the sleeping maids, and escaped." One of the two nurses uttered that cry as they were being carried off. "We must look for them in the Pixies' fort, or on the way to it." "That is truth," said Blythe, "and the sooner we begin the search, the better." True walked up to Pipe and touched him tenderly upon the shoulder. The boatswain looked up vacantly. "Ah, my lad, it is you," he said at last. "Where is our Sophia?" "Boatswain," said True, holding up the hand to which the gossamer threads were still clinging, "Sophia is in the Pixies' fort or on the way to it. and you and I must bring her back. Come, rouse up, be yourself again." Pipe started from his lethargy. He looked at the floating strand of webwork, listened to True's statement, passed his palm against his brow, then seized the sergeant's hand. "My boy, you are right, and I have been acting the fool. Poor girl. Poor girl. Come, let us not delay. To the Pixies' fort. Ho, my brave tars." Even while he spoke, Pipe stepped to the door of the tent and put his whistle to his lips. "Stop, stop," cried True, laying a hand upon his arm. "Remember the proverb. Make haste slowly. Are we sure that our lost ones are at the fort yet? May we not find some other traces of them that will enable us to go to work more intelligently? Don't call your men. They are scattered abroad in busy search. They are doing no harm and may do much good. Let them alone for the present. You and I can follow this trail a little further." There was a cool head at last on the track of the fugitives. The fact gave at least a glimmer of hope. True first inquired carefully of Agatha, Grace, and others in the hospital as to the exact point from which the shriek had come. They all agreed that it had been made close by the rear of the tent, so near that it seemed to be inside. "That determines our first step," said True. "Now for lanterns and the sharpest eyes among you. We shall search here." He continued and led the party just outside the tent and set them to scanning every bush, grass blade, and weed in the vicinity. The nurses had been asked to join the search for a little while, and fortune gave to Agatha the first important discovery. "Here," she cried, "I have a trace." She had plucked from a thistle stalk a bit of gossamer. "I, too," cried Pipe, holding up a similar object. "And I," said Grace, who was in advance of the party. "Stop," exclaimed True. "Stand where you are until I get the line of the trail." Agatha stood nearest the tent. Pipe was beyond her and a little to the right. Grace stood some distance from both, in a direct line with Agatha. "That will do," said True, glancing up at the North Star. "The line runs due north and straight from the rear of the camp. Start again while I make some inquiries of the adjutant Blythe. A word with you. Who was on guard over there, to the north?" "No one." "Impossible! Blythe, you couldn't—" "Stop!" exclaimed Blythe, his voice choking with emotion. "The captain bade it, and Rodney and Pipe, and myself. Alas, alas, we all counseled it. The men were weary. A strong picket line entirely surrounded the fort. They were picked men with McWhirlie at their head. We knew that no force of the enemy lay in our rear. No one dreamed of danger from that quarter." "Say no more," said True. "Regrets are useless now. I see how it is. A party of stragglers or spies has stolen in here while we slept. Faith and Sophia have been surprised while alone in the tent." "But what motive?" began Blythe. A shout from the searchers interrupted him. It was Pipe's voice. "We have struck the trail again. Who has it? Howard there, and myself. Steady, let me see. Here are our first traces, where those 3 lanterns hang. Hold up your lights to the points where you found the last signs. That will do. There, do you see? 2 of the first lanterns are in line with Howard's light, the other in line with Pipe's, and the 2 lines are nearly parallel, showing the paths by which the 2 maids were borne away. We are on the trail. Due north still. Forward once more." Step by step, the trail was followed by threads caught here and there upon leaves and branches. It continued to bear northward for a goodly distance, then turned westward as though the fugitives were making gradually toward the fort. There it was lost for a while, and when discovered again, was once more bearing north. Again it turned westward and was lost completely in the plain that encircled the fort, just where it bordered on a strip of sand that ran down to the little lake. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kathryn Arwine. The Lost Trail. Sergeant True stood on the edge of the plain considering what should next be done. All signs of the trail had ceased as soon as the searchers had come out of the grass and brushwood. There could be no trail upon the flat plain, the sergeant knew. A large party had just returned from searching the wood between the lake and the fort. There was a bare possibility that the fugitives had ventured to cross the plain and run the gauntlet of the picket line into the fort. A little stronger possibility that they had skirted the wood by the shore and pushed on down toward the outlet where the Pixie Navy lay. True, therefore, questioned the returning searchers. "Have you seen anything?" "Nothing. Lieutenant McWhirlie has had the entire strip between lake and fort thoroughly guarded ever since the alarm. Nothing could have passed, he says. Nothing has passed that has left any trail. The lieutenant has sent scouts down the shore to make sure." Rodney and Pipe heard the report with heavy hearts. Hope was fast dying within them. "Must we give it up?" cried the Commodore. "Is there no deliverance?" "There is but one way by which they could have escaped us," said True, pointing toward the lake. "Is it possible that we have been mistaken and that pirates have done this outrage after all?" "Commodore, have there been any boats or ships offshore lately?" "Not one," answered Rodney. "Both fleets are lying by for repairs, for the last fight used them up pretty well. We've been doing shore service ever since." "It is most strange, but we must search the shore thoroughly in this neighborhood at any rate." The bank of the lake was presently covered with brownies eagerly scanning by the light of their torches and lanterns every foot of ground. "We have it! We have it!" shouted Rodney. "Come here, Pipe, and you, Waterborne. Look at this." Immediately, a crowd surrounded the excited Commodore. "Stand back," he cried. "Don't push down so close upon the shore until some of the sailors have seen these marks. A boat has landed here within the last half hour. See the wash of the waves upon the sand? And just there, the bow has scraped. What say you, lads?" "There is no doubt of it," responded Pipe after a careful examination. Waterborne, the mate, held his lantern to the waterline and after a moment's inspection gave the same opinion. "Here," exclaimed Blythe, "is the crowning proof." He plucked from the shore a handful of silken threads that had caught upon the sand and gravel which covered the spot where Faith and Sophia must have lain. Yes, they had found the trail again, but only to lose it in the waters of Lake KATRINE. "What shall be done?" asked Rodney. "We must follow you now," answered True. "The path lies upon an element of which I know little. You and the boatswain are at home there. To you who are most wronged, Providence gives the opportunity to undo the injury. We yield to the Navy now. Lead on. We'll follow you, you may be sure." Rodney and Pipe had scarcely been themselves since the first tidings of their bereavement. Their wills seemed benumbed by the blow. They followed Sergeant True like little children, but now that responsibility was laid in their hands, they roused themselves to duty. They were the keen, shrewd sailor chiefs once more. Subdued still by their grief, but alert and intelligent, they took up the work before them. "'Tis an element that leaves no trail," said Rodney. "Yet it will go hard, but my gallant tars shall find the lost ones. We'll scour every nook and beat every bush along shore if need be. We'll pluck the dear captives from under the black flag, or we'll sink every timber in the fleet. What say you, lads?" A hearty cheer was the sailors' answer. The whole company on shore joined in it, and it did them all good. "You cannot tell which direction the boat has taken, of course," said True, "but have you any opinion at all about it?
You must start out from some viewpoint. What shall it be?" "That is exactly what I have been asking myself," said Rodney. "I have a notion that the boat, wherever it came from, has crossed to the island or gone down to the outlet to join the fleet. I incline to the latter view. The island is lightly garrisoned. The Orchard camp is nearly deserted. The mass of Pixie troops are shut up in Fort Spender. Naturally, the robbers would take to the fleet as the safest place." "That is good reasoning, Commodore," said Waterborne, "and there is only one thing that weakens it. The wind would be dead against them going downward. For the last half hour, it has been blowing due north, straight upon the island." "True, but we shall see presently. The first thing is to rally our men. Boatswain, pipe to quarters." "Aye, aye, sir," answered Pipe, and the shrill whistle sounded through the air and along the water. A few stragglers who had joined the various searching parties gathered in at the call, but most of the sailors and marines were already present. "Now, lads, we must away to our ships. Fall in. Forward, march." The column started up the shore at quick step and was soon lost to view. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. RAFT, the Smuggler. Spite and Hyde saw that Faith's cry had aroused the Brownies and pushed at their utmost speed directly from the camp. It did not occur to them that they might be tracked by the threads of webwork torn off by leaves and twigs from the cords with which they had bound their captives. But they did fear that one of the nurses might again cry out, and they stopped long enough to fasten gags upon their mouths. Several times the Pixie chiefs turned toward Fort Spender, hoping to reach the old bridge by the way they had come. But their progress was checked by bands of brownies scattered everywhere in the direction of the fort. The lights of the searchers were seen dancing throughout the entire plain and running hither and thither in confused lines among grass and shrubbery. More than once, the Pixies were on the point of being discovered. Several times they had to crouch under the leaves, lest they should be seen by parties of excited searchers. Indeed, their safety lay in the fact that the Brownies were so much excited, and had all been as self-possessed as the cool-headed True, Spite and Hyde would have been captured. At last, they reached a point where the plain sweeps down to the sandy bank of the lake, which is a natural basin widened into an artificial pond. The brook that flows from the hillside spring runs through it. There is an island in the middle of the lake, covered with grass, moss, and ferns. In honor of the old home, the Brownies called the lake Loch Katrine, and the island Ellen's Isle, names which the Pixies refused to acknowledge, and called the pond Lake Arachna and the island Arania Isle. On this little sheet of water and its inlet and outlet, the navies of the Brownies and Pixies floated, and here was the scene of many a battle between Rodney and his sailors and the Pixies and pirates. Spite and Hyde paused on the border of the plain to consider. It was not far to the pier of the old bridge along which lay the path to the fort, but the space between them and that point was swarming with Brownies. McWhirlie had mustered his entire troop and set them to patrolling the plain. Throughout the woods, from the foot of the hill to the very lakeside, sentinels were posted at short intervals, and burdened as they were, the Pixies could not pass that line. "Well, Hyde, what shall we do?" "Do? Humph! There is little choice left us now. I will follow my chief. Lead on." "Lead on? Whither?" Spite snapped his fangs angrily as he spoke. "You got me into this scrape. It was a foolhardy adventure.
Now get me out. I know you have something to advise."
"Very good. Let us kill these pretty captives of ours," said Hyde with a sneer, "and cut our way through to the pier. Or, if you lead the way with them, I'll follow." Spite looked down upon the unconscious form of Faith.
"I see no way out of this," he said. "To break through the line would be certain death. It looks as though it had come to that at any rate. May the foul fiend take you for tempting me to this madcap raid. Hide, hide, bethank you, I pray."
Spite's voice was trembling with fear, shall we say? Without awaiting reply from his companion, he took Faith in his arms and ran down to the edge of the water. Hyde followed him. He had long suspected what no one else had dreamed of, that Spite at heart was a coward. He had little love for his chief. Indeed, the thought was not new to the ambitious lieutenant that Spite alone blocked the way of his own promotion to the headship of the Pixies. That he would be a worthy leader, he, at least, did not doubt. He enjoyed his captain's agitation and was pleased to keep him upon nettles. He had already settled a plan of escape. Spite eagerly scanned the surface of the lake. "It's no use looking for the Navy, Captain," said Hyde. "There it rides, away down by the outlet. We must pass the Brownie pickets to get at the boats. Might as well cut through to the pier."
"Is there no escape, then? This is terrible. We shall be slaughtered outright."
He pointed to the semicircle of lanterns and torches drawing closer and closer upon them, marking where True and his party were following hard upon their trail. Spite dropped his burden, sat down, and fairly wrung his hands in despair. Yes, Spite the spy, the chief of all the Pixies, did that. Hyde highly enjoyed the distress of his captain. He had proved what he had long suspected, and, best of all, he had gained a hold upon Spite that would give great advantage over him in the future. He saw that it was high time to drop this malicious byplay and address himself in earnest to escape. "Cheer up, my brave captain," he cried. "I think I see a way out of this."
"Ah, is it so?"
Spite was too much elated with hope to notice the sneering tone of his lieutenant. "You shall see. Wait here a moment." He ran along the sand to a clump of ferns that bent over from the bank until they kissed the water. He mounted one of these and disappeared. Soon, the drooping tips of the ferns lifted up, parted, and a curious craft glided out from the cove formed by the bended foliage. What a snug and secret harbor it was! The vessel touched the bank close by the spot where Spite stood, and Hyde jumped ashore. "Now then," he cried, "all aboard! We have no time to lose." He lifted Sophia from the ground as he spoke, carried her to the boat, and laid her down in a leafy canopy or cabin. Spite followed with Faith. "Push off now," said Hyde to a tall Pixie who had charge of the vessel. He put his paws against the shore and shoved vigorously. The watermen did the same, and the boat shot out into the lake. A brisk wind was blowing along the surface of the water, and the craft was soon offshore and out of danger. The lanterns of the Brownies were seen bobbing along the bank, just above the spot at which but a moment before the boat had been moored. A group of lights marked the point at which the trail had been lost, and where True and his party were now standing perplexed.
"Ugh,"
said Spite as he watched the scene. It was hard to tell whether the sound betokened pleasure or displeasure. He was greatly relieved at the prospect of escape, but was not in the most amiable humor for all that. With the easing of his fears came the thought of how he had exposed his weakness. His pride was hurt. He felt humiliated. He knew that Hyde had been trifling with him, and his wrath grew hot thereat. He vowed revenge in his heart,
but was too wise to show his feeling then. "I can wait," he said. He glowered upon the lieutenant, but soon cleared up his face and spoke cheerfully. "Truly, friend Hyde, you seem to be a person of varied resources. Pray, how chanced you to come across this waterman and his boat?"
"The fact is, Cap'n," answered Hyde, laughing, "I have to keep a little private yacht for my own use. There are certain things, you know, for which one cannot well use the government ships. This is my friend, Raft Dolamede. Raft, allow me to present you to my chief, Spite the Spy. You see, Captain, my American friend has great respect for our community, although he does not belong to us. He has been brought up on this lake, is a skillful sailor, willing to obey orders, take his pay, and ask no questions. He runs on his own hook, is a privateersman, in fact, on a small scale. We understand each other pretty well, and of course, I knew where he kept his boat moored. He's not on very good terms with our cruisers, for in sooth, he doesn't quite understand our revenue laws. I fear now that it wouldn't do to look closely under these leaves. There might be something contraband aboard, besides these fair brownies. Hey, Raft?" Raft's boat was a homemade affair, but was ingeniously built. Dry leaves had been gathered into a mass and fastened together with silken threads. To this had been added a mast, a sail, a jib, and other fixtures so that the structure was a cross between a raft and a schooner. The leaves served admirably the varied uses of hull, sails, storerooms, beds, and barricade. They caught the wind and drove the boat along as well as a ship's canvas. They were soft, dry couches for sailors or passengers. The hollows and crevices between them were the hold of the vessel and gave ample storage. Raft, the owner of this craft, was a handsome specimen of the family of water pixies. He wore a coat of chocolate brown, trimmed with a broad orange band and covered with double rows of white buttons. His trousers were pale red. He was quite at home on the lake with his yacht, and was such a skillful swimmer that he might really be said to walk on the water instead of swimming through it. "How shall I put her head now?" asked Raft. "We're bearing northeast by east, and with this wind, we'll soon strike the cave yonder on the orchard shore. Shall I keep her so?"
"What say you, Captain?" asked Spite. "What are we to do with these now?" pointing to Faith and Sophia.
"The first thing to be done, seems to me," said Raft, casting a pitying look upon the nurses, "is to give 'em a little breathing privilege. If you don't take those rags off their figureheads and give 'em a breath of fresh wind, they'll soon be dead brownies." With that, he opened the sharp claws on one of his hands, like a pair of scissors, and without more ado, cut the bands that had been placed as gags around the captives' mouths. "All right," he said, resuming his rudder. "Go on with your palaver, but heave ahead lively, or we'll be across the lake before you decide." Spite had been in a deep study. At last he said,
"We must go to the island."
Raft glanced inquiringly at Hyde, who nodded assent. "Aye, aye, sir. Port a helm it is." He turned the bow toward Ellen's Isle.
"We can easily find lodgings for our fair prizes there," continued Spite. "But what about Fort Spender? That is what troubles me. How are we to get back? It is now too soon after the alarm to think of running the pickets. Even if it were possible to do that by night, as things are now, it would be madness to try it by daylight. And yet, we must get some word to our people soon and have them out of that fort by tomorrow night, or—"
Spite paused and looked serious. "Well?" said Raft. "Well?" said Hyde. "Or what?"
"You know quite as well as I," answered Spite. There will not be a corporal's guard of Pixies left in Fort Spender. That's all."
Hyde shrugged his shoulders and looked grave. He had known very well what spite meant, and he had a wife and children in the fort. There was a long pause. Spite and Hyde were in deep and anxious thought. They could imagine the wild natures shut up within Fort Spender, venting their native savagery and murderous assaults upon one another. What could control them when the absence of their two chief officers should be discovered? Was there any chance for them to return to the fort, or any other way to prevent the catastrophe which they dreaded? The wind freshened, and in the meantime, the Fringe, as Raft called his yacht, was rapidly approaching the island. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. A palace and a prison. Faith and Sophia were much relieved by Raft's considerate act. They had never thought to be grateful to a pixie, but they felt gratitude toward the smuggler as he cut the bands upon their mouths. Their limbs were still bound, but they could turn upon their sides or backs and look into the quiet, starlit sky. Their minds were in a whirl of wonder, uncertainty, terror. They had scarcely taken in the full horror of their condition. Captives in Pixies' hands! Their hearts had beaten fast with fear when Raft drew near, but the kind words and act of the bluff sailor revived their hopes a little. Perhaps even the Pixies might take pity upon them and restore them to their home. At all events, it lessened their suffering to be free to breathe naturally, and it was a comfort to be able to talk together instead of looking into each other's faces in mute wretchedness. They were near the bow, and their captors were in the stern of the boat with Raft. They could therefore speak freely in whispers without fear of being heard. On the contrary, the three Pixies spoke aloud, as though not caring to conceal their thoughts from the prisoners or not thinking they were overheard. Thus, much of their conversation reached the nurse's ears. Spite and Hyde sat thinking. Raft stood at the tiller and kept the boat steady on its course. Not a sound was heard except the ripple of water against the sides of the vessel as it moved rapidly onward through the darkness. "Faith, dear Faith," whispered Sophia. "I cannot make it all out. Where are we? What is to be done with us? How came we here?" "We are on Lake Katrine, Sophia, and we are sailing toward Ellen's Isle in a pixie yacht. That much I am sure of. I know nothing more. But alas, I dread the worst. What can we expect from our terrible foes? And then the hatred they bear father and uncle. Oh, my poor, poor father." The thought of their friend's grief and anxiety for them awakened a fresh train of anguish in the captives' hearts. They laid their heads down upon the leaves and wept together. Forsaken, lost, the waves laughed and danced merrily by them as the bow cut the water. The stars looked down coldly from the great, solemn heights of the sky and twinkled and winked upon them as though careless or ignorant, or even in mockery of their fate. Why had such a sorrow come upon them? "Captain Spite," said Hyde at last. "Well, Hyde, what is it?" "Oh, Faith, do you hear that?" whispered Sophia. "We are in the hands of Spite the spy and his lieutenant. Heaven defend us now." Faith answered with a groan. "I have a thought," said Hyde, "that we might sell our prisoners. If we keep them, they will be a world of trouble and risk. Dispose of them, we get out of our scrape handsomely, save the garrison and people in the fort, get vast credit for valor and strategy, and start a fresh campaign full-handed, with good chance to regain our lost ground. I don't see any way out of this but to put up our fair prizes at ransom."
"Well," said Spite sharply, "go on."
"Not much more to say, Cap'n. Let's go in, or send Raft in with a flag of truce. Offer to give up the nurses if Bruce and the Commodore will raise the siege of Fort Spender. I believe they'll do it." "Aye, that they will," said Raft heartily. "It's a sensible plan, and as manly as sensible, for the fact is, I don't relish this making war on women."
"Ah, no, can't please," sneered Spite. "Anything with brownie blood is our game. But you're mistaken. Bruce and all the rest, that Sergeant True particularly, would take the high moral ground about the business and send back word. Better all die than compromise truth and duty or give up the pursuit of wrong. They wouldn't do what you expect. I doubt if they would even receive our flag of truce."
The hearts of the prisoners fluttered between hope and fear as they heard these words. Home again. The very thought gave them joy. "Faith, we shall be ransomed, I know," exclaimed Sophia. Faith was silent. "Oh, Faith, you don't believe they would do that?" again whispered Sophia when Spite had ended. "Surely your father would consent, and dear True also." She stopped and caught her breath quickly, as though a cruel doubt had suddenly seized her new-fledged hope. Faith was still silent. Raft next spoke. "Well, that's amazing to me. Now I think if my gal was in the hands of two such—" He paused, as though at loss for a word. "Two such accomplished villains," he continued. "I reckon you'll think that complimentary, gentlemen. I wouldn't stop to split hairs very long, I can tell you. I like grit too, but I can't say that I admire it at the expense of those pretty things over there." "Captain," said Hyde, "wouldn't Bruce compromise by simply letting our folks retire from the fort unmolested? March out with arms, banners, and all the honors, and leave the Brownies to occupy the old shell and destroy it at their leisure. I say try it anyhow." "So do I," said Raft. "That proposition ought to double the cape of the sharpest scruple. Say you'll land your cargo, hoist a flag of truce, and I'll run inshore within hailing distance. Or, if you like it better, I'll undertake the matter myself." The Pixie chief made no answer. Faith and Sophia listened to hear their fate pronounced with feelings wrought up to the highest pitch. Spite rose and walked excitedly up and down the deck. He stopped and looked at Faith. He seemed about to yield. He raised his eyes to the water, then cast them upon the island which was now just ahead of them. Then he stood like a statue, gazing at some object which hung in the air beyond the bow of the yacht. A fiendish smile passed over his face. For a long time, he was silent and motionless.
"Gentlemen," he said, "I'm much obliged for your counsel, but I have a better way. Fort Spender shall be empty before tomorrow's sunrise, and its garrison and contents safe on the orchard side of the lake in Big Cave Camp. Patience. You shall know my plans as soon as we have put our prisoners in a secure place."
He spoke like a new person. There was an air of confidence in his manner and a jubilant ring in his voice that gave assurance to his companions. They were quite content to wait and trust the chief. Besides, the boat was now touching shore. The bow grated upon the sand. Raft jumped off and made the fringe fast.
"Come now, my dears," said Spite, approaching the nurses. "We will go ashore and take things a little easier."
Faith and Sophia were once more stricken with despair. The hope of being ransomed had been dashed by this mysterious plan which Spite had hinted to his comrades.
What it was they could not even conjecture, but it meant imprisonment, death. It may be worse than death to them in a pixie's den. Resistance, they knew, was vain. They could only plead for mercy. They lifted up their voices together and with crying and tears sought to move the pity of their captors. "Tut, tut," said Spite. "If you will behave yourselves, there shall not a hair of your head come to harm. Bless your pretty faces. We don't mean to eat you. Come, cheer up. We intend to take you to a snug and comfortable house. A palace, in fact. You never spied a prettier place, I warrant. You shall be with friends who will know how to take care of you. 'Pon honor, you shall not be harmed. There now." With an effort at consolation, which sat awkwardly upon him, he cut loose the web-work shroud that enveloped Faith, and without more ado, picked her up and jumped on shore. Hyde followed with Sophia. The two pixies ran along shore a short distance, and then began to ascend the bank. They stopped near a tuft of grass on a mossy slope, where Spite laid down his burden and began to examine carefully the surface. A bunch of moss, somewhat dried and heaped up in a careless way, attracted his attention. "Here is our place," he exclaimed, and tapped against one side of the heap. There was no response. He seized the moss and shook it vigorously. Thereupon, one side of the moundlet suddenly opened, pushing outward like a door. An old pixie, large and gaunt, thrust out her head and cried, "What do you want? Begone, or I'll—" "Oh, no, you won't, Mother Tigrina. Don't you see? It's Spite, my good old lady. Open quickly. There, that will do. Come on, Hyde." The officers entered, carrying Faith and Sophia. The place in which the party now stood was a domed chamber or vestibule, lined in all parts with white silk. The tapestry was spread over the interior of the moss heap, which was in fact a hollow ball built up by skillful workmanship, although the rude exterior had the appearance of a chance accumulation. At the outer end of this mossy dome, an oval portion had been left unattached to sides and bottom, and was fastened at the top alone by the silken lining. Thus was formed a rude sort of door, hinged at the top, which the occupant could raise at will or fasten by overspinning from the inside. This dome was in fact a vestibule or outer approach of a deep cave or tunnel, which slanted into the ground for a short distance and then turned downward. This cavern was held by Spite as a sort of country seat or castle, which he had dignified with the name of Arania Hall. It was in charge of Dame Tigrina, whom we have just seen in possession of the place. She was a monstrous character, even among her own nation, but what she lacked in grace, she made up in her rude devotion to the pixie cause and leader. "You see, Dame Tigrina," said Spite, "I've brought you two nice companions. You can't complain of being solitary now." "Humph," said the old hag, looking fiercely upon the brownies. The nurses were carried into an inner room of the cavern. Its walls and ceiling were hung with beautiful white silk tapestry. The floor was covered with a purple silk carpet. Cushions formed of yellow floss and fibers of plants were spread for couches and chairs. "There, my lassies," said Spite. "You never slept in such a room as this. I am sorry that I must leave you immediately, but you shall be well cared for. Be happy, and expect me soon." He dropped the curtain partition, or portiere, and Faith and Sophia were alone in their prison palace. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. A Pixie Insurrection. Fort Spender was in a ferment. The unusual stir in the Brownie camp was seen by the pickets on the outer barricades, and they at once gave the alarm, thinking that a night attack was to be made. The garrison sprang to arms. The Pixies swarmed to the breastworks. The Pixies, as the females were called, mounted the ramparts of the fort. Now arose the trouble that Spite had anticipated. "Where is the captain?" The word ran from mouth to mouth along barricades and breastwork. The captain was not to be found. "Where is the lieutenant, then?" The inquiry ran through the Tegenaria quarter with the same puzzling result. Presently, a sentinel who had mounted guard near the abutment of the old suspension bridge reported that he had seen the two officers climb the pier and go out upon the cables. Have they returned? No, he had seen nothing of them since. A rumor was started and ran through the lines that Spite had been captured by the Brownies, and that had caused the unusual excitement in their camp. Then came another rumor that made headway amid whispers, hints, and mutterings of treachery, cowardice, desertion, sold out to the Brownies. So the leaven of riot and panic began to work. Some bewailed the missing officers as martyrs. Some cursed them as traitors. All mourned their absence as a fatal blow to their own safety. Irritated by the uncertainty, worn out by watching, fasting, and fighting, the two parties readily passed from words to blows. "They are true as steel. They are false traitors. You lie. Ha! Take that!" Words like these, followed by the clatter of claws and the sharp rasping of fangs, were heard in every quarter. Luckily, the third in command, Lieutenant Hetty, was no milksop. He had seen riots and rebellions before and had quelled them. In stubbornness, cunning, and ferocity, he was a genuine Pixie. Fortune, it seemed, had made him chief, for the time at least, and chief he would be, or cease to be at all. He summoned a squad of the most courageous guards, and with them passed along the line of barricades. Quarrels were broken up with a strong hand, both parties being impartially beaten. The seditious were warned, the orderly praised, the doubters cheered, the timorous encouraged. That answered for a little while. Once more, the riot began. Hetty and his patrol renewed their round, but as soon as the turmoil was silenced in one quarter, it arose in another. No sooner had the police squad reduced matters to quiet and moved to another point than the riot broke out afresh behind them. Finally, it gathered such headway that the lieutenant was compelled to retire. The ill feelings which the rioters had vented upon one another were turned against him. The combatants united to wreak a common vengeance upon Hetty. "He is a usurper. He wants to be chief himself. He has made way with the other officers so that he may seize the command. Down with him! Death to the tyrant! Death! Death! Death!" The whole seditious element of the garrison gathered together and moved in a solid mass upon Hetty and his little band of aides, who had fallen back toward the tower that united the two main quarters of the fort. "Aha!" said he. "Is that what you are after? Very good, my brave boys. There are two who can play the game of death, as you shall learn." The Pixies had assembled upon the rampart and were looking down grimly upon the turmoil in the parade ground or open space beneath. Hetty called to them to open the tower gates. Now, strange to say, Hetty was a universal favorite among the Pixies. Which one of his particular qualities won their admiration, it would be hard to say, but the cross-grained and savage old curmudgeon had a host of enthusiastic friends among the Pixies of Fort Spender. They always stood up for him, and the cunning fellow knew well that he could count upon them now, especially as the Pixie parson, who had great influence among the Pixies, was also his warm friend. The gates of the tower flew open immediately, and an excited crowd of Pixies gathered about their favorite. They leaped from the ramparts. They climbed down the walls. They thronged the gate. Their forms fairly swelled with indignation. They were ready at a word to fall upon the insurgents. The mob paused at this demonstration. They did not like the look of things. They began to consult among themselves. A few in the rear ranks of the main body dropped out one by one and sneaked off toward the barricade. Hetty spoke a few words to his Amazon squad and then approached the rioters. He advanced several paces from the gate and addressed them. "Gentlemen, you have chosen to submit this little difference of opinion to a very grim sort of judge called Death. I am ready to argue the case, and there is the court." He pointed to the group of angry Pixies. The leaders of the riot held a brief, whispered consultation. They were quite taken aback at this turn of affairs. "Come, gentlemen," continued Hetty in the same cool, sneering tone. "The court is waiting. Are you ready for trial?" There is no telling what the issue might have been had not the current of feeling been suddenly arrested. During these moments of turmoil, a thin, white speck had been floating in from the lake. It sailed above the tops of the trees, hovered over the fort, and gradually settled down toward the parade ground. A voice was heard to issue from it. "Pixies, ahoy, ahoy!" All eyes turned upward. A balloon hung overhead, and just beyond toward the lake, another and another could be seen. "Lay hold of the ropes," called a voice from the nearest of these ships of the sky. "We want to descend here. We bear a message from your chief." A score of willing hands were reached out, and the cords, which by this time dragged upon the ground, were seized. The little vessel, thus steadied, began to descend. It touched the ground in a vacant space between the rioters and the Pixies. A small pixie stepped from the basket and looked inquiringly around. He was dressed in a dark gray coat with broad white stripes, breeches pale-colored and spotted, and a black vest over which a white-haired beard was streaming. He seemed much puzzled at the strange grouping of the parties around him, who, for the most part, had kept their positions, but were looking quietly on, their interest in the new arrival having nearly soothed their wrath. "I should like to see Lieutenant Hetty," said the stranger. "I have a message for him from Captain Spite and Lieutenant Hyde." "I am the person you seek," said Hetty, stepping forward. "If you will pardon me a moment, sir," said the stranger, "and give me some help in getting my comrades anchored, I will deliver my message." The second of these little voyagers of the air reached a position above the fort and cast out cords and grapnels. He soon anchored. Then another and another followed, until 5 had safely landed. The interest of the Fort Pixies in these aeronauts had now quieted the passions that had been so near fatal explosion. Here was news from their missing officers. All would now be well. By common consent, both parties put up their weapons and gathered around the messenger. "There is nothing secret in my orders, sir, I think," said the balloonist who had first landed. "My name is Lycosa. Here are my credentials. My orders I will give when you are ready for them." "Say on, then," said Hetty. "You couldn't have come with them at a luckier time. What news from our chiefs?" "Good news," answered Lycosa. "They crossed the bridge, raided the Brownie camp, seized 2 of the nurses, the Commodore's daughter and the boatswains, and have them safe on the island to hold as ransom for your safe and quiet departure." This news was received with unbounded favor and applause, not hearty, ringing cheers such as brownies give, but a noisy clatter of fangs. The applause ceased, and Lycosa resumed. "The capture of these prisoners was a masterly stroke. The chiefs stole into the Brownie camp, seized their captives from the very headquarters, and made off with them. A scream from one of them aroused the camp. The hue and cry was raised, and by the barest chance, Spite and Hyde got off to sea on board a smuggler's yacht.
With their prisoners?
Yes, all safe. They are in limbo now, ready to be exchanged if need be, but the captain hopes to keep them for another and worse difficulty than the present.
Humph, grunted Hetty. That would be hard to find, I fancy. Go on.
He sends word by me that the old suspension bridge is passable, that a few cables stretched across spans number 1, 2, and 4 will make it a quite good route. I am here with my companions, not only to bring the message, but to do this work of repair.
But when is it to be done? Asked Hetty. And how are we to make a landing in face of the enemy's camp? The Brownies would climb the piers and cut the strands under us, or would send their cavalry up to do it and attack parties crossing. They would swarm on the shore and prevent our landing. They would have us at great disadvantage, for they could destroy us one by one. A pretty plan, that. Perhaps our chiefs had better come and try their own chances in it. No? Let them send out their she-brownies and try the ransom.
Hetty spoke with much warmth, and the Pixies applauded.
Not so fast, General, said Lycosa, like a good diplomat conciliating Hetty with a high-sounding title. All that has been attended to. The French, a fast yacht, has gone down to the outlet with your officers to order up the navy. The ships will be anchored off the old bridge within 2 hours. It will then be the hour just before dawn, which you know is the darkest of the night. We can have the bridge ready for travel by that time. Both your chiefs agree that the Brownies will then be quieted down and will sleep more soundly because of this disturbance.
One of us, however, is to make a balloon reconnaissance before the start from the fort shall be made to see whether all is quiet. The Navy will land your party as fast as they arrive, and we can get over, it is thought, before daylight. Should the movement be discovered, the ships can resist any onset until all the garrison are off. That is the plan which I bring. The chief orders the trial. If it fails, the ransom plan will not.
Hetty looked sullen, shook his head, and meditated for a few moments. No one spoke. All waited for his decision. Well, lads, said the lieutenant, looking around with brightened face. Is that little unpleasantness settled? What say you?
The Pixies clapped their fangs in chorus by way of approval.
You will stop your nonsense, return to duty, and obey orders, will you?
Yes, yes, was the unanimous response.
Very well, then. To your posts, all of you. Cousin Lycosa, go on with your engineering and draw on us for all the men and material that you need.
The garrison scattered to their various posts at the barricades and ramparts. Many laid down for a short sleep. Some went out with Hetty to look after repairs upon the bridge. The mutiny was over. Once more, Spite had saved Fort Spender. It was Lycosa and his companions, just alighting upon Arania's Isle in their balloons, that had fixed the attention of the chief while the fringe approached the shore, carrying the captive nurses. The whole plan of rescue flashed upon his mind. He would send a balloon message to the fort, and with it, engineers to direct the repair of the old bridge and the proposed escape thereby. Meantime, Hyde and himself would bring up the fleet to convey the garrison across the lake. Lycosa and his chief assistant, Gossamer, lost no time in beginning work. Their balloons were anchored by strong cords to grass stalks and hung in the air, swaying backward and forward, ready for the embarkation. They were hammock-shaped silken structures, quite wide at the middle and gathered into a point at each end. From the bow and stern floated filaments of silk, which served the purpose of gas and human inventions for air locomotion. That is to say, they buoyed up the balloon so that it floated aloft. The Pixie aeronaut was seated in or beneath his hammock. Gossamer's hammock, or car, was a rather broad, close ribbon of silk, but Lycosa's was a light meshwork affair, just enough for his body to rest upon, and which he aptly called his basket. When the time came to ascend, the stay lines would be cut, the balloons rise up and be carried along by the breeze. If he wished to go higher, the balloonist opened his spinnerets, set his tiny silk factory a-going, and thus, by adding to the number and length of the filaments, increased the buoyancy of the machine. If he wished to descend, he gathered up the floating lines into a little ball underneath his jaws, something like a seaman reefing sails, and as the surface exposed to the air was diminished, the balloon descended. "Let go the ropes!" shouted Lycosa, as he climbed by a thread into his car, which swung beneath the netted hammock. The ropes were cut, and away the Voyager went to the old bridge, followed by his brother balloonists. Assisted by the Fort engineers, they stretched new cables across the broken spans and strengthened the old ones. An hour's steady service finished all needful repairs. Then, Lycosa ascended from one of the piers, made a survey of the Brownie camp, returned and reported that the camp had settled into its usual quiet. Rodney and his sailors were off to the inlet. Being certain that the lost nurses were not in the fort, the Brownies had recalled the extra pickets. There was little more risk in crossing the bridge than had attended the venture of Spite and Hide, especially as a fog now hung over the shore. Lookouts were placed upon the shore pier to watch for the fleet. All baggage and portable material were packed. Some of the Pixies took their children upon their backs, like Madame Lycosa. Others carried their round, silken cradles in their jaws, like Madame Folcus, or lashed beneath their bodies like Madame Dolomide. Fort Spender was stripped and ready to be abandoned to its fate. Soon, Lycosa's signal flag was seen flying from above the pier. The fleet was in sight. The news was passed rapidly from mouth to mouth along a line of sentinels stationed on the bridge. The garrison was set in motion. In a short space of time, the whole force had gone over without accident and without a sound loud enough to alarm the Brownie pickets, a result much assisted by a contrivance of Lycosa's. To prevent the noise made by vessels mooring to the shore, he caused all the ships to anchor some distance from land. He then attached cords to the masts and bowsprits, and by means of his balloons, carried them directly from the bridge to the ships. Thus, there was no tramping from abutment to lake across the bank. There were no splash of oars and wash of waves by the plying of boats from shore to ship. The last soldiers had embarked. The cables were cut, the anchors weighed, and with a favoring breeze, the fleet crossed the lake and anchored in Big Cave Harbor on the opposite or orchard shore. One of their camps or villages was located here, and the wearied Pixies were disembarked and comfortably housed. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. Brownies on a Lark. After the evening meal, there usually comes a lull in the duties of Brownie camp life. Pickets have been told off and stationed at their posts. Campfires are kindled, and the soldiers gather around the glowing light, stretched upon the grass underneath the shadow of leaves and flowers, or seated on rude stools of pebbles and twigs. In chat and story, they forget the fatigues and dangers of a soldier's life. They spin yarns of past adventure, tales of moving accident by flood and field, and perils in the imminent deadly breach. They discuss the chances of the campaign, the strategy and behavior of the enemy, and the merits of their commanders. Jokes, quips, merry anecdotes and witty sayings run around the circle, and ever and anon hearty peals of laughter break out upon the still evening air. "Ho, lads! Tone down your mirth a bit," cried the officer of the day to one of these groups in the camp before Fort Spinder. "Aye, aye, sir," was the response, and for a moment silence fell upon the circle. "Say, boys," at last exclaimed one of the company, "let's get out of this and go for a lark. I have a capital idea in my head." "Ho, ho," cried Brownie Hijinks. "Twadeels really has an idea in his head. I'll warrant it's a lively one. Out with it. I'm for any fun that's not against general orders." "Well then, lads, come close together and listen." Twadeels was one of two brothers who had got their somewhat peculiar name from their daring and mischievous spirit, which kept them, and most people around them, in a whirl of excitement and adventure. Their chums nicknamed them the Twa-deels, and the two words at length became one, and the lads were called Twadeels Senior and Twadeels Junior. But among their fellows, they were simply known as Twadeels and Junior. The Brownies grouped themselves around Twadeels, heard his plan, and with little question gave hearty assent. An hour and place of meeting were fixed, and after discussing details of the proposed lark in whispers as they bent over the campfire, the merry plotters retired to their tents. In due time, they were up and assembled at the rendezvous. The group that now started out upon their secret adventure was made up of Brownies from all arms of the service. The Navy was represented by Brownies Bark, Ferry, Wetman, and Oversea. The Cavalry by Brownies Gear, Sadler, Martingale, Hosson, Howroad, and Barnett. The Infantry by Halfrick, Hijinks, Eslade, and the two Twadeels. A merry crowd they were, and as bold as merry. The story of their night adventure we are now about to tell. They silently stole from camp, passed the sentries without much trouble, and reached the bank of the lake close by the point where the Brownie picket line touched the water. They were in a shallow depression, formed an earlier time by an overflow of the lake. The water rose almost at this point to the surface of the shore, and only a narrow ridge of sand hindered it from flowing down the dry channel over which, indeed, it often ran during freshets. Twadeels set Oversea and his sailor companions to form a raft. They were handy at such work, and soon had a number of beams lashed together into a rude raft that was secure enough, at least for such adventurers as those who expected to use it. The rest of the company were set to digging at the sandy ridge which banked the lake. All sorts of implements were used: drinking cups, table pans, shovels, extemporized from splinters, stalks, and chips picked from driftwood on the shore. Indeed, the Brownies had been trained to turn a hand to such duty without use of spades, shovels, picks, or other trenching tools. By the time the raft was ready, a cut had been made through the sand almost to the verge of the lake, and the water had already begun to trickle over the top. Then the final order was given, and all the Brownies fell to with zeal and removed the remaining sandy barrier. Soon a breach was made in the shore through which the lake water began to pour. The spirits of the Brownies rose with the rising flood, and when at last enough water had entered the channel to float the raft, they let it swing out into the stream and were afloat upon the swift-running current. Their purpose was now made plain. They intended to drown out the Pixie pickets, overflood and override the barricade, and get into the heart of the Pixie camp. But there were some difficulties in the way that these reckless spirits had not considered. The water was as frisky as themselves and would not confine itself to the course in which they had expected it to run, but turned hither and thither, crawling among clumps and tufts of weeds, grass, and bushes, whose tops presently appeared above the surface of the current and lay in the way of the raft as it floated downstream. "Look out, there in front!" cried the leader, but before the raft could be pushed away, it bumped against a bush. Several brownies were tossed into the stream and were pulled up with difficulty. Now the raft was off again, and its crew, a little more careful, managed to avoid the snags that threatened them in front. Soon the cry arose, "Look out on the right!" Too late again, for the raft was caught in an eddy and driven among the bushes on the margin of the little torrent. Some of the crew clambered upon the bushes, others plunged into the stream, and by dint of pushing and pulling, and many hearty but subdued calls, and with much laughter, the vessel was released from the bushes and pushed again into the current. At this moment, Slade saw the form of a pixie upon an overhanging bush. He lay along the stem with arms and legs stretched out before and behind, and held close together, thus so tightly embracing the plant that it was difficult at first to distinguish him therefrom. "Aha," said Slade, "I know that trick of yours, Master Tetragnatha. I have seen you and your kin try to cheat us before this by snugging yourself along stems of plants and keeping your great green coat and legs down tight to 'em. You fooled me that way once, but you can't do it again. Here, boys, we must get the old rascal out of that." So saying, he sprang into the bush, laid hold of a limb, and swung himself up to where the pixie lay. Several of his comrades quickly followed, but Tetragnatha had no mind to meet them in fair combat. He jumped up and leaped from the stem into the midst of the current. This sudden movement surprised the brownies. They paused and gazed wonderingly at their foe, whom they knew to be no water pixie, and therefore expected to be engulfed in the stream. "Well," exclaimed Wetman, "that was a foolish trick. Might as well have stayed to be killed as to jump into that current and be drowned, for drowned you surely will be, old fellow." But Wetman was mistaken. To the surprise of all the brownies, Tetragnatha, instead of sinking, spread his legs upon the water, floated for a moment or two with the current, and then, in the face of the stream, began slowly to approach the shore. "What can this mean?" asked Gear. "How does the creature manage it? What sort of hidden machinery has that pixie within himself to enable him to go contrary to the current into the bushes on yonder shore?" "Don't know, but we'll try to find out. So after him, boys, after him," cried Twadeels. The order was quickly obeyed. The raft was swung into the stream, and partly urged by the current and partly impelled by poles and oars, the brownies followed the fleeing pixie and almost overtook him. They were just a little too late. For a moment before the raft touched the shore, Tetragnatha reached a low-hanging twig and climbed to the top of a bush. The brownies, however, were determined not to be foiled, so once more the party sprang into the limbs and leaves and followed the retreating pixie. Tetragnatha paused a moment, as though considering whether it would be better to meet his enemies in open fight or, a second time, try the stream. But his foes were too many, so he leaped upon the water. This time, he varied his method, for he made one end of a long cord fast to a branch, meanwhile holding on to the other end so that when he alighted on the water, the cord stretched out behind him. This stayed and buoyed him up as he ran off at full pace upon the surface of the stream. As he went, the thread stretched out and seemingly would have made no end of lengthening had not one of the brownies cut it. Tetragnatha was discomfited only for a moment. Then, to the surprise of his pursuers, instead of sinking beneath the flood, rode upon it and turned his course towards the shore. This time, however, The Pixie's way led along a belt of bright moonlight that glimmered through the branches. "Aha, lads!" exclaimed Brownie, who was standing at the bow watching an opportunity to annoy his enemy. "I see what's the mystery. The Pixie has spread a sail. Look there. You can see it if you stoop low and catch a side view of the silk as it shines in the moonlight. Do you see now? Tetragnatha has lifted his body from the surface of the water and has set his spinning machinery a-going, and now you may see the outspun threads glinting in the moonlight. A long pencil of silken lines is spread out from the spinnerets above him, while at the same time he has fastened his feet together by a little silken raft. The raft buoys him upon the water. The floating filaments act as sails. The wind is blowing right toward the bank yonder, so that in spite of the current, which heads off this way, the creature is able to sail over the surface of the water. There he goes! He is bound to make land." Brownie had seen truly. This was another of the tricks of that strange and cunning craft, which was continually being unfolded before the Brownies' eyes. Tetragnatha was now safe on dry land and scampered off among the bushes. Once more, the adventurers pushed into the current. The stream bore to the opposite side, making a long curve which brought them close up to the picket line of their own troops. "Hush!" cried Twadeels. "Yonder is one of our sentinels, close up to the edge of the stream. Down, flat on the raft, every one of you. Quick, and lay low till we are quite past." The Brownies tumbled at the word and spread themselves along the logs in as small space as they could assume, although their position was anything but comfortable, for the water continually washed over them or spurted up upon them through the chinks of the raft. "Ahoy there!" cried the Brownie sentinel. "What boat is that?" No answer, and the raft sped silently by. "Halt there!" shouted the sentinel, running after the vessel. "Halt, I say, or I will fire on you." He paused, raised his bow, and let fly an arrow. It was well aimed and sank into a log close by the head of Hijinks. Indeed, it pierced his Scotch bonnet and tore it from his head. This fidgety Brownie could no longer be restrained, and although the raft had now been carried quite out of reach, he leaped to his feet, pulled out the arrow, waved it and his bonnet above his head, and called to the sentinel, whom he knew well. "Say, old chappie, save your shots for Pixies. Don't you see, you rascal, you've spoiled my hat and—" "Lie down, you ninny!" cried Twadeels in a whisper. "You'll give us away. We'll be stopped, taken back to camp, and put in the guardhouse, every one of us." Thereupon, several Brownies quietly pulled Hijinks down upon the logs. By this time, the raft had swung round a clump of brushwood, leaving the sentinel gazing in a dazed way after the mysterious vessel. Scarcely had they rounded the point when a huge Pixie darted from the grasses near them, and, after making a few rapid strides upon the current, dived into the stream. "Hello, here's game!" cried Twadeels. "Stop the raft a moment." Fairy swung the bow around. Sadler and Barnet seized the ropes and jumped into the nearest bushes. Then, holding back lustily, the clumsy vessel was soon stopped. "Now, get her up to the place where the Pixie went down," said Twadeels. "I know him well. He is one of the Dolemede band of water pixies. 6-Point Dolemede, they call him. Steady, here he is." Looking down into the water, the Brownies saw 6-Point clinging to the stem of an overflowed plant. "What a curious-looking creature he is!" exclaimed Hassan. "He has put on a coat of armor that shines like silver, even through the water. How did he get it?" "Don't know," exclaimed Halfric, "but I will see whether it is proof against my spear." He steadied himself upon the raft and drew back to strike. The sharp implement cut through the water, and as Halfric leaned over the edge of the raft to watch the result of his stroke, he was suddenly made conscious of an effect very different from that he had counted upon. He could not have been more surprised if an earthquake had struck him. 6 Point, at the touch of the spear, unclasped his hold upon the stem, darted upward, and struck with full force against the under part of the bow, which shot upward into the air until the raft stood on one end in the water. It was much as though a huge whale were to come up underneath a fishing boat. Halfrick was heaved into the air like a rocket, and after several somersaults, alighted in some nearby boughs. The rest of the company slid along the logs and dropped together into the stream. A more surprised set of brownies perhaps never was seen. They arose to the surface, sputtering and struggling, and one after another laid hold of the raft, which had now righted itself. But as they climbed up at one end, 6 Point clambered upon the other. His weight dragged the bow under the water, and the stern tossed into the air, throwing the brownies forward. They were flung directly upon the great Pixie, who was as much surprised by the sudden movement, which he took for an assault, as were the brownies themselves, and backed off into the stream, dragging down the bow with him. Meantime, the brownies had returned toward the stern of the raft, and as 6 Point let go his hold, the bow rose in the water. This seesawing of the vessel and the oddity of the proceeding touched the brownies' risibilities, and they began to laugh. Soon the whole party were in a turmoil of mirth, in the midst of which Dolemede gravely thrust out his forepaws, deliberately climbed upon the raft, and began to look around. Thereupon several of the brownies dropped into the water beside the logs. Among these was Gear, who, while he floundered about and ducked his head, said, What's become of the brute's armor? Don't you see he has stripped it off? What do you think he has done with it?" "Such a fellow," said Junior, who was treading water beside Gear. "I believe you would ask questions and study problems in natural history if you were dying. Here, lads," he added, "it's a burning shame that this Pixie has possession of our raft. Let's up and at him." The party climbed out of the water, drew their weapons, and cautiously advanced. But 6 Point thought discretion the better part of valor, for without waiting for his enemies to attack, he dropped into the stream and sank beneath the surface. The brownies rushed to the edge of the raft just in time to see the Pixie moving out of reach from stem to stem of the submerged plants. "Look, boys," cried Gear. "He has his silver armor on again. How is the thing done? It looks like magic." "Suppose you dive down and ask the old fellow, dear boy," said Hijinks. "No doubt he will lend you a brand new suit for yourself if you like." Dolemede was by this time quite hidden from view, and any attempt to follow would have been vain. So Twaddiles ordered all hands aboard and once more set sail. Perhaps we may stop to explain the point that puzzled Gear. The silver armor was nothing, in fact, but bubbles of air that clung to 6 Point's hairy coat. It is the fashion of water pixies to spread out the numerous hairs upon their furry skins, just as they plunge beneath the surface of the water. Portions of air within the spaces between the hairs cling around the body, held thereto by the pressure of the surrounding water. This air gathers in round bubbles which shine like silver and have somewhat the appearance of a coat of mail. They probably furnish the air for the creature to breathe while in the water, and they of course disappear into the atmosphere the moment the surface is reached. Once more, the brownies were afloat, and now they drew near the barricades and saw the damage wrought by the flood upon the Pixie defenses. The water had overflowed the demaloon, so that only the end towers showed above the surface, and these swayed to and fro before the force of the rushing current and under the weight of the Pixie sentinels who, as it seemed to the brownies, must have been driven to refuge within them, so suddenly had the flood broken out. The triple-decked tower of Lanifia was crowded with these fugitives. Now, lads, said Twiddles, here's our chance for fine sport. What say you? Shall we push our raft right over the barricade to the gate of the fort? Or stop and pick up some of the fellows imprisoned here in the towers? It is a bad policy to leave an enemy in one's rear, said Brownie. You mean that a pixie in a bush is worth two in a fort, don't you? Exclaimed Fairy. It will soon be time for us to be in our quarters, said Howroad, pointing to the faint blush of coming dawn in the eastern horizon. If we are not in by reveille, it will be rather hard on us. We will not be able to get through more work than we can find here among these towers. These opinions were heartily endorsed by the majority of the party, and the raft was directed toward one of the central towers. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. How the Lark Ended. The water had risen around the demaloon, covering the entire line of works, except the tall towers above the two ends and on either side of the central gate. The raft was steered toward the tower at the western end. This was a dome-shaped structure wrought by bending together and lashing several leaves, which then looked like the crown of a peaked hat. The inside was neatly tapestried with silk, and on all sides of the opening, which looked downward, were strung guy ropes and cross lines. Above the whole was curved, like the plume of a helmet, a leaf with a long stem, whose point was bent downward and fastened to the roof. This formed a watchtower or lookout for a sentinel, who could thence scan the surrounding space and give warning of approaching danger. Yonder is the lookout, lads, said Twiddles as the raft swung toward the tower. But he seems to be taking it very coolly, for although he must see us, he makes no sign of giving warning. But we had better not trust to that. Push on as fast as possible, and put him beyond the power of raising an alarm. Give way, lads, give way heartily. Aye, aye, sir, was the answer, and the raft soon lay alongside the tower. Fasten the painter to one of those lines, was the next order. Gear, you may lead the cavalrymen to the lookout, and I'll head the attack on the main tower. All right, said Gear. I know the company which the fellow up there belongs to. A keen lot they are, too, as bright as the scarlet uniform that gives them the name of the Cardinal Company. Come on, Brownies. He seized the tower guy ropes, and guiding his course by the stems of the leaves, began the ascent, followed closely by his comrades, Sadler, Halfrick, and Barnet. Up they went, hand over hand, everyone trying to beat his leader to the top, which they were not long in reaching. As they hung at the edge a moment and looked over it, they saw the Pixie watchman standing rampant on the opposite side of the lookout. His scarlet tunic shone bright in the moonlight, and the metallic green of his fangs glistened as he gnashed them together in defiance. "Surrender!" shouted Gear. Cardinalis shook one arm threateningly by way of answer. The Brownies now made a rush toward the Pixie, but before they could reach him, he vaulted into the air, and passing over his assailants' heads, lit on the opposite side of the lookout. The Brownies could not check their speed, and tumbled against and over one another as they reached the spot where the Pixie had stood. "Well jumped," cried Gear, recovering himself, "but you shall not miss us next time." He seized the dragline, which the vaulting legionaries always stretch behind them when they jump, and gave it a stout tug as he faced about. Cardinalis cut the line with his claw, and turning sharply, faced his foes, and as they approached, backed quietly down the stern of the leaf to the roof of the tower. "Foiled again," cried Gear, as the squad of Brownies scurried after the retreating Pixie. "But you can't escape us a third time." His boast was too soon made, however, for before his party could reach the tower, Cardinalis had scampered down the guy ropes to the Brownie raft. Thither he was followed by Gear and his men, who were now well warmed to their work and boiling with vexation at their 2 failures. Halfric was the first to reach the raft, and as he charged with poised spear, Cardinalis sprang upon him. Halfric sank upon one knee, dropped the end of his spear to the deck, and received upon the point the force of the assault. The spear point penetrated the Pixie's breast, but the staff was shattered, and Halfric borne to the deck. His comrades were at his side in an instant, but before he was relieved, the dying Pixie buried his fangs in his shoulder. "Has anyone a cruse of lily balm?" asked Gear. No one answered. The thoughtless fellows had not counted upon accidents and wounds when they planned their lark. Too bad, Gear exclaimed, but we must do the next best thing." He tore the skirts of his coat into strips and tied a bandage tightly around the shoulder between the hurt part and the body. He then put his lips to the wound and sucked the poison into his mouth. Halfric had already fallen into a stupor and was laid in an easy position upon the raft, where his comrades watched him with sad countenances. In the meanwhile, how fared it with Twardils and his party? They had little difficulty in mounting to the tower, but as they entered the leafy dome, they found themselves faced by the huge proportions of Shamrock, the tower keeper. Near him were 2 Pixies belonging to the Vaulting Legion, who had taken refuge from the flood within the tower and whose bright eyes shone out of the deep shadows wherein they lay. The Brownies had a hard task before them, for they must hang to the tapestried sides of the tower with one hand while they kept the sword arm free. Moreover, they were to attack from beneath and face an assault which, coming from above, would be much more serious. But they knew nothing of fear and little of prudence, and pushed on, holding their swords above them, which thus formed a bristling circle of points against which their enemies must cast themselves if they chose to attack. The moonlight shone brightly upon objects beneath, but little got within the dome, and all above them was in shadow. Only the outlines of the Pixies dimly showed against the white tapestry of the walls. Silently and slowly, but steadily, the circle of Brownie sword points moved upward into the shadow, narrowing as they rose. The affray promised to be a bloody one, and even the most reckless of the party had begun to feel the sobriety of the moment, when the advance was suddenly arrested by a voice calling from above them. "Halt! We surrender!" It was Pixie Shamrock that spoke. "Halt!" echoed Twardils, although the command was scarcely needed, for his company had stopped at the first word. Yet they suspected a Pixie trick, and every arm held the sword blade more firmly, and all eyes were more keenly on the alert. Shamrock perceived that the Brownies distrusted him, and again spoke. "We are in earnest. No trick is intended. Descend, and we will follow you and give ourselves up. We have good reasons for our strange action. We have been deserted and deceived by Spite the Spy and our own friends, and shall not now throw our lives away to please or profit them. You may trust my word." After a brief, whispered consultation, Twardils concluded it wise policy to accept the offered surrender, and gave orders to descend. It must be confessed that he was glad to do this, for he began to fear that serious results would follow, and even that if they should be victorious, precious lives would be lost. There was no relaxing vigilance as the Brownies descended, and when they reached the raft and saw the senseless form of Halfric stretched upon the deck, they were still better satisfied that they had found so easy an issue from their adventure. The Pixies, true to their word for once at least, came down quietly and let themselves be bound, after which Shamrock told the following story, which seemed strange indeed to his captors. "Our sentries were stationed last evening as usual, although it was expected that Fort Spender would be abandoned sometime during the night. Keep up an active patrol, said the captain of the guard. "Show yourselves freely to the enemy's pickets until you get orders from me to retire. Then, quietly and hastily, withdraw from your posts, and we will go off in the last shipload." That seemed all right, and the sentinels on duty of whom we are a part suspected nothing when, during the night, the relief guard were ordered to headquarters under pretense of receiving some secret instructions from the chief. But they never returned. We kept watch long after the time for changing guard. No corporal appeared. Then we sent a messenger to the fort to see what was the matter. He soon returned saying that the fort was abandoned. Not a pixie was left except the sentinels at the posts. We had been fooled, betrayed, deserted, and given over to death by our selfish chief, who left us as decoys to keep up the appearance that the fort was occupied in order to deceive you brownies. A madder lot of pixies never was seen. If we could have gotten hold of our chiefs, we would have made mincemeat of them in short order. But storming and swearing didn't help matters. What should we do? That was the question. We even thought of going straight to your camp and blowing on the whole mean pack, and would have done it, I think, only we feared you folks would think it a bit of spite strategy and cut our throats for our pains. In the midst of our deliberations, a flood burst upon us from some unseen quarter. The very witches seemed to be abroad and conspiring against us. We could not imagine the source, as there was no rain. The water pixies readily escaped to the land and are now in hiding somewhere, but the rest of us fled from point to point until at last we were cooped up in the towers. Now you can understand why, being thus betrayed, confused and mystified, we had little stomach for fighting and preferred to surrender, if for nothing else than to get even with our miserable dog of a chief, Spite the Spy. If you'll take the trouble to go to the other towers, you'll probably find all our comrades in the same mood. Here was startling news indeed for the brownies. What should they do? At all events, they wouldn't tell their prisoners that they were only a chance squad of runaways out on the LARK. Some serious duty seemed to be before them. The suggestion to visit the other towers and bag all the pixies therein was a strong temptation, but ought they not now to push straight to camp? An unlooked-for circumstance brought the question to a swift conclusion. The water began to subside almost as rapidly as it had risen, but the brownies were so intent upon Shamrock's story that they failed to note the fact. The raft's bow had been tied by a short rope to the tower, and as the water ran out, the stern of the vessel gradually settled, and by the time the pixie tale was fairly told, was quite out of water and loosely lodged upon a clump of grasses. Suddenly, these gave way, and the raft began to tilt in an inclined plane. "Look out, lads!" cried Hassan. "Hold fast, all! The raft's upsetting!" The warning came just in time to allow Halfrick's attendants to seize and save him from being shot into the stream. Hijinks, finding himself slipping down, flung himself into the water by a double somersault, and several others joined him, while those who clung to the raft were flung together in a huddle, brownies and pixies sprawling over and clinging to one another. Wetman, who chanced to be near the bow, clambered up and cut the painter, whereupon the raft fell into the stream with a splash, and the water washing over the deck gave the crew a ducking. The incident excited the mirthfulness of the brownies, who broke into a merry laughter, and those on board began to chaff those in the stream. Someone hailed Hijinks, who was cutting lively antics in the water, and struck up a familiar doggerel, something after the fashion of modern college ditties. "Here, dear little son, go slow, do not run, go slow, oh air. Downtown, do not stray, there dare not to play, air. Near here is a well, pour more, in it fell, air." No sooner was the song started than all the crew joined in. The strain was a dolorous one, and the refrain ended in a peculiar note on the syllable combining something of a sigh, a shriek, and a grunt, upon which all the singers laid the full stress of their voices and stopped with a sudden jerk. The whole effect was comical, and the third verse seemed so pat to the case in hand that it was followed by a roar of laughter that fairly raised the night echoes. Fairy, who was something of a wag, saw Gear splashing and sputtering in vain efforts to ascend the raft, for he was but an indifferent swimmer, and broke into an extemporized verse. "Here, dear, little Gear, come quick, and I'll pick you out of the creek, eek-er." The effort was hailed with applause, and the refrain was repeated with rousing effect by the chorus. "Out of the creek, eek-er." Gear took the sally good-naturedly, and as he was quite as quick at repertoire as Fairy, sang back from the waves, sputtering and stuttering as he sang, "Mary Fairy, shallow fellow, shut quick, or I'll stick you into the creek, eek-er." "Good!" shouted the Brownies, with another hearty peal of laughter as they repeated the refrain. What a trifling matter will pass for genuine wit among friends who are all in a good humor and ready to be pleased with every honest attempt at innocent fun. But Tweedles thought the matters had gone quite far enough. Indeed, too far. Come, lads," he said. "This must end. Matters have taken too serious a turn for further mirth. Our lark must end just here. Pull the raft to shore." "All right, Captain," said Hijinks, who had drawn himself out of the water and stood on the end of the raft, shaking himself with many grimaces. "I'll reduce myself to order and help reduce your order to execution." Whereupon he plunged again into the flood and, aided by one or two others, soon had the raft free from the entangling remains of the demaloon. In a few moments it touched the bank where, with some merry words of mock farewell, it was abandoned. Tweedles now called his comrades around him. "Brownies," he said, "our adventure has taken a more serious and important turn than I had expected. We have a wounded comrade whom we must get into the hospital as soon as possible. We have these prisoners to deliver to Captain Bruce, and above all, we have news of the utmost value, which ought not to be held back a moment longer than necessary." "But is the news true, comrade?" interrupted Gear. "Aren't we being gulled by these pixies? Lying is their native speech." "I have thought of that," replied Tweedles, "and am not willing to go into camp with such a story on the naked word of our prisoners, although I believe, from several circumstantial proofs, that they have told the truth this time, if never before. I propose to send out a scout to find out the facts. We shall wait here for his report. What say you?" All agreed with their leader, and the whole party clamored to be sent as scouts, but Tweedles appointed his brother, Junior, with Bark and Howroad. Junior pushed toward the fort, gradually bearing in the direction of the central gate. Soon the party passed a clump of ox-eyed daisies whose tall blooms towered above the fort walls. "Here is a good place to make an observation," said Junior. "Bark, mount that tallest stem and tell us what you see." Bark, as a sailor, was well used to climbing, and in a few moments reached the blossom. But just as he was clambering over the edge of the white leaves, he seemed to miss his footing and fell to the ground. His fall was broken by a clump of grass, but he lay stunned and motionless. His comrades ran to him and tried to restore him. "I never knew Bark to make a slip of that sort before," said Howroad. "He's one of the surest-footed topmen in the fleet and can climb like a monkey." "True enough," said Junior, "and I don't understand it, but we must not allow this accident to thwart our purpose. Do you watch our comrade, and I'll try my luck at climbing for an observation." So saying, he began the ascent, and as he was a skillful athlete, readily reached the top. He took the precaution to peep over the edge before he got upon the flower, but saw nothing. The coast was clear. He stood up, and turned to survey the fort, but was startled by a rustling noise at the further margin of the daisy. He turned and drew his sword. "Who is here?" he demanded. There was no answer, but now, gazing steadily in the direction from which the sound came, he saw the dim outlines of a pixie standing rampant with claws uplifted as though to strike. The mystery of Bark's fall was solved. Junior recognized in the creature before him one of the Laterigrade Legion, a well-known character. His uniform was generally yellow, and he was in the habit of ambushing in yellow flowers. The daisy was a favorite resort, wherein he would lay alone for many days, hugging the yellow heart of the large flower, and quite concealed from a careless observer. Sometimes he resorted to other plants, and then his uniform took the tint of their flowers, a fact which gave him the popular name of Turncoat Tom. As Bark had clambered upon the daisy unthinking of danger, Turncoat Tom had struck him on the head, and the mariner, quite off his guard, was knocked to the ground. "You miserable, sneaking turncoat!" cried the Brownie, wrathful at his friend's mishap. "You shall pay for this dearly." And thereupon he assaulted the pixie furiously. A duel on a daisy. It was a strange occurrence, even in Brownie world. The duel was of short duration, for a skillful stroke of Junior's sword severed one of Turncoat Tom's claws, whereupon he sidled crabwise over the edge of the daisy, after the fashion of his tribe, and leaped sheer of the flower into the grass beneath, fortunately on the side opposite to where Bark lay. Junior peered over the edge and saw the form of his wounded adversary glide into the shadows and disappear. "Well," said the Brownie, as he put up his sword, "I dare say that is another of the abandoned sentinels, and he has been punished enough. Let him go." He turned once more to survey the fort, which lay under the full light of the moon, quite exposed in every part. It was silent as a cemetery. Not a sentinel was seen at the gates, on the walls, on the towers, or on the parade ground. Not a boat lay at the landing. Not a sign of life anywhere, except on the Arena Cola Tower, where the grim flag of the Pixies floated from its staff, having evidently been left, like the sentinels of the Demaloon, to keep up the impression that the fort was still occupied. Well satisfied, Junior descended and was pleased to find that Bark had now recovered consciousness. He had no idea what had happened to him, only knowing that as he crawled upon the daisy, a sudden stroke, like a shock of electricity, had fallen upon his head and smitten him to the ground. With a sailor's superstition, he was disposed to think the fall the result of some miserable witch-work. Junior, having relieved his mind on this subject, dispatched Howroad to report to his brother and recommend that all the Brownies join him with their prisoners. Tredeels approved, and by the time the party had come up, Bark was well enough to join in the march with a little aid, and was soon as lively as the rest. All were now in the best of spirits. Tredeels resolved to pass through the fort by the central gate, go out by the water gate, and re-enter camp by the lakefront. "Lads," he said, when he had told his plans, "we had expected to slip through the lines before reveille, be safe in our quarters for morning duty, and keep our lark to ourselves as a theme for campfire yarns. But all that is now done for. Public duty requires us to go in openly and make a full breast of all our doings. We deserve punishment, of course, and shall get it, but we may hope to get off easily, for we bring great news. Then we have 3 pixie prisoners, and as we go through the fort, we will haul down yonder black flag and carry it home as a trophy, and a rare one it will be. The one drawback to all this is poor Halfrick there, but let us hope that the nurses can yet pull him through safely. And now, attention! Forward, march!" Off they set then, in high spirits, which, however, they faithfully kept within the bounds of quiet mirthfulness. They moved cautiously until they had passed the central gate, but once within the fort, They found that the place was beyond doubt deserted. Hassan and Wetman were sent aloft to pull down the Pixie flag from Arenacola's tower, and having secured this valued trophy, they hurried homeward. Notwithstanding their leader's warning, the highly excited brownies could not wholly restrain their joy as this emblem of their wicked enemy's power descended from the proud place where it had floated in triumph and defiance. Hijinks started in a jubilant voice a popular camp song, which seemed quite pat to the occasion. His comrades at once united with him in the rollicking strain, whose chorus, at least, we may venture to quote. Del and do est Carthago, Carthago has got to go. For the Romans, don't you know, they have sworn it shall be so. Carthago has got to go. Del and do est Carthago. Think of it, a brownie scouting party singing a brownie camp song in the center of a Pixie fort. It was an inspiring thought, and with a ringing stress upon the refrain that woke loud echoes through the silent streets, halls, and towers of Fort Spender, the brownies sang. Then, with 3 cheers and a tiger, the jolly crew once more yielded to Twiddle's remonstrance, composed themselves to quietude, and marched briskly away. Nevertheless, frequently as they moved along, they kept time to the hummed notes of the chorus. Del and do est Carthago, Carthago has got to go. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kathryn Arwine. Wooed, but not won. Notwithstanding the fatigues of the day and night, Spite did not seek rest. Leaving the command of Orchard Camp with Hyde, he went aboard the Fringe and sailed over to the island. The boat was run in under the willows, and at his own request, Raft went with Spite to the lodge of Dame Tigrina. "He would be more welcome if you'd come at a respectable season," was the greeting which the old creature gave her master. "Well, well, mother, you must bear with me this time. It isn't often I trouble you, and you know you never lose anything by serving me. How are your new boarders? Asleep, I hope?" "Asleep? Not they. They have done nothing the whole night but weep and pray and bemoan their condition." "Poor things," said Spite. "I suppose they are pining to see me again, eh, mother?" Dame Tigrina showed her fangs in what was intended for a grin, and led the way into the brownie bower, as Spite merrily called the place where Faith and Sophia were confined. "Good morning, my pretty birds," said the chief as he entered the chamber. "It is rather early for a call of ceremony on young ladies, but really, you must excuse me for once, as time is precious just now. Besides, I come on business of great importance, and that is always a good excuse for untimely visits." The nurses rose as the Pixies entered the room. They stood with arms clasped about each other, casting beseeching glances at their dread enemy, but saying nothing. "Come, Mistress Faith," continued Spite, "I have some private words to speak to you. Now, no scenes, please. If you want to be well treated, act sensibly. There, Sophie, you can go to the other side of the room. What I have to say concerns Faith alone." He loosened the clasped arms of the captives and led Faith aside. The brownie maiden shrank back from the Pixie's approach, drew herself up, and stood facing her persecutor. Her face was sad almost to despair, but a quiet firmness in her eyes showed that, although she thought best to be silent, she had braced herself to resist or suffer to the utmost. "I am a plain, rough-spoken person, Faith," began Spite, "and I shall waste no words in telling you my wish and purpose." I love you. I want you for a wife. I mean to marry you." Faith started, shrank back yet further, drew herself up yet more, but remained silent. "I don't wish to marry in my own race, for reasons which I do not care to explain, but I have long felt the need of someone to preside over my household. I have chosen you to that honor. Are you ready to accept it without more ado?" Faith's cheeks blushed crimson at these words. Her eyes flashed as she answered. "Spite, chief, pixie, fiend, whatever you call yourself, what evil spirit could have devised such an unholy scheme? Faith, ally herself with you? Never. Do the worst you can do at once. I can die. I am not afraid to die. Strike. But say no more of a matter the very thought of which is revolting." She spoke quietly, but there were firmness and fire in her tones before which even Spite quailed for a moment. He was not long abashed. "That sounds very fine," he replied, "and I suppose is the proper thing to say and all that in such cases. Let us take all such high and virtuous stuff for granted, however, and come straight to business. Now, first, you have such an offer as no brownie ever yet dreamed of. You may be queen of the Pixies. You shall have a palace. Yes, a score of palaces if you like. Servants, honors, garments of the richest silk, table luxuries from air and earth and water. Everything that heart could possibly wish of honor, riches, and comfort shall be yours. What have you to say to that?" "That not all the kingdoms of this earth, could you bestow them on me, would buy me to be a pixie's bride." "Then, second," continued Spite, not noticing the reply, "you will be in a position to act as a mediator between your people and ours. You could have many opportunities for doing good to your friends and kin. The alliance which I propose would also give you a power for good over our people. Even if you are asked to make a sacrifice, it would be your duty to do so, since thereby you would widen the sphere of your influence. What do you say to that?" "I say, as I have ever been taught, that it is not lawful to do evil that good may come. It is a delusion and a snare to say that such a wicked union as you ask could have any other than a disastrous end." "Then, third," continued Spite, with the same cool indifference to Faith's indignant words. "Third and last, you might as well submit gracefully to your destiny. You can't help yourself. You are in my hands. I shall marry you whether you like or no. You will only bring sorrow and pain upon yourself and friends by your stubbornness, and will do no good in the end. I have finished my business. I don't mean to press it just now. Think over it carefully. If your good sense is equal to your reputation, you will conclude to live queen of the Pixies with a good heart. The next time I come, I shall expect to have your betrothal kiss. I leave you now to refresh yourself with sleep. Good night." While Spite was thus addressing Faith, Sophia, in the other end of the room, was approached by the smuggler. "Oh, sir," she cried, "you've showed us kindness on the boat. I know you must have a good heart, even if you are a pixie. Have pity on us and save us from this horrible dungeon." "Softly, softly, my pretty lass," responded Raft. "You are right enough in thinking that I pity you, but it is not so easy always to indulge oneself in that luxury. It would be a mighty costly one if I were to carry it to the length you ask. But I have a proposal that may make it all right. There, listen coolly. Don't cry, please. That quite unmans me. You can get out of this trouble in an easy and pleasant way." "Get out of this trouble?" repeated Sophia with hope and joy. "Quick, tell me how." "So, I am ordered by Lieutenant Hyde, who is second in command over the Pixies, you know, to propose marriage to you in the name of his oldest son, Halfway." "Oh, you are mocking me. cried Sophia, clasping her hands and her countenance changing from hope to horror. "You cannot mean that."
"No, certainly I am not mocking," said Raft, mistaking her meaning. "He's in dead earnest, I am sure, and will stand by his proposal. He means just what he says. He wants a brownie wife for his boy."
"Oh, sir," exclaimed Sophia quickly, "you misunderstand me. Nothing could induce me to listen a moment to such a proposal. I would never, never marry him."
"Ah, that's the way the wind blows, hey? Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Young Halfway is counted a likely chap and the best match in the country. There are scores of young Pixies who would jump at such an offer."
"Don't speak of it. It is an insult. I would die 1,000 deaths first. Never, never."
Well, you needn't go on so about it. I'm sure I meant you no harm, and I've done my duty to my captain. Hyde can't gainsay that.
Sophia sank upon a cushion and wept violently. Raft looked upon her tenderly. At last he spoke.
"Look here, Miss Sophia. It may be that you take more kindly to a sea life now than to one on shore. If you can't marry Halfway, what do you say to Raft? You will be free as air to come and go and be queen of the Fringe, the fastest yacht upon the waters. You shall have no captains or lieutenants over you, nor anything else but your own sweet will and choice. You can visit your kin when you please, spend half the time with them if you like, and maybe they would be willing to have me spend a good deal of time with you in the Brownie camp. Perhaps I might take to Brownie ways by and turn out a sort of fairy myself. Who knows? What say you, my pretty? Speak up, and don't fear. If you'll give me the right to call you my own, I can find the way out of this cave for you, and your friend Faith too, I'll be bound. Well, what is it?"
Sophia's amazement during this address was unbounded. She dropped her hands upon her lap, lifted her face, and with round, wondering eyes gazed in a bewildered way upon the smuggler. Her heart had been somewhat drawn toward Raft on account of his kindness. The one glint of sunshine in all the deep darkness and horror of their position had been the rough courtesy of this pixie sailor. But to marry him! Oh, how could she listen to such a proposal? Yet she dared not stop Raft, lest she should anger the only one who had shown himself friendly. If she should speak out her whole heart, would he not turn against her in faith with bitterness? Then, for just one brief moment, the thought of her helplessness flashed upon Sophia's mind. All was lost to them. They were already as those who had gone down among the tombs. Would it not be right for her to save Faith at least by complying? Faith would be free. Raft had promised it. She herself might be delivered from the power of Spite and Hyde, who would compel her to marry Halfway. True, she would be a pixie's wife, but how much better Raft than Halfway? How much better to be free upon the Fringe than imprisoned in Dame Tigrina's halls? To be permitted to see home and friends as often as she wished. Ought she not to make the sacrifice and save dear Faith? The temptation flashed before her imagination for a moment. Only for a moment. With a shudder and a blush of self-reproach that she had even allowed the thought to rise, she put the temptation aside. "Oh, sir," she exclaimed, bursting into tears, "I pray you say no more. You have showed me some kindness. Have pity on me now. I cannot do what you ask. I am betrothed to Sergeant True. The laws of my race would not allow a marriage with you or any other of your people. Such concord, fellowship, and communion we may never hold with pixies. We dare not be thus unequally yoked together. Indeed, I would not offend you, but—"
"Tut, tut," exclaimed the smuggler, interrupting her. "There's no offense in particular. If you don't accept, it's your own lookout. However, I can do nothing for you in that case. If you were my wife now, I should have a right to protect you and yours against all my kith and kin. I would do it too, but as you don't choose that, I must e'en stand by my employer and do the best I can for him. So, say no more about it. There, the chief is ready to leave, I see, and so, good night."
The two pixies left the room, and Faith and Sophia were once more alone. Their grief was pitiful to see. There was not a ray of hope for them. Oh, that they were dead, or that they had never been born. So they moaned and wept in each other's arms for long, long hours, until nature hushed their anguish into the forgetfulness of sleep. While the pixie chief was off upon his mission of unrighteousness, the brownie captain had also gone upon a journey. Leaving the command to McWhirlie, he started for the mansion with Blythe and True. The old Dutch clock in the hall rang out the hour of 4 as they entered the chamber window by the Virginia creeper that covered the side of the house. Night was beginning to yield before the advance of coming day. And now Aurora, daughter of the dawn, with rosy luster purpled o'er the lawn. How sweet, fresh, and still the old place looked after the trials, fatigues, and perils of the past day and night. But there was no time to indulge pleasant sentiment. Many dear interests hung upon their haste. They crept through the window blinds and mounted the bedposts to the coverlid close by the sleeping governor. Bruce spoke. Willie turned uneasily in his sleep, but made no answer. Blythe touched his face with a sword handle. The governor threw up his hand, opened his eyes, plucked at the netting of the canopy, and muttered, "I say, wife, the mosquitoes have got under the bar. It's very annoying." Then he lay down again to sleep. Once more Bruce spoke, but more loudly. "Governor Willie! Willie! Willie!" "Oh dear," sighed the sleeping man. "I do think the everlasting singing of those mosquitoes is worse than their bite. Couldn't you keep them out, wife?" "Come, come," cried Bruce impatiently. "It is we, the Brownies. Wake up. Wake and listen to us if you have any love or pity for your old friends." Governor Willie was now aroused and sat up in his bed and looked down sleepily upon his fairy friends. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. "Well," he began, "this is a strange visit, truly. What is wanted now, pray?" Bruce briefly related the late events and besought his aid to recover the lost nurses. "But I don't see what I'm to do," exclaimed Willie. "How can I bring back the poor lasses? I don't know where they are, I am sure. What shall I do about it? I say, wife! Wife! Dido, wake up! Here are the Brownies. Spite has captured Faith and Sophia. Dear me, can't you wake? You're a precious sleepyhead." Dido awoke in half the time that Willie had taken, but then gentlemen look at those things so differently when it concerns their wives. Willie and Dido held a short conference, which was interrupted by many yawns from the governor, and finally Dido announced the conclusion. "Governor Willie has been up all night," she said. "He returned at a late hour from Columbus and is worn out with business, travel, and loss of sleep. He must rest now. After breakfast, we will go out to the lake and join you in the search after Faith and Sophia." "When do you breakfast?" asked Blythe. "It will be quite late tomorrow. 10 o'clock at least, I suppose." "And you will not be ready to help us before 11 or 12, then?" "I think that is quite likely." "Cannot you come without the governor?" suggested Blythe. "No, I couldn't think of that. We never undertake such things separately. Good morning now." Dido pulled up her nightcap, retied the strings, and laid her pretty head upon the pillow. Her husband was already breathing heavily, off asleep while Dido was talking. "But, madam," said True earnestly, 12 o'clock may be too late. You are trifling with this thing. We ask you to pity us and help us. You know the golden motto, 'Quickly done is twice done.' If you want to help us at all, you must make haste." "Hush, shh," said Bruce. taking the sergeant by the arm and leading him away. "Don't you see? They are both asleep already. We can do nothing more now, I fear. Come, we must once more fall back upon our own resources." True left the bed unwillingly. He muttered and sent back reproachful looks as he moved away. He may have been too much interested to judge calmly, but he had decided opinions about the conduct of Willie and Dido, sleeping while Faith and Sophia were in pixie bonds. He spoke out, too, but his words were unheard. The trio left the chamber and hastened back to camp. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Catherine Arwine. A battle on Lake KATRINE. Commodore Rodney and his brave tars were not long in reaching the inlet where the Brownie fleet lay moored. The damages received in the last sea fight were so far repaired that the ships were ready for service. Sails were shaken out, cordage stretched, anchors weighed, and before dawn the whole Navy was crossing the lake under full sail. Rodney's flagship was called the Emma, and was built after designs of the Brownie naval constructor. Its hull was cunningly framed from leaves cut, bent, and stretched into proper shape. Its sails were delicate leaves fastened upon miniature masts, whose cordage was twisted from fibers of plants. Its armament was thus fashioned. Bits of elderberry stalk were cut into short lengths, and the pith removed, leaving barrels which were thrust out of portholes or laid along deck. A rod or plunger fitted into each barrel, the outer end of which was lashed to a string tied to the ends of a bowed strip of elastic wood, hickory for the most part, whose ends were braced by stiff pieces to either side of the barrel. To the end of the plunger, several ropes were fastened. Then tiny pebbles were dropped into the tubes against the head of the rod through holes in the breech. To fire the gun, the Brownies drew the plunger back as far as the elastic strip would allow, then suddenly let go the cords, which the gun crew usually did with a great hurrah. The bended strips sprung into position, forcing the plunger forward, thus driving out the pebbles to a goodly distance. For these cannons, or catapults, the Brownies had the odd name of Davids. The other vessels of the fleet were smaller than the Emma, but were rigged and fitted out after the same manner. Their names are the Ken, commanded by Pipe; the Trusty, commanded by Waterborne; the Old Honest, commanded by Tradewind; the Perseverance, commanded by Coral; the Hope, Commander Fluke; the Steady, Commander Temperance; the Kind, Commander Takeheed. These were the principal vessels, and their captains were good and tried men. The Brownie national flag was white, with a blue canton or field. Upon the latter was a white cross saltier, known as St. Andrew's Cross, within the center of which was a red flaming heart surrounded by a wreath of thistle blooms and leaves. The Brownie Jack, after the fashion of American and British fleets, was simply the blue field as above described, without the white fly. Commodore Rodney's pennant was a white streamer, bearing thereupon a white water lily, the long stem of which was bent into the form of the letter E, as used in script, and the whole displayed upon a green leaf. It was a pretty sight to see the tiny fleet, with sails all set and colors flying, swiftly riding the water. The current of the brook carried the boats well on toward Ellen's Isle. Off the western point of the island, they left the stream and proceeded slowly along the northern shore. "Sail, ho!" cried the lookout on the foretopmast crosstrees of the flagship. "Where away?" asked Rodney. "Dead ahead." "Ah, that's strange. What do you make her out to be?" "I can't say exactly, owing to the mist upon the lake, but I take it to be the Styx, the flagship of the Pixie squadron." "Keep a sharp eye ahead," said Rodney.
The Styx was anchored at the outlet last night and can hardly be off there." "I see her plainly now," said the lookout, "and she is not alone, sir. 3 other sails have just hove in sight." "It's the Pixie Navy, then." "Aye, aye, sir, and they're standing up the channel with every sail set." "Strange," muttered Rodney. "How did they know of our movements? Is there a traitor among us? Is it all chance? Or has this something to do with the loss of my poor child? No matter. There the enemy is, and we must make ready to receive him. Ho there! Make signal! Prepare for action!" The flag that telegraphed this order to the fleet was run up, and soon the merry whistle piping the men to quarters was heard upon deck. Little preparation was needed. All were longing for the fray. Every heart yearned to do somewhat to rescue the captured nurses and avenge the injury put upon their beloved commanders. The sun had now fairly risen, and the mist slowly rolled up from the surface of the lake. The whole Pixie fleet was seen standing up the channel, as the strip of water between the island and the orchard was called. The wind was from the northwest and therefore favorable to the Pixies, who were bearing down rapidly upon the Brownies. The vessels of the water Pixies are built in the same style as Rat's yacht, the Fringe, but much larger in size. Admiral Quinch commanded the fleet, and the names of his most important vessels, with their masters, are as follows: the By and By, Master Slipknot; the Despair, Master Strangle; the Good Time, Master Drown; the Little One, Master Sin Easy; the Fast, Master Wild Oats; the Doubt, Master Shallow; the Smoke, Master Stunt; the Cigarette, Master Sap Force, whose mate was Mr. Nicotine. More efficient captains and crews never spread sail or drew cutlass. They were devoted to their admiral and thoroughly united in hatred of the Brownies. They had the advantage over their enemies in strength and number, and with a favoring wind, were confident of victory. The Pixie sailors were popularly known, after the name of their flagship, as the Stygians. The Brownie tars also had a popular name, Natties, which, unless it be a nickname for navigators, the author knows not the meaning thereof. As the two fleets rapidly neared each other, a red silken flag was run up to the peak of the Styx. It showed, on a black canton embroidered in white silk, a round spider web within which hung a skull and crossbones. Admiral Quinch also had his pennant, a red streamer upon which was blazoned a golden chalice held inverted in a sable hand over burning coals. Fortunately for the Brownies, the wind chopped around into the north just as the two fleets came within gunshot. The advantage in maneuvering, which before had been wholly with the Stygians, was now equally divided. As the black and red flag floated from the peak of the Styx, the Natties opened fire with their davits. The pebbles tore through the sails of the Pixie ships and wrought much damage among the crews. "Close up," telegraphed Quinch from the flagship. Stygians prefer to fight at close quarters. They have no weapons like the Brownie Davids, fit for doing battle at long range, and therefore bear straight down upon the enemy, fling out from their spinnerets grapnels of silk cable, leap upon the enemy's deck, and with fangs, swords, spears, and lassos fairly weigh down and overpower their foes. A company of trained boarders, known as the Vaulters, commanded by one Saltus, were especially formidable. Their duty was to station themselves upon a yard arm, cross trees, top or shroud, and attach their bodies thereto by elastic ropes. Thence they would leap down upon their foe, seize him, and by the backward rebound of the cord, draw him, with themselves, up to the point of departure. When thus seized and carried aloft, a Brownie rarely escaped. The sudden change of wind enabled the Natties to keep clear of their powerful adversaries. They tacked back and forth across the channel, avoided the Pixie ships, and poured in at long range their David shot. Rodney, however, had no thought of shunning a hand-to-hand fight. He had determined upon a decisive struggle. He believed that his Natties, in their present humor, would be invincible. Having therefore pounded the Stygians thoroughly with his Davids,
and thus disabled one or two ships and weakened several crews, he hoisted the signal, "Bring the enemy to close action." The order was received with cheers and briskly obeyed. The natties bore down upon the enemy and poured in volley after volley of shot. The Stygian sails were riddled, masts were knocked over, decks were covered with wounded pixies, splinters flew in the air like snowflakes. The fleets were now within grappling distance. The two parties stood with weapons drawn, eager for the meeting that should test their courage, skill, and strength. The ships closed, hull grated upon hull, yards interlocked, the grapnels were hove, ship to ship all along the line. Stygians and natties were coupled in conflict. The kind and tattle, the trusty and fast, the hope and despair, the old honest and the little one, the perseverance and the by and by, the kin and the doubt were locked together. The tipple and the treat were both alongside the steady. The smoke and cigarette were doubled against the wholesome, and the sticks and good time had grappled the Emma. In some cases, the natties were the border, in others, the Stygians. The better policy of the Brownies was to stand upon the defensive in these hand-to-hand fights, for the network of cords and ropes with which the rigging and decks of the Pixie craft were filled made it perilous for Brownies to land upon them. There were some, however, bold enough or rash enough to venture, and not always without success. The Emma was somewhat larger than the flagship of the Pixie squadron, but as the Styx was aided by the Good Time in the assault upon her, Rodney had heavy odds against him. Yet he and his brave tars were so thoroughly wrought up and eager for battle that he cared not for that. He bade his crew stand by to repel boarders. They were ranged on either side of the deck. Admiral Quench brought up the Styx on the port side. The Stygians swarmed in the rigging. They hung upon the yards which projected over the Emma's deck, ready to drop down thereupon. They flung out their lariats to entangle the natties stationed on yards and ratlines. Arrows flew in clouds from the Emma's deck and rigging. Then, casting aside their bows, all except the sharpshooters stationed in the top, the Brownie sailors closed to their work. The battle had begun in earnest. For a few moments, there was a confused mingling of Stygians and natties. Brownie cheers blended with the rasping clatter of the Pixie's drum, beaten by Stridulans and his drum corps. A constant splashing was heard as pairs of combatants dropped from the shrouds into the lake, where the battle was often renewed, both parties sometimes sinking together in death. As yet, no Stygian had kept foot upon the Emma. Every onset had been repulsed and the Pixies hurled back. But the Brownies were not always to be so fortunate. A strong party headed by Quench broke through the line of defenders and fairly got foothold upon the Emma. In the confusion, Master Drown led a vigorous attack from the Good Time and gained a footing in the starboard waist. For a moment, the natties gave way. Victory seemed to woo the Stygians, who were pressing upon their enemies, exultingly shouting their watchword, "Death." In this crisis, Commodore Rodney raised the Brownie war cry. "Rescue! Rescue!" he shouted. "Remember Faith! Remember Sophia! To the rescue! Follow me!" He ran upon the advancing line of Stygians, swinging his cutlass above his head. It was a Damascus blade, a famous weapon in the Brownie history and traditions, which went by the name of Straight. The commander of the Emma, Captain Ask, advanced side by side with the Commodore. His voice was heard above the clamor of battle and discord of Pixie drums echoing the call, "Rescue!" As he poised aloft his battle axe, the Big Belief as his sailors used to call it, Rodney's sword and the battle axe of Ask cut great gaps in the Stygian ranks. The natties followed close upon their leaders, and soon the Pixies were driven back again to the sides of the ship. There they made a stand. In the drift and swirl of the conflict, it happened that the leaders of the contending crews were brought face to face. Admiral Quench had steadily fought his way toward Captain Ask. Ask had as eagerly pressed toward the spot where Quench was fighting. They met at last. Quench flung upon the captain's face and arms a cloud of network, the delicate threads striking like a lasso against Ask's upraised arm, enveloped it, and the enswathed member sank helpless at his side. His eyes were filled with the silken filaments, so that he was well nigh blinded. A mocking laugh broke from Quench's lips as he leaped forward upon his foe with outreached fangs. It would have gone hard with Captain Ask had not the mate of his ship, whose name was Angel, been close behind him. He had followed and guarded his beloved commander throughout the entire battle. Quickly, the mate cut the network that bound Ask's arm, tore the filaments from his eyes, and dashed his own cutlass into Quench's face. The Pixie paused a moment, staggered by the blow. In that moment, Ask recovered himself, raised his axe, and struck the admiral. His aim was somewhat turned aside by the web filaments still clinging to his arm. The blade of Big Belief missed the Pixie's head and sank into his shoulder. The force of the blow carried both combatants to the deck. Ask rose to his feet, seized Quench in his arms, lifted him up, put forth all his strength, and threw him into the lake. Meanwhile, Rodney had come upon Drown, the master of the good time. The fight between the two was short and decided. Drown was pinned to the masthead by the Commodore's sword. Rodney's left arm was severely wounded and his face badly torn. Before he could withdraw his sword, a score of Stygians led by Deceit, the master of the Styx, set upon him. Natties hastened to the rescue and waged battle gallantly around their chief. Rodney seized a marlinspike, for he had no time to withdraw his cutlass, and with his unwounded arm laid about him vigorously. Deceit fought his way through the line of natties until he reached the mast whereto his comrade, Master Drown, was pinned like an insect in an entomologist's box. He drew forth the cutlass and was about taking Drown in his arms when Rodney fell upon him. Deceit turned the cutlass against its owner, but it was an awkward weapon in the new hands and did little hurt. A blow from the marlinspike broke the Stygian captain's arm and sent the cutlass ringing upon the deck. Deceit closed immediately upon Rodney, seized him with his uninjured claws, and ere the Commodore could again raise his arm, bore him to the bulwark of the ship, mounted the rail, and was about to leap into the water with his captive. Fortunately, Rodney, with his right hand, laid hold upon the shrouds and thus delayed for an instant the Pixie's fell purpose. A volunteer sailor in the Emma's crew, our old friend Sergeant Clearview, had picked up the Commodore's cutlass as it dropped from Deceit's hand. He was at Rodney's side in a moment. He clasped one arm around the chief as he hung over the rail, and with the other, buried the blade of Straight in the bosom of Deceit. The Stygian captain loosed his hold, fell back into the lake, and sank out of sight. A dozen willing hands had by this time seized the Commodore, and he was borne fainting to his cabin. Thus it happened that two of the chief officers of the Brownie Navy owed their safety that day to the prompt and loving aid of their followers. We left Quench struggling in the lake whither Ask had tossed him. This was a small matter to the Stygian admiral, for he was a famous swimmer, and, disabled as he was, had no trouble in reaching his own ship's side. He clambered up the man-ropes and was helped aboard by his sailors. "Cut adrift," were his first words, "and signal the same to the fleet." So, cut adrift it was, on board the Styx and Good Time not only, but throughout the squadron. Had Rodney not been disabled, it is doubtful whether the Stygian ships would have got off from the Emma so easily. As it was, they were suffered to swing loose, but were not permitted to leave without some parting compliments. "Man the guns!" cried Ask. The natties stood to their davits, and shot rattled upon the retreating ships so freely that the crews were driven below, leaving on deck only enough to navigate the vessels. Throughout the two squadrons, various fortunes befell the ships. The Steady had fared somewhat worse than the Emma. Commander Temperance was badly wounded, and had not the signal to cut adrift been given in the very niche of time, the good ship might have been captured. The Wholesome was badly damaged by the cigarette and smoke, and her captain, Lusty Health, was carried below sorely hurt. One of the Stygian vessels, the Despair, was sunk by the Hope. Its captain, Master Strangle, got off on one of the boats, however, much to the sorrow of Commander Fluke, who tried hard to lay hold of the rogue. The Tattle was captured along with its master, Backbite, by Commander Takeheed of the Kind. This miserable, sneaking Pixie was lashed to a mast of his own ship, and as the Kind towed the Tattle through the Brownie fleet, he was greeted everywhere with groans and jeers by the true-hearted sailors. They were not used to treat prisoners after this fashion, but had small compunction in the case of this fellow Backbite. As for the rest of the ships, it must be enough to say that all the officers and crews did their duty well. Special mention may be made of Boatswain Pipe. Even before the signal to cut adrift had been hoisted upon the Pixie flagship, Pipe had so closely pressed the Doubt that its master, Captain Shallow, had already cut off his grapnels and was in full flight toward Big Cave Harbor. The Kin followed, peppering her adversary with David shot, but Pipe soon saw that the Doubt would slip away from him and gave up the pursuit, returned to the fight, ran his ship alongside the Despair, leaped upon her deck at the head of his boarders, and fell upon the crew who were engaged with the Hope. It was through this timely reinforcement and the bravery of Pipe the boatswain that Commander Fluke was able to sink the Despair with all her crew, excepting the boat's crew that escaped with Captain Strangle to the tipple. Having finished this valiant service, he pulled away in an open boat to the aid of the Wholesome, and by his timely reinforcement saved that craft from the clutch of Captains Stunt and Nicotine. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Catherine Arwine. A Naval Monster. While these exciting events were occurring, Twaddeels and his chums, having finished their LARK, were slowly picking their way towards the Brownie camp with their prisoners and wounded comrade. It was past sunup before they sighted the pickets, for a heavy fog having arisen from the lake, they must needs stop and wait for the day. At the guard line, they were halted only a few moments, but taken at once to headquarters, where they told their news in full and turned over their prisoners. Thence, they were marched away to the guardhouse where, after a hearty breakfast, they turned in for a sound sleep. They were quite content to take their punishment, and happy that their adventure had turned out so much better than they had dared to hope. Halfrick, who had been sent to the hospital, rapidly improved, and it may be said, fully recovered under the nurse's skillful care. When the party learned the unhappy fate of Faith and Sophia, they were deeply grieved. "I saw the lights of the searchers at one time," said Gear, "bobbing here and there through the bushes, but I was fool enough to think that it was a guard detail out looking for us, and so said nothing. Alas, alas! Well, I don't believe I'll ever go on another lark." But he forgot his good resolve before long, and the time came when he was as keen for a night adventure as ever he had been. Late in the morning, the whole party, amid the mingled cheers and chaff of the camp, were brought before Captain Bruce, who had returned from his visit to Governor Willie. "Brownies," he said, "you have been guilty of a serious breach of discipline by leaving the camp without orders, and that in the face of the enemy. It is true, you have done great public service, but that has been more by good luck than good management or good intent. The result might have been different, and not only damaging to the nation, but fatal to yourselves. You deserve a greater punishment than you have received, but this is a time of sore grief and peril to our nation, in which the best service of all her sons is required for every moment. I therefore dismiss you with this public reprimand and the imprisonment already inflicted. Remember that no deeds, however brave, can entitle one to praise when they are done in defiance of discipline
and in disobedience of superiors. Go, report to your several commands, and henceforth confine your energies to the discharge of regular duty and obedience of lawful orders." "Don't you think you were a little too severe with the boys, Father?" asked Agatha, who was present during the reprimand. "Perhaps I was, daughter, but I hardly think so. Some kinds of craft will bear a good deal of ballast, but all our young brownies are alike. They will have their freaks and larks, no matter how serious affairs may be. However, these lads are among the most skillful soldiers in camp, and they will be none the worse either for their fun or their punishment. The rogues! What a lark it was!" And in spite of the heavy burden on his heart, he smiled at the remembrance of the adventures which had been told him. It seems the climax of absurdity that a mere squad of youngsters should plan an assault upon a strong fort and actually gain possession of it, too, by a freak of fortune. Now orders were given to raise the empty fort. The Brownies had been keen to enter and destroy the place as soon as Twaddiles had reported its abandonment, but McWhirlie forbade action until Captain Bruce's return. The eager soldiers swarmed over the barricades, through the gates, and along the vacant streets. They entered the leafy towers in search of lurking foemen, and finding none, cut the binding threads and let the leaves unroll. They severed the stay ropes of the conning tower of Pixie Thaddeus, and the whole structure collapsed. As the repaired suspension bridge stood intact, and the shore was strewn with the litter of a hasty flight, the manner of the Pixies' escape was easily explained, but the whereabouts of the garrison was not made out on account of the fog that overhung the lake. That, however, was lifting, and the Pixie fleet would soon be in sight. The soldiers went to work heartily. Breastworks, barricades, gates, towers, walls, ramparts, bridge and piers were assailed with such zeal and vigor that in a short time the remnants of Fort Spender were laid in pieces upon the ground, flying in fragments through the air, or floating in broken bits upon the water. By the time this good work was finished, the sun had scattered the fog and left the face of the lake quite clear. Little columns and clouds of mist still hung here and there, leaving distant objects indistinct, but both fleets were in sight. The Brownies crowded down to the bank, and from every elevation and treetop watched the battle. The Stygians pushing out of Big Cave Harbor, and the Natties coming into sight around the foot of the island, the maneuvering of the vessels under the change of the wind, the effect of the davits upon the Pixie craft, the onset, the closing together of the ships, the grappling of hull to hull, all these events the excited soldiers saw. After that, the two fleets were so huddled together that none could say which side was victorious. Some of the cavalry mounted and pushed off over the lake to see for themselves, but the bee and butterfly ponies dared not come very near the ships, lest their wings should be caught in the rigging and they and their riders destroyed. They came close enough, however, to notice the turn of battle. Couriers passed back and forth, bringing to Bruce news, now good, now bad. At last, they reported the Stygians in full retreat, and that the Natties had gained a great victory. Cheer upon cheer greeted this tidings. The shouts from the shore rolled across the water and were heard by the Brownie sailors, who answered their comrades heartily. A yacht was dispatched for Captain Bruce, who, accompanied by Blythe and True, crossed to the Emma to consult with Rodney as to future movements. The Stygians had retired to Big Cave Harbor, and there for some time they were likely to stay. They could be seen from the foretop, busy upon deck and rigging, repairing the damages of battle, as the Natties also were doing. Dinner was now over. A pleasant hum of voices sounded through the fleet. The decks were cleaned from the litter of conflict. The sad rites over their fallen comrades were decently but speedily paid. The sailors awaited eagerly the issue of the officers' consultation. Captain Bruce returned to the shore. Blythe and True remained with the fleet and were assigned to the ken under care of Pipe the boatswain. Now a rumor ran through the squadron.
that an immediate attack was to be made upon the Stygians by the whole Brownie brigade, that McWhirlie had gone around with the cavalry by the inlet to fall upon the Pixie camp, and that Bruce with the infantry was to pass around to the other end of the lake, cross the outlet, and cut off retreat from that quarter. However set a-going, the rumor well set forth the main features of the plan agreed upon between Army and Navy. Rodney's wound was painful, but not so serious as to hinder active service. He went about his duties with his arms slung in bandages, a little weak in body, but as stout of heart as ever, and with brighter hopes than he had for some time dared to cherish. The afternoon was well advanced when the lookout on the Emma reported an unusual movement in the Pixie fleet.
"What do you make out?"
said Rodney. "They seem to be getting ready to weigh anchor," answered the lookout, "and several of their boats have in tow a queer sort of craft that looks more like a snail shell than any sort of vessel I know."
"Ha! Some Pixie trick, I warrant," returned Rodney. "But we mustn't let them escape us this time. Ho there! Set the signal to weigh anchor."
"Aye, aye, sir," was the hearty response from Mate Angel. "It is done, sir."
"Now, signal the fleet to prepare for action."
"Aye, aye, sir."
"That is done too." "Good. Now set the order to come to close quarters."
"Close quarters it is, sir," soon responded the prompt mate. The natty ships were bearing down upon the mouth of Big Cave Harbor, arranged in the form of a half-moon, the Emma in the center of the line. Pipe led one wing in the Kin. Commander Quarrel led the other in the Perseverance. Already the cavalry battalion had made the crossing and was well up to the Pixie camp, close alongshore and almost within hailing distance of the fleet. A squad under command of Ensign LAWE was left to guard the shore road and make telegraphic signals to the fleet with the wigwag flags. Lieutenant McWhirlie, with the bulk of the troops, pushed on and to the rear with the purpose of falling upon the Pixie camp while the fleet attacked in front. The odd-looking craft, which had puzzled the lookout, had been towed offshore and was now slowly gliding out of the harbor. The Stygians were seen from the Brownie ships, hanging in the rigging, manning the tops, swarming at their quarters upon deck, evidently ready for action. But not an anchor was raised, not a vessel stirred. The crews stood dumb and motionless, with eyes turned toward that strange craft bearing down steadily upon the Brownie vessels. "What can it be?" queried the Brownies. Nobody knew. No sail nor mast, nor spar nor rigging of any kind was to be seen upon it. Not a sailor showed himself anywhere. It had no visible motive power and went through the water as though driven by an unseen spirit hand.
"What can it be?" exclaimed Pipe, whose command lay nearest the strange vessel.
"I believe it is the new ram the Pixies have been talking so much about lately," answered Sergeant True. "They have been trying to keep it a secret, but the thing has leaked out. It looks like an ugly affair."
"Ugly? I should say so," said the old salt warmly. "It is nothing but the cast-off shell of a water snail. Call that seamanship? Nobody but a lubber or a pixie would be willing to sail or fight in such a tub as that."
"Well, I'm only a lubber, you know," answered True, "and have but a landsman's notion of things. But to my mind, that ram, or shell, or tub, or whatever it may be, will turn the tide of battle against us if we don't look out. See, the Davids are playing on it from all parts of our fleet. The shot bounds off its sides like thistledown. It keeps straight on its way, like grim fate, turning neither to the right hand nor the left. Do you see, boatswain? The creature is making straight for us." "Aye, aye, let it come on, I say. Pooh, to all your croaking. Stand by now, and see how a genuine sailor can knock the bottom out of all the floating brass, iron, or snail-shell pots that ever went to sea. Launch the boats, lads. We'll pull up to this Stygian kettle and see if we can't find some hole in it through which our cutlasses will make way." Next to the Kin was the captured Pixie ship Tattle, which had been turned into the Brownie Navy with the new name, Praise.
and Clearview, as a reward for his service in saving Rodney's life, had been promoted to command her. Next to the praise was the Hope, Commander Fluke. As the Pixie ram neared the left wing, composed of the 3 vessels just named, it suddenly shifted its course and bore straight down upon the praise. "Fire!" cried Clearview. A harmless broadside was poured upon the ram. "Again!" shouted Clearview. "Aim below the water line. I see an opening there." Another broadside was delivered, with no better effect. On the weird monster moved, straight toward the ship. Every eye in both fleets was fixed upon the praise. Every heart throbbed with anxiety. Crash! A groan of dismay ran along the line of the Brownie squadron. A wild yell of joy rose from the Pixie ships. The solid prow of the ram had crushed through the leafy side of the praise, as an iron steamship would run through a fishing schooner. She sank in a moment, leaving her crew struggling in the waves. More quickly than one would have thought so clumsy a craft could move, the ram turned and bore down upon the Hope. The natties aboard this ship were dismayed at the fate of their comrades, but not a man swerved from his post. "Boarders ahoy!" shouted Fluke. "Aye, aye, sir." "Prepare to board the enemy. Drop from the crosstrees. Spring from the deck. Heave the grapnels if you can." Brave but hopeless struggle. The ram crushed into the Hope as into the praise. A few of the natties succeeded in leaping upon the smooth, round turret of the enemy, only to roll off again into the lake and be engulfed in the vortex of their sinking ship. 2 ships gone in a score of minutes. No wonder the Brownies began to get ready to bout ship and flee from this leviathan of the deep, who devoured ships as behemoth the rivers. No wonder that Pipe, when he saw 2/3 of his command swept out of existence, should have felt a cold shudder run through him, as this invincible and invulnerable mystery of the sea now turned its prow upon him. His order to launch boats had been executed. The 3 ship boats were already in the water. Pipe himself commanded one. True, another. Coxswain Help, the 3rd. Lieutenant Swift had charge of the ship. Pipe hesitated only a moment as to what he should do. "Lieutenant," he said, "look out for the ship. Tack, and if you can, get to the stern of the old kettle." He held to his prejudice even after such sad experiences. "You may find some joint in her harness there, though, which to send a shot. But look out for the ship, and save her whatever comes of us. Ready, my hearties?" "Aye, aye, sir," was the firm response. "Give way, then. Lively." The 3 boats fairly cut the water. Pipe was in advance. He tried to run his boat under the starboard side, hoping to find some porthole or opening there, but his purpose was foiled. The ram struck him amidships. The boat was cut in 2, and the crew submerged in the waters. True's boat was just in the rear of Pipe's, and shared the same fate. Help, more fortunate than the others, avoided the blow and passed to the stern of the ram, which plowed on remorselessly and mutely as before, directing its course against the Ken. Help threw a quick glance upwards toward the strange vessel as it surged by his boat. A curtain of varnished silk canvas hung across the stern. It was drawn tight and fastened above, below, and at the side, so that the water was shut out. But Help saw one side of the curtain pushed back for a moment, and the mocking visage of a well-known Pixie officer peered out upon him. It closed, and the ram sped on to its work of destruction. Help dropped into its wake, checked his boat, and began looking about for any of the crews of the lost boats and ships who might yet be above water. True and Blythe were picked up. Clearview was saved. Fluke was lost. Several others, common sailors, were also picked up. But Pipe, good, gallant, dear old Pipe, was gone. He had sunk and had not risen.
For a long time, help rode around the scene of the disaster, and then, with a sad heart, turned the bow of his boat toward Ellen's Isle. The sturdy natties brushed from their eyes the tears shed over the lost boatswain, and then bent to their oars, leaving their beloved captain beneath the waves of Lake Katrine. Of all the gallant sailors who went down that day, none was so mourned as Pipe the boatswain. The tragedy of his taking off seemed all the more terrible because of the untimely fate of his child, Sophia. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. The Charge of Ensign LAWE. Lieutenant Swift felt bound by the orders of his late commander, all the more because of his sad fate. Accordingly, he tacked ship and avoided the stroke of the ram, which in turn tacked, though somewhat more clumsily, and followed the kin toward the Brownie fleet. Again Swift tacked and put the head of his ship toward Ellen's Isle. Then the ram gave up the kin and bore down upon the Emma, as though resolved to seal the fortunes of the fight with the destruction of the Brownie flagship. Rodney was in sore straits. His officers and crew were greatly demoralized. His sailors were superstitious, and there was something so contrary to all that natties had ever known or heard of in the character and exploits of this audacious stranger that superstition was aroused. They could fight Pixies, but this was a sea ghost. There was no use contending against it. There was nothing to do but bout ship and sail away. But what humiliation! And after so noble a victory. To add to the perils of the position, the Stygian ships had weighed anchor and were closing upon the Brownie fleet hard in the wake of their ram. At last duty overcame pride in Rodney's heart, and he gave the order to retire up the channel. Ensign LAWE, with his squad of cavalry, had watched from a knoll on the lake shore the progress of events. His heart sunk within him as he saw the loss of the Brownie ships and crews. "I can't stand this any longer," he cried, as the boats of Pipe and True sank before the ram's stroke. "To the rescue, my lads! Charge!" Without waiting to see whether or no he was followed by his battalion, he mounted his bee pony and rode at full speed toward the ram. His troopers followed, muttering loudly against their leader's folly, but unwilling to disobey. The Pixies saw him plunging through the air and greeted him with loud yells of mockery. "What is LAWE about?" asked Rodney. "It looks as though he were minded to charge upon the sea monster," answered the mate. "What folly! Why, look there! The madcap is charging almost alone upon the very front of the ram. He has gone daft. Are you sure that is Ensign LAWE? I never knew him to do such an insane act. He is one of the coolest heads we have. It's too bad, too bad. The fellow is throwing away his life, and we've lost too many valuable officers already." Rodney sighed and thought of his lost boatswain, the very right arm of his fleet. The ram was steadily pursuing the natty ships now in full retreat. The wind blew up the channel. It would be a stern chase, which is always a long chase. Half the Pixie Navy followed with the ram. The other half had tacked across the lake toward the foot of the island, with the intention of sailing up the opposite channel and thus heading off the natties ere they reached the inlet. They had bold plans afoot and thought to destroy the whole Brownie fleet. This maneuver had turned attention from the daring ride of Ensign LAWE. Yet the ensign was not such a madcap as his countrymen declared him, nor such a fool as his foes supposed. He had seen at once that the masts and rigging usual to sailing vessels were wanting from this new craft. He could therefore approach a horseback with comparative safety, that there must be some assailable point, some porthole, some door, something penetrable, he felt sure. "I will find my way to it," he said in his heart, "or at least find out where it is.
I will uncover the secret power that works this destruction, or find out the monster's weak points and give knowledge of it to the Commodore. He had now reached the ram. He swept above the prow. No opening there. He hovered over the deck, all hard and smooth there. He skimmed along the sides. No portholes, no seams, no sign of break or opening there. He flew past the side and hung in the air above the vessel's stern. A dart whistled by his face. He felt the vibrations of the air on his cheek. Ha! There is an opening, then, in your solid shell. That dart came from some vent. Let us see. He pressed his gallant nag closer to the ram. His keen eye caught the varnished curtain that hung across the stern. He saw one side of it tremble and lift a little as he circled about it. The weak point in the sea monster was exposed. Hurrah! He would try the metal of a Brownie cutlass against that varnished curtain. If he could cut that open, the waves would rush into the hull and the ram would sink into the lake with the noble barks that it had destroyed. LAWE tightened his bridle reins as he thus meditated and drew his cutlass. He dropped a little astern of the ram, but well to the port side, so that he might sweep straight across the stern. He poised himself firmly, bent over the saddle, and cried, "Go, my good nag!" Golden Rule, as his pony was named, sprang to the voice of his master as though conscious of what depended upon him. He passed across the stern of the ram so closely that his wings almost touched it. The ensign's sword ripped through the curtain, and Golden Rule shot by like an arrow. Quickly, LAWE turned and swept back again on the same track. Again, the blade cut through the curtain, with a downward stroke this time that laid open a vertical seam. "Once more, my brave Golden," said the ensign, patting his pony, and he swept the third time across the face of the curtain door. The top and both edges were now severed from the sides of the shell. The curtain dropped over so that one corner dragged in the water. The hollow hull of the shell ship was exposed, and within it, the angry faces of a group of pixies. The work wanted yet the finishing stroke. One side of the curtain was slit down to the waterline. The waves were already washing in thereat, but the other side was only partly severed. It needed one stroke more, just one. That would lay the curtain level with the lake. Then the billows would roll in and claim the Pixies and their infernal machine for their own. A fourth time, LAWE swept across the stern of the ram. A fourth time, his good sword did its work without fail. The true eye and steady hand of the ensign sent it home to the mark. The curtain trembled a moment in the breeze, fell backward with flap and splash upon the surface of the lake, and dragged behind, checking the ram's motion as though it were a heavy anchor, and then weighed the stern downward to the surface. The waves broke in with a roar that echoed through the hollow hull. The groans and yells of the Pixie crew answered back the voice of the waters. LAWE cast one exulting glance within as he rode by, but he was doomed to a more terrible trial than he had yet endured. As he sped across the opening on his fourth trip, a dark form leaped upon him from the hold. He was in a Pixie's clutch. One claw grasped the ensign's foot. The other was buried deep in Golden Rule's breast. The pony, frantic with terror and pain, plunged and shook his wings, but the Pixie kept his hold. LAWE looked downward into his face. He saw the black visage and sneaking eyes of Lieutenant Hyde. "Ha ha," laughed the Pixie. "You know me, do you? Well, you've done a fine thing today, no doubt. Your name shall go down to posterity, of course. But I think I shall stop you from going down any further in that line. We shall try another sort of going down. There's nothing like pleasant company, even when one's making a voyage to the bottom of the lake. Ha ha!" The malignant creature spoke truly. They were sinking slowly together, horse, rider, and Pixie, into the lake. The weight of Hyde's body might have been overcome, but the motion of the pony's wings was much hindered.
Golden Rule struggled nobly, but fell steadily toward the water. Ensign Law had by this time recovered from the shock of the unexpected assault. "Gramercy for thy courteous invitation," he said coolly. "I choose to decline thy bidding and thy presence. In sooth, we shall part company now." Once, twice, and again, the faithful cutlass glanced in the sunlight. The first stroke cut loose the Pixie's claw from the pony's breast. The second divided the arm by which his own foot was held. The third, following quickly, smote upon the head of the wretched creature as he tumbled, like Lucifer of old, into the bosom of the lake. There was a ripple upon the water. A faint pool of blood tinged the face of Lake Katrine, and the waves closed forever above the dead body of Hyde, the son of shame. Golden Rule, released from his burden, shook his wings gladly and mounted aloft. Law cast his eyes downward just as the Pixie ram settled, surged, and plunged stern foremost into the lake. Thus perished, at the hands of Ensign Law, the famous sea ghost, the Pixie shell-clad ram. The machine was a brilliant thought, the conception of Hyde himself. It was just what it seemed to be, the shell of a water snail. Entering this empty shell, Hyde and his engineers had closed the opening with a web or curtain of varnished silk, which kept the water out. Then paddles were fitted up in the stern, revolved by hand cranks within, and thus the vessel was directed by those inside. To ordinary assault, it was invulnerable at every part except the curtain which covered the opening, and thereat had the keen blade of Ensign Law found entrance, and so the way to victory. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Catherine Arwine. Hairbreadth Scapes by Flood and Field. The gallant exploit of Ensign Law had been wrought while the two fleets were under full headway up the Channel. After the first outbreak of anxiety, amazement, and mockery, but little attention had been paid the quixotic affair, as all voted it. Both fleets were intent upon the management of their ships. Pursuers and pursued crowded on all sail, and as a strong wind blew from the west, they were a long way from the ram at the moment of its destruction. A shout from Law's soldiers, who had hovered near during the strange duel, drew attention to the Brownie troopers. "What is that?" asked Rodney of the lookout. "I don't see yet." "Yes, I make it out now. Law is struggling in the air with a Pixie who must have leaped from the ram upon his pony. The ensign is falling into the water. No, he has cut himself loose. The troopers wave their swords and shout like madmen." "What of the ram? How do the lads manage to escape the darts from the—" "See, see!" cried the lookout excitedly. "The ram is settling into the water. The stern has been laid open from deck to keel. The waves rush in. She is sinking! Hurrah! Hurrah!" The national standard was run up upon the flagship, and as the natties uncovered and saluted the colors, cheer after cheer made the welkin ring. The Brownie bugles struck up one of their favorite national airs, the bonny white flag, which begins, "The natties over the blue waves sail, the troopers cleave the air, the footmen tramp over hill and vale, but one is the flag we bear. Huzza for the flag we bear, huzza for the name we wear. We are one, we three, over shore and sea. In the honors and toils we share, for the flag and the name we bear. Ho-ee-yo, Tulu-ra-lay, the bonny white flag for aye." The noble character of the Brownies was well shown by the absence of jealousy on this occasion. Although the Navy had run from the ram, the sailors cheered the good trooper who had conquered. However, the ensign took no time to indulge in hurrahs and congratulations. He pushed to the shore, exchanged his injured pony for a fresh nag, and rode off to join McWhirlie. The Stygians at first could not credit the destruction of their naval machine, least of all that it had been wrought by a dragoon. Few of them had seen the combat. They had left the ram, as they supposed, to follow and destroy the ken, and had themselves pursued the fleeing natties at full speed. Many of them had just seen the vessel as she went down. For the rest, the vacant water was the proof. The ram was gone. Their hopes had now also gone. With one half of the fleet on the other side of the channel, they deemed discretion the better part of valor, and slowly fell back toward their harbor again. Rodney longed to follow them, but for several good reasons kept on his course up the channel. He had lost 2 of his best ships, with Pipe, Fluke, True, Blythe, Help, and many other brave men. In the hurly-burly, no one had observed the escape of Help and his boat crew. They, as well as the crews of the Praise and the Hope, were thought to be lost. Moreover, he knew not but another ram might be sent against him. Finally, he feared that if he did stop to attack the Stygians in the harbor, the other squadron would sail around the island, and he would thus be caught between the 2 divisions. Much to his regret, therefore, he gave up the plan to join with the army in attacking Big Cave Camp, and sailed up the channel to meet and engage the 2nd Pixie Squadron. In the meantime, McWhirlie had fallen with his usual vigor upon the enemy's camp. The pickets had been driven in, and the outer line of works captured. The portable Davids of the cavalry, carried upon the backs of their bee-ponies, a sort of flying artillery, were turned upon the tents and inner works, and the shot played merrily. But as fortune would have it, Bruce failed to get up at the appointed time, and could not support his lieutenant by attacking on the other side of the camp. During the delay thus caused, the incidents above related occurred. The Pixies rallied, and reinforced by Stygians from the returned ships, drove McWhirlie back to the outer line of entrenchment. Here he put up breastworks, placed sentinels and picket lines, sent out scouts, and waited for his captain. Bruce soon appeared, and the line was completed around the Pixie camp, stretching in a half-circle from shore to shore. The great drawback was the absence of the fleet. The Brownie commanders were concerned about the safety of their position. Could they hold it until Governor Willie came to their help, or would anything interfere to hinder him from keeping his promise? If he failed again, what should they do? "However," said Bruce, "it is well not to cross a river until we come to it. Ensign Law, take a troop and ride over to the mansion. Get news of the governor's purpose. Remind him of his promise. If there is any danger of another delay, come back post-haste with the news. And now, my men, let us breakfast, take a little rest, and get ready for hard service. There's plenty of it before us." Soon after the bugle had sounded the sick call, one of the sentinels on the picket line saw someone rapidly approaching from the direction of the Pixie camp. "Halt! Who goes there?" he cried. "A friend without the countersign. Advance, friend without the countersign." As the stranger drew near, he showed the form and features of a Brownie soldier. They were indeed marred and wasted, and the uniform was tattered and soiled, but a Brownie soldier the fugitive certainly was. When he had come near enough, the sentinel halted him and called, "Corporal of the guard, post 4. When the corporal arrived, the stranger was ordered to advance to the post. "Who are you, and whence do you come?" asked the corporal. "What? Friend Steadypace," was the reply. "Don't you know me? Well, well, a Pixie prison must have made sad changes in me if you can't recognize your old comrade Dodge." "Dodge? Dodge? Can it be?" "Yes, so it is. Dear old fellow." Corporal Steadypace embraced his friend, hurried him to the guard tent, had him fed and tidied up, meanwhile relating the particulars of Sergeant Clearview's story and what the Brownies knew of his own capture. Thence, Dodge was taken to headquarters, where he was heartily greeted by the captain and bidden tell the story of his adventures and escape. "Well, sir," said Dodge, "when our boat was captured,
As Sergeant Clearview has told you, I was thought to be the only survivor of the scouting party. The Pixies made a great hurrah over me as they led me through their fort, and I was pelted, hooted, and cursed by all the youngsters along the way. Spite the spy tried hard to pump out of me some information about our plans, but failed. "Well, my daisy," he said at last, "we'll try you another time. Guards, take the Brownie off to the labyrinth." At this order, I was led away to the shore, ferried across the lake to Orchard Camp, and put in a prison located on the lakeside within the Pixie picket lines. It is a curious structure, and looks as though several architects had wrought upon the design. One of the sides, built by Engineer Piera, is a delicately woven orb web. The other side, together with the gables, battlements, and roof, have been built by Engineer Theridion. The upper part of the prison is a maze of crossed lines, in the midst of which is a dome after the style of Engineer Linefia. Above the dome is a dry leaf, rolled up into a hollow cylinder. I was placed within this leaf, which served as a dungeon or cell, and just beneath me in the little silken dome, the keeper of the prison had her station. Her name, as I soon learned, is Labyrinthia, a suitable one certainly for the keeper of such an establishment. Occasionally, 2 or 3 pixies would hang around the premises, joining in the watch or exchanging gossip and flirtations with Madam Keeper. A few survivors of a brood of younglings sported in the maze, and when a small insect struck and was entangled upon the threads, they would creep through the crosslines, seize the unfortunate prey, and feed upon it. "But Dodge, pray, tell us how you saw all this from your inner prison," asked the captain. "Certainly. I didn't see anything for some time. My leaf cell was so dark, but looking carefully around, I found one spot where the roof was nearly worn through. By some strange good fortune, when the Pixies searched me before bringing me to the prison, they overlooked my clasp knife, which I had thrust into the band of my Scotch bonnet. I was thus able to work out a space large enough to let my head through. I cut out 3 sides neatly and made a sort of trap door that hinged upon the uncut end. I was engaged on this for some time as I had to work secretly, catch all the chippings in my hat, and then conceal them in my pockets. Had they dropped upon the domed roof below, they would have awakened suspicion. By following the lines of the leaf veins, I made a cut so clean and close that my door was quite concealed from ordinary notice. I now had many opportunities to peep out of my trap and see what was going on around me. I thought I knew something of pixie tricks and ways before, but dear me, I learned more from that hole in the roof than I ever dreamed of. There were several pixies domiciled on the branches of a tree that overhung the labyrinth, whose manners especially interested me. They are practicing a new mode of harassing brownies, a sort of patent spring net. The brownie officers quickened attention at this statement, for they are not only blessed with healthy curiosity, but naturally are always vigilant to meet their enemies' plots. Amidst a running fire of questions, Corporal Dodge told the following story. One day, while looking out of my door, I heard beneath me the voice of Spite the Spy. From the prison talk I had already picked up the news that Fort Spender was abandoned and the Pixies transferred to Orchard Camp, and was not surprised at the chief's presence. "Hello," said Spite in his rough way. "Where's old Hip this morning?" Labyrinthia ran down her trap line, pushed her head between the bars of a window, and called out, "Who's there?" "Only myself, sweetheart," answered one of her lovers, and thereupon he sprang out of an adjoining window and clambered up the ladder-like lines toward the keeper. But Madam was in no humor for such trifling, so she lashed the gallant heartily with a whip of silken cords that she carried at her girdle along with the prison key. The amorous Pixie retreated more rapidly than he had advanced, amidst the jeers and laughter of the crowd beneath. The keeper again looked out, and seeing who was there, asked what was wanted. "The captain wants to see old Hip," one of his aides replied. "You'd better put a bridle on your tongue, young sir," was the response.
Isn't it just as easy to call folks by their proper names? Hiptiotis isn't much more to say than Old Hip, and besides, shows decent respect to a better man than yourself. Another burst of laughter greeted the discomfiture of the Pixie aide, after which Spite said, "We have called to see this patent spring net that Hiptiotis has invented. Where shall we find the fellow's laboratory? It is close by here, we are told." The party was directed to the adjoining tree, a low growth of pine, where they found the inventor awaiting them. He was already stationed upon his net, which he called from its shape the triangle, a name, by the way, that has been transferred to himself. It is, in fact, a triangular snare composed of 4 threads, gradually widening at one end and at the other converging upon a single thread. The 4 threads are regularly crossed in the manner of the common orb web, and indeed, the whole snare resembles a section of 4 radii cut out of a round snare. The line upon which the threads converge is fastened to some fixed object, and on this, back downward, Hiptiotis was placed. When Spite's party arrived, he left his position to greet them, and at once began to explain the spring net. His son was stationed on the trap line, and as he got into position, I could see the whole snare rapidly tightening up until every cord was taut. "Now," said Hiptiotis, "observe that the operator holds that part of the trap line next to the net within his hands. The part next the branch he holds with one foot. These 2 parts are drawn tight. Now, see? Between the lad's 2 feet there is a 3rd portion of the line, which is slack and coiled up in a loose ball." "Yes, yes," said Spite gruffly. "We all see that. But how does the machine work? That's what we want to know." "Patience, Captain. I'm coming to that. Watch, please. I will let this bit of leaf represent the insect, or a brownie if you prefer. I shall throw it quickly against the net, and do you note what follows?" As the scrap struck the cross lines, instantly the whole structure flew forward with a slight snap, then as suddenly was drawn taut, and again snapped loose. This was repeated several times. The leaf was caught by the sudden relaxing and shooting forward of the cross lines, which by this motion were thrown around the leaf. The latter, after several springs of the net, was completely entangled and hung vibrating within the snare. "There," cried Hiptiotis. "You see how well it works? Let me show you the principle. You have seen the coil of slackline between the 2 feet. Fix your eye now upon the foremost one. I will touch the net. See? Instantly this claw releases its hold upon the line, and the whole net shoots forward as far as the coil will allow it. Follow closely, still, and you will see that the claws rapidly pull in and tighten up the trap line while the coil of slackline, meanwhile, again rolls up. That's the whole secret of my spring net." So saying, Hiptiotis put his front paws over his head and stroked it forward with a self-satisfied air as though he, at least, had no doubt of the high merit of his trap. Spite examined the structure carefully, made several more trials of its working, and then expressed his hearty approval. "Very good. Indeed, I think it will be a valuable addition to our armory. Now, if we only had a few brownies at hand for you to try it on, your demonstration would be quite perfect. By the way," he clapped his hands together and laughed, "a capital idea, that." He turned to his staff of Pixie officers and made some remark which I could not hear, but they cast glances upward toward my prison, and the thought flashed upon me that Spite's sudden idea referred to me. Could it be possible? Did they mean to test their new machine on me? 2 officers left the group and ran toward the main gate of the labyrinth. I closed my trap door and, with as composed frame as I could command, awaited the issue. Soon, Madame Labyrinthia and the 2 Pixies were heard climbing up the ladder. They entered the dome. They ascended to my cell. "Come," they said, without further ceremony. "Follow us. Our captain has sent for you." I was led to Hyptiotis grounds. The Pixies formed a wide circle around me, and the inventor was ordered to go ahead. Of course, my captors supposed me to be ignorant of their plans, and doubtless thought to take me by surprise. But I was on my guard, although I hid my knowledge under an indifferent mien. I secretly slipped my knife into my hand and waited. "Go over to the opposite side of the circle," ordered Spite. I started in a quiet walk. "Run!" shouted Spite fiercely. "Run, run!" echoed the whole crowd in chorus, no doubt thinking to startle and confuse me by their sudden clamor. I quickened my gait to a brisk trot, but kept my eyes aslant toward the point where I saw young Hyptiotis waiting to cast the net. In a moment, the snare left his hands and flew toward me. I dodged low to the ground and made a quick leap toward the narrow end of the snare, hoping thus to escape the worse entanglement of the wide end. I was only partly successful. In spite of my efforts, I was caught in the narrow point of the net and thrown by a sudden jerk to the earth. The Pixies set up a roar of joy, which was lucky for me, because under cover of their excitement, I could use my knife unobserved. In a trice, I had freed my limbs and risen upon my knees, and under pretense of struggling and swinging my arms, severed the trap line beyond the point of the snare with a swift stroke. I was free, and getting to my feet, began quietly to brush the shreds of cobwebs from face and clothes. The pixie glee suddenly ceased. I heard the harsh voice of old Hyptiotis roundly berating his son, whom he blamed, or chose to appear to blame, for the failure of his invention. I knew better, but kept my secret. However, I glanced toward young Hyptiotis, who never moved a muscle during all the cursing and clamor that assailed him. Meanwhile, I slipped my knife beneath my belt and quietly awaited the will of my captors. "Take him back to prison," growled Spite. "We'll try him again tomorrow." "Aye, aye," said old Hyptiotis, "and I'll then spring the net myself and answer with my head that the miserable Brownie don't dodge out a second time." I was led back to my cell, and my thoughts were not very agreeable, you may be sure, but I resolved to at least try to escape before the morrow. I knew my doom was sealed if I remained, and could be no worse were I caught trying to flee. I had already planned a way of escape, and made some preparations for it. I waited until nightfall, quietly opened my trap door, crept over the roof, and softly stepped upon the ladder-like lines of the maze which surrounds the prison. Just at that moment, I heard a loud sound within the cell. As ill fate would have it, my keeper had taken a notion to visit me. Perhaps she was anxious about the morrow. Maybe she only wished to enjoy a sight of my misery in view of my gloomy prospects. At all events, she had never before visited me at that hour, and now had happened upon me at the worst possible time. I cast an anxious glance backward, and, oh, wretched blunder, saw that I had forgotten to close the trapdoor behind me. My way of exit would of course be seen at once, and the cry be raised. What should I do? Think quickly, Dodge, and think well, for your life hangs upon this moment's decision. I heard the sharp cry of Madame Labyrinthia. I could feel the swing of her body as she threw herself upon the ladder that led up to the trap door. In another moment, she would be upon the roof, and I should be discovered. My first thought was to slide down to the ground and run for it. But a second thought was better. Just before me swung, within the maze, a triple cradle or cocoon string, provided for the young labyrinthians. I had already, in one of my former night adventures, cut open one of these and made a burrow within. I hardly knew at the time why I did this, but it was one of my old dodges, which I had taught Sergeant Clearview, by the way, when out on a scout to take refuge in one of these vacant pixie baby houses. They are snug and comfortable places, too. Now I saw what to do. I swung myself by a line across the intervening space, pushed open the little slit in the side of the cocoon, crawled within, curled myself up, drew down the flap closely, and waited. My heart beat a tattoo. I could see nothing, but heard the feet of Labyrinthia rattling over the roof, felt the tremor of the lines as she sprang from them. After a pause, during which I guessed that she was looking around for me, I heard her loud alarm to the guards, felt the shaking of the labyrinth foundations as the pixies ran to and fro. More than once felt the pressure of feet clambering over the cocoons in the hurried rush across the maze. There was great commotion at the gate of the jail. Then the din lessened, grew faint, rolled away, and died out in the distance. No one had thought of my retreat as a possible hiding place. For the present, at least, I was safe, though much cramped in my close quarters. I opened the slit for a breath of fresh air and ventured to look out. All was still. Shall I slip out now or not? I queried. No, the whole pixie host is afoot, beating the bushes in every quarter. I cannot run such a gauntlet of eager searchers without detection. I will wait until the pursuers are tired out and have returned. They will give me up, will relax guard around the prison, and beyond it the coast will be clear. So I did. I heard the returning guards, heard Labyrinthia puffing and storming up the stairway to her dome, and as I kept the slit in the cocoon a little ajar, could even make out her angry oaths. Her disappointment at my escape evidently softened her toward her gallants, for I heard her exchanging views with the one whom she had lashed away from her in the morning over the mysterious disappearance of her prisoner. How could he have got off unnoticed? It was plain from the talk that Spite suspected the keeper herself of some connivance at my escape, but I wasn't much concerned about that. As the day dawned, everything was quiet. The keeper and guards were asleep. Now is my time, I thought. So I left my cramped but cozy silken retreat, slid down the ropes to the ground, and glided away into the grass. I got safely through the pixie lines, made myself known to our own pickets, and here I am, thankful and happy as ever Brownie was or will be. Dodge's story was eagerly listened to, and he was heartily congratulated upon his rare good fortune. Bruce and his officers questioned him about all that he had seen within the enemy's lines and drew from him much valuable information. Then, as a reward for his skill and pluck, and as a salve for his sufferings, he was promoted to be a sergeant and went away jubilant to his quarters. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. A Ghost Story. The kin, it will be remembered, made for Ellen's Isle when pursued by the pixie rain. Lieutenant Swift never checked her speed until he had run his ship under the shelter of the northern shore. Thence he rejoined the fleet after the ram had gone down and sailed on with Rodney up the channel. Coxswain Help steered for the island. The Stygians lay between him and his own fleet, and should he make for Orchard Shore, he would risk capture. Ellen's Isle was nearest. His boat was overloaded. The kin seemed to be already there awaiting them under the northern bank. "Give way heartily, lads," he said. "We shall soon be on board the kin." The sailors pulled with a will, and although loaded down almost to the gunwale, the boat made fair speed. The sinking of the ram, which they saw quite plainly, put fresh vigor into their arms. They could hardly hold in their cheers, but Help ordered silence, as he had no wish to call the Pixies' attention to them. The island was reached, but a sore disappointment awaited them, for the kin had gone on, and the natty ships were far up the channel. Clearview climbed atop of a bush and looked across the island to the south channel. "There is the Pixie squadron crowding on all sail toward the inlet," he said. "The Stygians are not yet in sight of our fleet, but it cannot be long before they meet. Look yonder to the north." The other half of the Pixie fleet has sailed out of the harbor and is running up the channel." Now the officers consulted as to what should be done. "My duty is on the water," said Help. "I yield the chief command to our superior officer, Adjudicant Blythe. Captain Clearview will take command of the boat. I shall lend a hand wherever I can." "Very good," said Blythe. "But let us settle what is to be done first. We can fix the matter of rank afterward." "Well said, Adjudicant," remarked True. "In our condition, the readiest helper has the highest rank. Let him lead us who knows how to get us out of trouble. Can't we cross the South Channel? That's our own side, you know." "Not in one trip of our boat," said Clearview. "It was shipping water freely before we landed. The distance to the south shore is much greater than that which we have come. We might divide and make 2 trips, but that doubles the risk and gives less chance to the party left behind should the Pixies land here. Suppose we wait until the fleets meet and act as may then seem best. See, even while we speak, one of the Pixie ships is landing at the head of the island." "Can you make her out, Captain?" asked Help. "Yes, it's the Doubt, Master Shallow's craft. I would know the cut of her jib among 1,000. "What are they doing?" asked Blythe. "Are they sending boats ashore?" "Yes, they have anchored off the big rocks, and 1, 2, 3 boats are pulling into the cove above." "3, did you say?" returned Blythe. "Then let us attack them, and we shall have enough boats wherewith to leave the island. I feel that I could almost clean out a boatload myself." "No, no, Adjudicant," answered True. "Nobody doubts either your ability or appetite for fighting Pixies, but we can't afford to take such a risk. My advice is that we run our boat under these clumps of iris and bivouac for a while beneath the thick foliage that crowns yonder bank. We shall be out of sight, shall have time to rest the men, and can then get off safely. We have everything to gain by waiting." True's advice was taken. The boat was hidden. A snug bivouac was made near a clump of hazel bushes upon the high land beyond the shore, and the crew threw themselves upon the grass to rest. Scouts were sent out to beat around the neighboring foliage in search of lurking Pixies. There were many signs that they had lately been upon the spot, such as abandoned snares and vacant lodges, and deserted nurseries woven into balls from the seeded and feathery tops of grasses. Apparently, all who could march or sail or move through the air had gone off to join the Pixie forces on land or water. Only a colony of youngling orb weavers remained, snugly tented around a jack-in-the-pulpit. Most of them were balled in a round mass under one of the leaves, packed together with legs and arms intertwined and sound asleep. One of the scouts was keen to mount the plants, cut the tent cords, and disperse the brood of younglings. But Blythe forbade. "For," he said, "they'll keep under cover while we are on the island, and it's always wise to let well enough alone. They can do us no harm, so we'll not harm them." Now, Captain Clearview and Sergeant True climbed into a tree to note how the 2 fleets came on. With a heavy heart, they saw their squadron, after a brief struggle, sail away toward the inlet. The Doubt rejoined her companions, but one of her boats remained upon the island. What could that portend? Clearview and True told what they had seen, and urged all to guard against surprise. Their enemies were on the island. How many there were, or for what purpose they stayed, or where they might be, none knew. They were probably still in the eastern end and would not at once annoy the Brownies, whose presence they could not suspect. Sentinels were posted toward the land side, and one lookout upon the shore. So the morning passed, and the afternoon had nearly worn away. The fleets had not changed their positions. The Stygians still guarded the inlet, but the heavy Davids, mounted at the mouth thereof, held them in check. 2 or 3 Pixie vessels were slowly sailing down the North Channel, coasting along the island. There had been no sign of the Doubt's mysterious boat's crew. All was quiet. No chance yet to escape. A squad, under Help's command, was sent out to forage. They had not been gone long when the little camp was aroused by an alarm from one of the sentinels. The Brownies sprang to arms, thinking that the Doubt's boat crew had attacked them. There was a sound as of feet trampling among ferns and grasses. Someone was approaching rapidly. Several persons evidently, and they were charging at full run upon the picket line. "Stand!" cried the guard. "Who goes there?" There was no reply. Then one of the sailors of Help's squad and a second and a third leaped from the underbrush, sprang by the sentinel regardless of his challenge, and ran into the midst of the camp. They were breathless, pale, trembling, terrified. "Well," cried Blythe, "this is something new, truly. Full-sized brownies, and natties at that, running like a frightened rabbit from a pixie. Why, comrades, what has possessed you? Speak, can't you?" They could not speak. The poor fellows were so overcome that they had to sit down. Water was given them, and they revived. "Come now," said True firmly. "This has gone far enough. What is the cause of this?" One of the three could just utter the single word, "Pipe." The very name set the sailors shivering again with terror. "This is most unaccountable," exclaimed Blythe. "What do you mean, fellow? What about Pipe? Do you mean our poor boatswain who was lost this morning?" "Yes, yes," gasped the sailor. "We have seen him. Oh, oh." He uttered a cry as he spoke, jumped to his feet, threw up his arms, pointed toward the picket line, and fell flat upon the grass. All eyes turned in the direction of the poor fellow's hand. There stood Pipe the boatswain. A chorus of mingled groans, shrieks, and cries arose from the company. The sailors scattered into the ferns and bushes. The officers stood their ground, but there was not one among them who would not have run had he dared. The figure slowly advanced. The eyes were sunken, the face pale. The hair hung damp and matted around the face and brow. The clothes were ragged and clung closely to the body. The eyes had, or seemed to have, an unnatural brightness. They were fixed steadily upon the officers. Step by step, nearer and nearer, the figure came, but it spoke no word. There could be no mistake about it. It was Pipe, the drowned boatswain. Now, Sergeant True, like most sensible persons, knew that if there were such things as ghosts, they must be harmless creatures. He had often said that, and declared that he would like to meet a ghost, but if the truth were known, he would rather have been excused just then. However, he spoke at last. "Speak, whatever you be, spirit, ghost, or living flesh. Tell us what you are and why you are come here." The figure stopped. A strange, familiar light played upon the pale face and glimmered around the corner of the eyes. Then, into the death-like silence, the image spoke with a husky voice. "Well, shipmates, this is a rather tough greeting on one's return from a long voyage. What's the wind that you all run from your old comrade and stand staring at me as though I were a ghost? Hey, my boy, don't you know Sophie's daddy?" "Pipe? Pipe? It is Pipe himself," exclaimed True, and he rushed forward and took the dear old sailor in his arms. "There, there," said the boatswain. "That'll do for the present. Cast off grapnels, please, and save your hugging for someone who likes it better. Hello, you lubbers," addressing the sailors. "Get up here. I'm ashamed of the cloth, I am. Yes, it's Pipe. Who else? Want proof of it, do you?" The sailors were sitting upon the ground, staring dumb and incredulous upon their old officer. "Well, here goes then. You know the sound of Pipe to quarters, I'll be bound." So saying, he put his whistle to his lips and sounded the old familiar note. It was enough. The frightened foragers rose and shook hands with Pipe. The scattered runaways came back. An eager crowd surrounded the boatswain to hear him explain this marvelous resurrection from the deep.
Well, it's easily enough explained. Come to think of it now, I don't wonder that you took me for a ghost. In sooth, it is not often that a brownie stays under water for a whole day and comes up again, unless, maybe, as a ghost.
What? Under water a whole day? Cried Help. You don't mean that seriously, do you?
Aye, aye, shipmate, that I do. It has not been half an hour since I left the depths of the lake there. I went down with the rest under the keel of that infernal old pot that the Pixies set afloat. I supposed my time had come at last, but no one seems willing to die even when his time has come. So you see, I struck out pretty lively so as to get clear of the wreck and the drowning crews as I came up, and then allowed myself to rise. First thing I knew, I was diving straight through the door of a water pixie's nest. You know, there are some of those creatures who make a kind of hollow globe or diving bell under the water.
Yes, said True eagerly, the Argyroneta pixies.
Aye, those are the fellows. Well, they stay and balance their nest with cables, which they fasten to stems of water plants. Then they mount to the surface, catch a bubble of air in the little hairs of their legs and hands, sink with it, and shoot it up into the nest. When it is filled, they have a watertight house filled with air down in the very midst of the lake. It is a cunning thing, even if it is made by a pixie. Well, there I was, snug and comfortable enough. The housekeeper didn't happen to be at home, and I had full possession of the premises. I couldn't make up my mind what to do. Of course, I knew I couldn't stay there always, but I feared to crawl out and mount to the surface. Either way, my chance seemed pretty slim for life. I concluded to wait a while, anyhow, and stretched myself upon a sort of web hammock that hung from the sides. I looked every moment for the landlady to report, and loosened my knife to welcome her home. However, she didn't come, and after a long waiting, I fell asleep. How long I slept, I don't know. I was aroused by a slight swaying of the diving bell nest. The proprietor was coming in, sure as the world. She was already halfway through the porthole. I clutched my knife and got ready to cut away. But a thought struck me. Thinks I, can't I lay hold of the old lady and get her to tow me out of this, and maybe ashore? I put my knife between my teeth and waited quietly until Mrs. Argyroneta had got fairly into her cabin. Then I leaped from my hammock, grabbed her by a hind leg, and yelled at the top of my lungs. Whew! You ought to have seen that pixie get. She turned and made through the port, mounted to the surface, and flew across it like the Flying Dutchman. I found it a little hard to hold on to her leg, but the creature had cast out of her spinnerets a good stout cable as she turned to leave her nest, which I seized with both hands. I should hate to say how many knots an hour we rated. The pixie went so fast that my head was kept above water by the swiftness of the motion. She made straight for the island, and upon my word, I believe she would have towed me clear as shore if it hadn't been for an accident. In doubling the edge of a cluster of water lilies, my tug struck a snag and capsized. The rope slackened, and I had to swim for it. Mrs. Argyroneta dived. Not relishing a second journey to the bottom of the lake, I cut the cable with my knife and clambered on top of a lily leaf. After some trouble, I managed to cut the leaf loose, and as the wind and current set in toward the island, I drifted ashore just below here. I had scarcely landed when I met these hearties here, who broke off into the woods at a livelier rate than even my pixie tug had made. That is the whole of my yarn. And now, if you please, give me something to eat, for I'm mortal hungry.
What became of your pixie? Asked Blythe.
Never saw her after she dived, returned Pipe. I reckon she's going yet, for a worse scared creature, barring these three jacks of ours, of course, I never saw. But Come, comrades, here I have been spinning my yarn about my own miserable carcass, and all the time have heard nothing of the fleet. To tell the truth, I've been afraid to ask, but let me know the worst, all of it, while the cooks are getting supper ready." The story was soon told. The good sailor was glad to find affairs had gone no worse. His joy over the ignoble end of the Pixie Monitor was particularly keen. "Humph," he said, "just what I thought. A lubberly old pot. And any seaman that would sail in such an affair deserves no better fate than to be sent to the bottom by a dragoon's cutlass." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. The Wisdom of the Pixies. In the meantime, how fared it with Faith and Sophia? The hours of captivity dragged wearily along. The nagging and petty annoyance of their keeper were hard to bear, but their chief dread was the coming of Spite and Hyde. They knew nothing of passing events, for not a creature had been seen or heard since Spite and Raft left, except Tigrina. In the depths of that pixie cave, they were shut off from the upper world, and their grim and vigilant guardian kept them strictly to their rooms. They had no heart at first to note the furnishings of their prison, but as time passed, their spirits somewhat rallied. They began to observe the things around them, which were wrought with exquisite taste and skill. Tapestry, carpets, sofas, cushions, stools, couches, all were woven of silk. There were pictures and statuary, books and portfolios bound elegantly in yellow, purple, and white silk, and illuminated with gold, bronze, and diverse colors. The nurses wandered from one to another of these objects, which compelled their admiration and interest. The works of art were exquisitely done. Many of the books, the maidens noticed, treated of natural objects, laws, forces, and phenomena. The wonders of air, earth, and sea were told and illustrated in many volumes. Faith and Sophia were much interested in these. Their fondness for nature was great, and the books and prints which lay around them in such wealth well-nigh beguiled their thoughts from their griefs. "Look at this, Sophie," cried Faith, who had just happened upon a rare volume, rich in the arts of type, graver, and brush. It lay by itself on a circular stand, as one sometimes sees a costly family Bible in American homes. It was plainly one of the treasures of Arachne Hall. Sophia came to her friend's side and bent over the title page, which read thus: "The Wisdom of the Pixies, translated from the original of the Laws of Pluto and the Wise Sayings of the Sages of Pixieland. Anno Mundi, MD, CCC." "The Wisdom of the Pixies?" exclaimed Sophia. "That must be a curious book indeed. I never knew before that our wicked enemies professed to have a sacred book, or held to any religious notions at all. I am anxious to know what these laws of Pluto may be. Turn over the page, Faith." "I am trying to make out this date," answered Faith. "The numerals have been erased. They appear to have been written several times, amended again and again, and finally left in this uncertain condition." "That is just it, Faith. Observe that for the common date, Anno Domini, year of our Lord, has been placed Anno Mundi, year of the world. It is hard for a pixie to acknowledge in any way the blessed author of salvation to men. Let me see. M stands for 1,000, M for 2,000. The bar over the top means 1,000 also. M is 1,000, M, 2,000, and just there is a gap. The other legible figures count up 1,800. That is all I can make out, but I suppose
The Pixies mean to say that the world is a good many thousand times 200,000 years old. Do you believe it? That's a ripe old age, Sophie, said Faith, and I neither believe nor disbelieve. How can one tell? Our fathers only say that in the beginning, whenever that was, the world was made, but the further back one can trace the being of the earth by established facts, just so much further can we walk by sight into the eternity whose sovereign Lord we receive by faith. True enough, replied Sophia. The question interests me as a matter of fact simply. As a matter of religion, I suppose it has little value. At least I have so heard the good minister, Dr. Comingo, say in conversation with Governor Willie. But turn the page, please. Faith turned the leaves of the book, reading aloud the titles of the chapters. Now and then she stopped, read a sentence or two, commented upon the sentiment, and contrasted it with the good, pure, unselfish laws of Brownieland. Our story need not be burdened with much of what Faith and Sophia saw in the wisdom of the Pixies, but some of our older readers will be curious to have a few extracts. Here they are, with the headings or titles of the chapters given, for the most part. Chapter 1, on the first and great law, take care of number 1. Chapter 2, on the chief end of life, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you die. Chapter 9, the end justifies the means. Chapter 10, on attaining one's end, by fair means if you can, by foul means if you must. Chapter 15, showing that an individual cannot wrong a corporation, on the right of corporations to plunder the people. Chapter 16, showing that it cannot be wrong to rob a government. Chapter 17, showing that since the world loves to be humbugged, it is quite lawful to gratify it for one's own advantage. Chapter 35, is man an automaton? Why, what a strange notion, cried Sophie. What sage starts that question? It appears to be some Chinese sage, whose sentiments are quoted, if I may judge by the name, Huxley. And what has he to say about it? Well, there is a good deal. Here is a section on the evidence of transmitted peculiarities that starts out thus. Everyone has noted the interest that the young of the human species take in dolls, marionettes, and exhibitions of such figures as the famous Punch and Judy and Mrs. Jarley's waxworks. This is a universal characteristic. Whence does it arise? Why should this instinctive sympathy of children with automata and their clumsy tricks be so deep-seated and widespread? Evidently, here is a fact which the wise and candid philosopher should ponder. Here, it may be, is a thread by which we may traverse the labyrinth of man's mysterious nature. The deduction cannot well be resisted that this natural and inwrought sympathy with the automaton in all its varying forms is owing to the kinship of man himself with the simian. Oh, that will do, exclaimed Sophia, breaking short this sentence. That certainly is quite as funny as the Punch and Judy which Governor Willie had shown at his children's party last Thanksgiving Day. But is Mr. Huxley in earnest, do you think? He seems to be, answered Faith, joining in with Sophia's quiet laughter. But here is the next chapter. Chapter 40, to be found out is the essence of wrong. Turn on! Chapter 43, the pleasure and security of drinking liquors in moderation. Chapter 49, wine and beer drinking, the sovereign remedy for drunkenness. Chapter 50, on the origin of the universe. Ah, what has the sage to say on that point? Asked Sophia. Far too much to read now. This seems to be a favorite theme with the sages. There are a great many pages. Here is the opening section. According to the sacred writings of the pundits of India, a certain immense spider was the origin, the first cause of all things. This spider, drawing the matter from its own bowels, wove the web of this universe and disposed it with wonderful art. She, in the meantime, sitting in the center of her work, feels and directs the motions of every part, till at length, when she has pleased herself sufficiently in ordering and contemplating this web, she draws again into herself all the threads she had spun out, and, having absorbed them, the universal nature of all creatures vanishes into nothing. "Dear me," said Sophia, "how very like that is to the nebular theory that we heard the professor discussing one evening with Governor Willie on the great porch. But pray, whence came the spider? Who made her? I wonder the sages didn't think of that question." Faith resumed the reading. The natives of Guinea believe that the first man was created by a large black spider, which is so common in their country and is called, in their jargon, a nonce. "Now that is too bad," said Sophia, once more interrupting the reading. "I could believe that the Pixies came that way, but to say that men were so made. But that is the way with the sages of unbelief. They had rather think the universe to have been spun out of the spinnerets of a big black spider than admit that in the beginning the holy God made all things." Faith made no answer, but stood silently turning over the leaves. The silence was broken by a sound that startled the nurses and struck terror into their hearts. We must go back to the Brownies' island camp in order to explain this sudden interruption. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland against King Cobweaver's Pixies, by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. BLYTHE'S Flute. Despite their position, the wrecked Brownies were in good spirits. The restoration of Pipe had taken a load off their hearts. The reaction was so great after their grief and the certainty of his loss that low spirits vanished from the camp. The boatswain's resurrection seemed an omen of good fortune. The cheer that filled all hearts bubbled over in song, laughter, merry tale, and joke. But as the Brownies feared to attract the attention of the Doubt's crew, who were yet on the island, they kept the sound of their merrymaking within bounds of their picket lines. Blythe added much to the enjoyment of the occasion. By some rare chance, as he was setting out for the fleet in the morning, he had flung over his shoulder his flute box, which he often carried in a little case, something after the manner of a field glass. It had clung to him when the Kin's boat went down, and there was the flute, ready to swell the joy of the bivouac. Blythe was quite in the spirit to play, and all hearts were in tune to listen. Again and again, the notes of the sweet instrument murmured among the overhanging branches. Camp tunes, battle tunes, love tunes, home tunes. The hearts of the Brownies were stirred by turns with tender, pathetic, sad, or fond emotions as the well-known strains fell upon their ears. "Come, lads," cried Pipe, "cannot we have a song?" "Aye, aye, a song," was called from all sides. "What shall it be?" asked Blythe. "I will gladly accompany Captain Clearview here, who is an excellent singer. Captain, what say you? Shall we have woodmen, boatmen, sailors, and horsemen? The lads like that, and can join in the chorus." "Play away," said Clearview, and at the proper note he struck in and sang the following song, in the refrain of which all the company joined. The Brownies' national song, "O Merry and Free," or "Woodmen, Boatmen, Sailors, and Horsemen." "O merry and free, 'neath the wild wood tree, are the woodmen of Brownieland, bonny and dee. Too-ra-la, too-ra-loo, too-ra-lay. In the breeze there is balm, in the sky there is calm. Each sound in the wood is the voice of a psalm. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay. Oh, merry and free, on the lake and lea, are the boatmen of Brownieland, Bonnie and Dee. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay, for the trout's rushing leap and the waterfowl's sweep. With the paddle's soft dip, sweet harmony keep. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay. Oh, merry and free, on the wrinkled sea, are the sailors of Brownieland, Bonnie and Dee. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay, for the creaking of sail and the sough of the gale and splashing of waves are the songs that ne'er fail. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay. Oh, merry and free, over hill and lea, are the troopers of Brownieland, Bonnie and Dee. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay. It is pleasure indeed to be one with the steed, in his strength and thrill with the rhythm of speed. Tu-ra-la, tu-ra-lu, tu-ra-lay. Hist! St! The sharp, prolonged sibilant that broke in upon their applause and caused instant silence was uttered by Sergeant True. He advanced into the circle with his hand raised warningly. Hist! Quiet all, except you, Blythe. Keep on with your music. Play some of your softest airs, and play until I bid you stop. As for the rest of you, I charge you for your lives, not to speak or move until you hear from me, no matter what you see. Perfect silence, remember. He stepped back again into the bushes and was hidden from sight. What could the strange interruption mean? The Brownies were all alive with keen curiosity. Was the sergeant in a merry humor and planning some trick upon the party? They suspected that, but it was not much after True's habit to do such a thing. Besides, his manner betokened unusual earnestness. Therefore, all sat still, looking into the bushes whither True had disappeared. The adjudicant promptly fell into his friend's plan. He obeyed orders, played away, and waited. Hist! Look up! But don't stop the music and don't stir, said True in a low voice. All eyes turned upward. A faint rustling among the branches directed the party's gaze to the point of interest. A quaint old hag of a pixie was slowly crawling along the twig above Blythe's head. It was our acquaintance, Dame Tigrina. Blythe's heart fluttered a little, it must be confessed. It really seemed that the grim creature was preparing to pounce upon him. See, she is just above the musician's head. She has fastened a cable to the branch and is slowly lowering herself toward the ground. There was a slight quaver in the notes of the flute that could not be credited wholly to the performer's intention, yet he behaved with wonderful coolness and courage. The music went on, not a false note, not a pause, while the pixie was gradually lowering herself toward the ground. When about 1/3 of the descent had been made, Tigrina paused and sat quite still. She was listening to the music, not foraging for victims. Blythe's flute had charmed her forth from her cell. There she hung in mid-air, indulging her fondness for sweet sounds. Who would have thought it of the old hag? However, it would perhaps be well to mention that it has frequently been reported that some pixies are strangely sensitive to music. True's conduct was now explained. He had caught a glimpse of the Pixie when she first left her hall, but had not been able to mark the spot from whence she came. When the singing stopped and the applause began, Tigrina retreated so rapidly and stealthily that the sergeant again failed to note the door of her cave, but saw the general direction and neighborhood thereof. He thought that if Blythe would repeat the music, it would charm the old creature forth once more, and so it proved. From his blind in the bushes, he saw the cave door slowly open and marked the spot. He saw the Pixie peep here and there, then, satisfied that the coast was clear, returned to her place above the musician, where she hung and listened as before. True had gained his point. He did not indeed understand how near he was to his heart's great desire, but he had thought it probable that Faith and Sophia might be hidden on the island in some of the pixie dens, and at once resolved to follow up this fortunate incident in hope that it might give a clue to a more important discovery. He quietly left his hiding place, planted himself before the spot whence Tigrina had come, and drew his battle axe. Hist! The sound directed the brownie's attention toward him. Close in around me when I call. Don't move before that. Now, Blythe, stop. The music ceased. No one stirred for a moment or two. Then Tigrina, as though persuaded that the performance had ended, scampered up the cable from which she hung and hurried off toward her cave. Close up, ordered True. The company rushed forward and surrounded the sergeant, who now stood with axe poised, face to face with the Pixies. Tigrina was in the act of springing upon True. Her claws were outstretched, her eyes were ablaze with excitement, and in the greatness of her wrath, her fangs clattered against each other. As the brownies closed the circle about her, she started and cast a quick, terrified glance around her. Then her whole visage changed. The arms fell to her side. Her face dropped upon her chest. Her limbs relaxed. The eyes became glassy and fixed. She suddenly sank to the ground and lay rigid and motionless. True lowered his axe. An exclamation of surprise broke from the group. Is she dead? Asked several at once. Pipe stepped to Tigrina's side and cautiously turned her body with his foot. "'Pon my honor," he said, "I do believe the old witch has burst a blood vessel or had an attack of apoplexy. She's dead as a mackerel." "It does seem so indeed," remarked True, who had also examined the body. "There is every sign of death beyond doubt. For my part, I don't wonder, for I never saw such a swift and terrible change in any living creature as came over this one." "Come," said Clearview, "let me try an experiment. I know something more of the tricks of these pixies than you. They can beat the possums at feigning death. Now I venture that Madam here is as alive and awake as any of you. Stand back a little. We shall see. Bring me a cord." A stout cord was brought by one of the sailors. Clearview approached cautiously and looped the rope around all the Pixies' limbs except one arm. During all this, there was no sign of life. "Hand me your axe, Sergeant." The weapon was passed to him. "Observe now," continued Clearview, "that I intend to strike just where that claw lies. If the creature is dead, it will not hurt her to have it chopped off." He lifted the axe deliberately and struck directly at the unbound arm which was stretched out motionless upon the grass. The blade sank into the ground. The claw had been removed by a quick motion as the axe fell. "Phew-hoo," said Pipe, drawing a long breath. "Talk about wonders of the stage. That acting beats Charlotte Cushman all hollow." A burst of merriment broke from the circle of astonished and amused brownies, in the midst of which Tigrina slowly raised her body from the ground and sat up, looking around upon her captors, quite crestfallen. "Well," she said at last, "now you have me, what'll you do with me?" The brownie officers held a brief, whispered consultation. Then the boatswain addressed Tigrina. "Old woman, we shall exchange few words with you. You know well that your life in ordinary circumstances wouldn't be worth a salt herring, but you've just one chance for it. I have lost a daughter. She was carried off with one of her companions by some of your people. We have found no trace of the maidens yet. If you can tell anything that shall lead to their discovery, your life shall be spared. If not, you die instantly." Tigrina sat, with eyes fixed upon the ground. Her face had a stubborn cast that showed indifference to life, or determination to yield nothing for the sake of saving it. She remained silent. "Well," continued the boatswain, "have you nothing to say? Do you know anything? Speak out. You shall find us true to our word, as brownies always are." "For heaven's sake,"
cried Blythe impatiently. "If you can put us on the track of our lost friends, do so. You shall not only have your life, but whatever besides." "Ah, what interest have you in the silly things?" asked Tigrina, looking up quickly. Her whole manner had changed at the first sound of his voice. Her eyes dropped slowly from the adjudicant's face to the flute which he still held in his hands, and there remained fixed. "I have a deep and tender interest in one of them," exclaimed Blythe, "and I pledge you my word with the boatswain to stand between you and death if you will tell us where we can find Faith and Sophia." There was a moment's silence, so profound that one might almost have heard his neighbor's heart beat as the Brownies awaited the Pixies' answer. The fate of their beloved nurses seemed to hang upon her lips. Tigrina at last broke the silence. "You will give me my life?" she said. "Yes," cried a score of eager voices. "And set me free?" "Aye, aye," was the hearty chorus. "And give me that?" continued Tigrina, pointing her hairy claw toward the flute in Blythe's hands. "It is yours," cried the adjudicant, flinging the instrument into the Pixies' lap. Tigrina clutched it eagerly, turned it over and over as a child would a new toy, looked into it, touched the keys, put it to her ears and listened, then laid it down upon her lap and gazed at it with childish fondness. All this time, the Brownies looked on impatiently, but not inclined to interfere. "Ha!" exclaimed Tigrina. "And will it sing for me too, pretty bird?" "Sing, sing," she said as she fondled the flute tenderly. "Come, come, old lady," cried Pipe at last. "Be done with this nonsense. Remember that neither life, freedom, nor the flute are yours until you keep your part of the bargain. So hurry up." Tigrina looked up again with the old, fierce, sullen face. "Ugh, to be sure. Well, gentlemen, I have sworn not to tell anyone where the fairies are. But that big officer yonder," she cast a savage glance at True, "knows where I live, I reckon. There's nothing to hinder you from following up what you have already found out yourselves, is there?" A cry of joy arose from the party at these words. The hint was taken at once. What news? Faith and Sophia were found at last. Hurrah! Pipe turned eagerly upon Sergeant True. The door, he cried. "Where is the door of the old hag's cave?" Blythe sprang forward, grasped Tigrina by the arm until she fairly winced under the pressure and exclaimed, "Are they alive? Are they safe? Speak." "Both," was the answer. The cool, clear voice of Captain Clearview broke in upon the excitement. "Come, my friends, this is not wise. You are giving way to hopes that may be dashed from you. What have you to rely upon from them all? The word of an old Pixie condemned to death. I think she has spoken truly, but let us make sure before we show our joy. First of all, take that flute from her and bind her arms securely. We will take her with us into the cave. If she has not deceived us, we will be true to her. If this is all mockery and deceit—" There was no need to finish the sentence. By this time, Pipe, True, and Blythe had the mossy door of the cave pushed open. They entered the silk-lined vestibule and saw the tunnel sloping away into the hill until lost in the darkness. "A ladder and lanterns," cried Pipe. "Haste away." "Aye, aye, sir," answered a half-dozen hearty voices. The sailors flew to the boat and soon returned with a rope ladder and several foxfire lanterns. "Are we all ready?" asked True. "Ready." "Come on, then, and Godspeed the search." He stepped into the mouth of the cave, bearing aloft one of the lights. Pipe and Blythe followed. Then came Clearview and help, leading Dame Tigrina. Several sailors brought up the rear of the party. The remainder of the crew kept guard at the entrance. "Hark!" The word fell from the lips of both the imprisoned nurses at once. There was a sound as the wind blowing through the long tunneled hall that led into their room. It came nearer. It grew louder. The maidens stood still, straining every nerve to resolve the meaning of the strange noises. There could be no doubt, at last,
that it was the sound of approaching footsteps mingled with voices.
"Oh, Sophie, it is Spite the spy. Oh, Faith, the Pixie chiefs have returned."
With a cry of anguish, they threw themselves into each other's arms. In this movement, the stand bearing the Book of the Wisdom of the Pixies was overturned and with a great racket fell to the floor. The large volume opened its folios as it fell and lay spread out upon its face under the stand. The scream of the nurses and the crash of the stand were answered by a cry from without. The curtain door of the chamber was rent aside, and Sergeant True, bearing aloft his foxfire torch, entered. Ere he could utter a word, the boatswains darted past him. Sophia had sprung forward at the first vision of her lover, and found herself clasped in her father's arms. Faith had fallen upon her knees. The drapery of her gown streamed backward, partially covering the gilt and silken bindings of the Pixies' Book of Unbelief. The hands of the kneeling nurse, just as they were outstretched toward heaven, were clasped in the fervent grasp of Adjudicant Blythe, who in a moment was kneeling at Faith's side. It was a striking and tender scene, the kneeling figures of Blythe and Faith, Sophia fast locked in her father's embrace, True standing nearby, the central figure of the group, holding his torch aloft, gazing upon his betrothed with joy and fondness shining through the tears upon his cheek. Crowded in the door, and just within the room, were the other members of the searching party, in the midst of whom stood Tigrina, casting alternate looks of anger upon the brownies, and desire upon the flute, which had fallen from Blythe's hand and rolled quite near her. Why should we dwell upon what followed? The mutual greetings, the quick exchange of experiences, the outbreak of emotion, joy, gratitude, love, these are better left to the reader's imagination. One may be certain, however, that the party did not long stay inside the Pixies' cave. To be sure, it was a snug place, and would have been quite safe and no doubt more comfortable to the nurses than the rude accommodations of the Brownie bivouac outside. But the very sight of Arania Hall, even with all its beautiful furnishings, was hateful to them. They insisted upon going away from the place with all haste. "It is a prison, a miserable prison, however much it may be decked like a palace," exclaimed Faith. "Let us out of it immediately." "Aye," said Sophia, "with all its silken tapestry, carpets, and couches, it is a den of pixies, a loathsome, dismal dungeon. Take us out of it. Take us quickly." The happy company returned along the tunnel and mounted to upper air. A second greeting awaited the rescued fairies from the party that guarded the entrance. The boisterous joy of the Brownie sailors could hardly be restrained, but an urgent warning of the danger that might be called down upon their newly found loved ones by discovering their presence to the doubters on the island kept the outbreaking happiness within bounds. The Brownies were true to Tigrina and left her safe within the cave in possession of the coveted flute, but they fastened the cavern door and mounted a guard over it. Then a shelter was provided for the nurses. As willing hands and happy hearts make light work, the night was not far gone ere a tent of leaves was built. Tired out with excitement, Faith and Sophia were quite ready to retire when all was prepared for them. How happy, happy, happy they were as they lay down to sleep in each other's arms. Their joy rippled over their lips and whispered congratulations and thanks, and bubbled forth in grateful tears. Then, soft, deep sleep, the sleep of the good and happy, stole gently upon them. It was long before the Brownie sailors settled to sleep. Weary as they were, the wish to hear the story of the capture and imprisonment of the nurses was stronger than the need of rest. Thus, Pipe, True, and Blythe, to whom the particulars had been told, had to tell them over and over again. At length, all were satisfied. The sentinels were stationed, the reliefs appointed, and sleep fell upon the little camp. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Old Farm Fairies, a summer campaign in Brownieland, against King Cobweaver's Pixies by Henry Christopher McCook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by KATRINE Arwine. The Haunted Ground. Our story must now go back to Big Cave Camp on the orchard shore of Lake KATRINE. Lieutenant McWhirlie had made a vigorous attack upon the Pixie camp using his portable Davids with good success. He completely demolished a bowl-shaped battery of lanifia placed among the morning glories from which a gang of pixies had kept up a continuous and annoying volley of spears and arrows. But not being supported by the infantry, he fell back to the outer line of entrenchments. Here he was joined by Captain Bruce with his troops. In the meantime, Commodore Rodney and his fleet had retired before the Stygians and lay under the protection of the great guns mounted at the mouth of the inlet. The Pixie squadron took position before the inlet, thus shutting the Natties in, and Admiral Quench immediately sent 3 ships to relieve Big Cave Camp. Thus matters stood on the eventful evening that brought such happy issue to the Brownies on Ellen's Isle. Exciting incidents also had happened at Camp LAWE, as the Brownie encampment before Big Cave had been called in honor of the ensign's gallant exploit. Shortly after 9 o'clock, the hour for changing the sentinels, Bruce was informed by Vigilant, the sergeant of the guard, that one of the men was missing from his post. "What?" cried Bruce in angry tones. "I didn't think we had a traitor or a coward in our camp. Bring the wretch here as soon as he is found. He must suffer the penalty." The captain thus spoke because it is an almost unheard of thing that a Brownie soldier should desert his post, and the punishment for such offense is instant death. "But, Captain," answered Vigilant, "we have searched for the guard and can't find him. No one has seen him off his rounds. Indeed, he was seen at his post by the nearest sentinel but a few moments before the relief came up. Here is his spear, which was picked up on the ground. Otherwise, there is not a trace of him anywhere." "Remarkable indeed. Who was the sentinel?" "Private Standwile." "Ah, a good man, and true. I know him well. Lead the way to his picket post." The 2 were soon upon the ground. The spot where the missing soldier's lance was found was carefully examined, but there was no trace of conflict or other unusual occurrence. The approaches to the picket line from the enemy's direction were closely scanned. Nothing suspicious was seen. The ground for some distance between the Pixie and Brownie camps was at this point flat and smooth. Unable to solve the mystery, the captain ordered another sentinel to be placed. "See that he is a good man, one of the brightest and most careful in the ranks," said Bruce. Accordingly, Sergeant Vigilant assigned Private Sharpsight to the vacant post. "And be sure, Sergeant," said the captain as he turned away, "that you keep a bright lookout upon your sentinels during the watch, especially on this one." Scarcely an hour had passed ere Captain Bruce heard the sharp challenge of the sentinel before his tent door. "Who goes there?" "Sergeant Vigilant of the picket guard." Bruce rose from his couch without waiting to be called and left the tent. "Well, what is it? Speak." "The second sentinel is gone." "Sharpsight? Gone?" "Aye. Not a sign or sound of him anywhere. I visited the picket once within an hour after he was stationed. All was then well, but I felt restless and nervous about the disappearance of Standwile, and a few moments ago returned. Sharpsight had vanished as mysteriously as the other." "Call out the guard," cried Bruce, snatching his broadsword and striding off toward the picket line. "Keep this matter as quiet as possible. It won't do to alarm the camp." Every bush and clump of grass, weed, stone, stalk, or other place that could possibly give shelter to friend or foe, Brownie or Pixie, within a wide circuit of the fatal picket post, was thoroughly explored. Nothing more dangerous was found than the horizontal snare of a young Ouroboros among the laurels and a few young furrow spiders. The latter lay within their silken tubes, which were snugly embosomed with a dainty tuft of dry moss, or tucked within the folds of rolled leaves or curled birch bark, with a trapline strung from the openings to nearby round webs. The Brownies were no wiser than before. The mystery was unsolved. "Shall we place another picket?" asked Sergeant Vigilant. "It must be done," answered the captain, "but call for volunteers." "You see how it is, my good fellows," said the sergeant, turning to the guard. "2 of our men are gone. Where? How? Nobody knows. There is foul play somewhere, and the sort that leaves no trail. The next picket may uncover the villainy, or he may go the way of the others. I shall not draft anyone to this post unless necessary. Who will volunteer? Step out." There was a moment's pause. The sentinels cast glances from one to another, as though each waited for his comrade to volunteer. Then, as if by one impulse, everyone stepped to the front. "Bravo!" cried the captain. "It is just what I expected of you, but I only meant to test your courage. I shall take this post myself and do duty for the rest of this watch as one of the picket guards. Sergeant, dismiss the men and resume your rounds. Call here in half an hour. I will solve this mystery if it can be done. Away." Vigilant and his guard began to remonstrate with their leader against this exposure of his life. But when he bade them away in such peremptory tones, they knew that his mind was made up, and there was nothing for them but to obey. Slowly and unwillingly, they withdrew, not to sleep, however, but to talk in subdued voices over the strange events of the night and await the issue of their captain's watch. The half-hour had well nigh passed. A cry of alarm startled the guard. It ran through the camp. Officers and men sprang from their bivouac fires and rude couches and seized their arms. Fall in," shouted the officers. The bugle sounded the call. "Is it a night attack? Yes. No. Where have the Pixies assaulted the line? There! Don't you see the guard rallying in yonder open space by the ridge? The enemy is coming straight over the plain. Pshaw! There's not a Pixie in sight. It's a false alarm raised by some stupid picket." Thus, backward and forward ran question and answer, as the Brownie soldiers swiftly fell into line of battle. "Where is the captain?" asked Lieutenant McWhirlie, saluting acting adjudicant Bright. "At the picket line, I believe, sir," answered Bright. "Looking after the cause of the alarm. Ah, here comes the sergeant of the guard. Why, in heaven's name, Vigilant, what's the matter?" "Captain Bruce is gone," said the sergeant, jerking out the words between sobs. "Gone? What do you mean?" cried both officers at once. The story was soon told. The captain had disappeared as mysteriously as the 2 privates. Lieutenant McWhirlie, after a brief consultation with the officers, issued the following order. "Let the soldiers be informed of everything. Appeal to their honor, loyalty, courage, and good sense. Dismiss them to their quarters and bid them sleep upon their arms. Come, Sergeant, lead the way to the picket line." Accompanied by Vigilant, the lieutenant strode away, having sent back his pony to the corral. The men of the guard were still scattered throughout the neighborhood looking for traces of their lost commander and comrades. They were recalled by a bugle. There was nothing to report. Meanwhile, McWhirlie carefully examined the premises. The open space in front of the mysterious picket post ended in a low ridge which ran for some distance in either direction and was covered with grass intermixed with tufts of moss and ferns. Beyond that, and toward Camp Law, the ridge was covered with a growth of young bushes. It was close up to this ridge that the lost pickets had been stationed. "Did you observe the position of the men?" asked McWhirlie. "Not of the first one," answered the sergeant, "but the second was stationed here. So also was the captain. They both stood with their faces toward the plain, outward. I watched them both from a distance after I had left them. The captain paced up and down, just there along the ridge, keeping his eyes toward the enemy's camp. He made a half face outward, so to speak, as he walked." "Outward? You are quite sure of that?" "Quite." "Very well. I shall take this post now. You will form the entire guard in a circle, enclosing this spot." "How far away, sir?" "Just far enough to have me well in sight. Let the men pace their beats as ordinary sentinels, keeping each other in view, face to face and right about. At the slightest call or alarm of any kind, let them close in instantly, all of them at a sharp run."
"Is that all, sir?"
"Yes, except that I want you to report to me as soon as the men are placed. You may go now."
"Fall in. Attention. Right face. Forward. March." The sergeant marched away at the head of his squad and was soon stationing the sentries according to orders. As the guard moved off, McWhirlie overheard muttered words of protest dropping from the soldiers' lips. "Can't afford to lose both our leaders. It's a useless sacrifice. Haunted ground." "Humph!"
exclaimed the lieutenant to himself. "Haunted ground indeed. The cause of this deviltry is somewhere in this neighborhood, I'll be bound. And there's nothing more ghostly than pixies at the bottom of it. There's no keeping track of their tricks. We are forever coming across some new tribe with new habits. Their cunning and skill are beyond belief."
He turned his back toward the plain and his face toward the ridge, and in that position kept guard until Sergeant Vigilant returned.
"Now," said McWhirlie, "I want you to take your stand a few rods beyond me in the direction of the big cave. Keep your eye on me closely. If anything unusual occurs, give the alarm, no matter what it may be. Don't fear to raise a false alarm."
The long watch began. Keeping his face steadily inward, the lieutenant stood or walked slowly back and forth, covering his eyes and scanning closely every object before him. Not a motion of leaf, twig, blade of grass, sprig, or frond escaped his keen vision, but there was no sign of anything threatening or unusual. Midnight passed. 1, 2, 3 o'clock. The first glint of the coming dawn began to show in the horizon. The Brownie camp was as silent as a graveyard, for the men had grown tired of their long suspense and dropped asleep. McWhirlie and his guard were also well nigh wearied out. The day was like to break, leaving the mystery unsolved. End of chapter 26.